Welcome, I'm your theloladass. So today I'm gonna bring Guardian of the Future. So this game came out on Monday, but I didn't knew because the game is tagged adult only. But the developers are saying that they're trying to take care of that because it's not adult only, it's 16 plus. They are trying to contact with the Steam. They try to contact with Steam to take out that. Of course, it takes some time to take care of that because it's not easy because Steam needs to see that. So that's why I didn't knew about the game. I only knew about the game was on Wednesday that I saw that this game came out and it was good at the same time. So this game is developed and published by Lotus Projects, and is a visual novel, a fantasy visual novel. You play with a female character that is given with a power from her deceased mother, and you have multiple endings in this game too, and that's a good thing for visual novels that you have multiple endings. And what is different from other visual novels is that there is four males and one female. You can have a romantic relationship or not, or beat the game without a romantic relationship, and that's very good too. They say there is 6 endings, they say multiple endings, but you can see in here on special that shows every artwork that they have. Of course, you need to unlock, and at the same time you can see the endings, how many endings the game has. That's 6, of course. And at the same time, one thing that caught my attention from this game, it was that they have shibis. I think they say on Steam page how many shibis there is. I think it's 10 plus shibis. That's a good tool because I like that. But again, another visual novel that I always say, they need to have good artwork. The game has a good story. For what I read on Steam page, of course, it seems very good. And in terms of longevity, 2 to 4 hours. What the developers say for one run in this game is 5 hours. So I will accept that, but it's like to do other endings is like kind of hard to make it to do it again. But let's start here. To start the game, you need to press here, save the world. It's the first Sunday morning of summer, and the very first ray of sunlight have barely touched the grass. So you have everything in here: save, menu, load, skip, auto, back, and options. Everything is in here. And in here it says sympathy. So these for the certain characters that exist, the characters that exist in the game, right? It seems. Okay, I want to see what is that. The rest of my house are still asleep under the soft blankets of their beds, while the corridors are filled with cozy silence that tingled with peacefulness and calm. This is the perfect time for me to train. No one should bother me by attempting to join in. I take a deep breath. The morning air is clear, clean and fresh, and I feel my lungs fill with a pleasant coolness that gradually streams down through my veins. A quick shiver prickles my skin. It's quite chilly out here. True, it's far too early to train in the garden, but there is no other place that can provide the necessary privacy. I'm in the stance of the crane, one foot touching the opposite knee, with hands pressed together in prayer. Closing my eyes, I take another deep breath. I must concentrate. I need to feel complete steadiness and balance to heighten my offense and defensive abilities. To focus the mind on my inner power, I just barely able to conceptualize its physical form there in the shadows. Thin white threads which gleam in the darkness begin to answer my call. Trembling slightly, they reach out to me from every corner to this endless world, swimming towards me in the gloom, swirling around me. I feel them plunge straight through my heart, piercing my consciousness. In an instant, they grow even brighter and multiply with tremendous speed. It's almost dawn, energy coalescing into a orb which is still unstable, ready to dissolve into tiny pieces at any moment. It's still quivering and blinking in the dark, so fragile and yet imposing. I hear a crash somewhere in the house. It's followed by a long outcry, meaning that someone is upset with whatever has just happened. Something has fallen with a clang and slowly rolls until it hits the wall and settles on the floor. It's going to wake up everyone. Of course, someone is clumsy in this house. I open my eyes at once. Darkness dispersed, magical apparition gone. Again, I felt to hold the energy together. One more second and I would have been able to make a perfect orb and grab it. Deep inside, I rejoiced despite the failure. It was much better than before. Maybe a couple more training sessions, I will make it. I keep my stance for concentration, but alas, the trance I fell into previously eludes me. I start getting angry after being yanked out of hypnosis so abruptly, even though I'm supposed to keep my nerves calm. Now the inner irritation is just trying to practice some attacking movements. Flexibility and thus ability to adapt in accordance with the situation is useful for a warrior. I freeze in the battle stance, leaning on one knee. I do my best to hold my balance. Alright. Relax shows straight back, so it is Shibi. As you can see, very good this. I like it. It's very good. I check the distance and push my hand through the air in front of me. One jump back and a counter blow with my foot. Repeat 100 times until it becomes automatic. When you repeat these movements again and again, it gets a bit boring. Your muscles move so naturally that you can occupy your mind with other issues. Ponder about something distant. I doubt that ordinary girls wake up this early in the summer. I bet they sleep until midday and then go have a picnic or storm through the malls of the city center in a shopping spree, or maybe they prepare for an important date they have been waiting for. I take another deep breath and exhale. Strike! My life has been radically different from those of my peers. It was, is, and will be like this. It's my fate. I've gotten used to it. I restore my breathing, focus on my mental aim. Attack! Not a single doubt. No hesitation, no lost control. A spin kick with my right foot. Precise, fast, strong. So this character is Miyuri. Great, this time you got really close, almost perfect. I hear soft, lazy claps behind me. The kind of pitying applause you might hear after bad plays where the actors perform really miserable. I turn around. So that's who made all the rooks early in the morning. Arashi, has he been here for long? Although I shouldn't be surprised. Who else will be capable of getting to girl's room without being heard or seen by her? He comes closer and begins to lower himself onto an embroidered cushion. Don't crumple the decorative items. They make my training zone more aesthetically pleasing. So these are our character Miyuri. I keep hitting the air without stopping. Tension doesn't leave my body even for a second. Arashi frees mid-squat a moment before inflicting some irreparable harm to the decor and gets back up. So this guy is Arashi. Is that so? And I was hoping to settle here and watch how your practice is going to see your progress. Looks like enough time has passed for everyone to wake up, bother me, point out my mistakes and give me advice I didn't ask for. Exactly. Arashi keeps holding his appraising gaze on my movements for a minute and nods in approval. Your blows are impressive. I nod in agreement. Praise coming from Arashi is rare threat, let alone the applause. Students on combat school arrange annual competitions to get the true master appraisal and hear his compliments. Arashi acts as a judge, deciding how many points the competitors get. Of course, all of it wouldn't turn into tradition if there wasn't some money involved. There you go, always money. The rest of the students make their bets, like people do at the horse race. The winner gets a lot of bonuses for studying and a financial prize. I shouldn't have taken part in the competition or two. Who knows, maybe I will have some digit to my bank account. Too bad I wasn't strong enough for it. What are you thinking about? Is it me? Arashi walks towards me and gives me a bottle of isotonic drink. Right on cue. My bottle has been empty for a while. Is it time to replenish my water balance? It is, else you will dry out like the plum tree last year. If I remember correct, it was your job to look after it, and you overlook it. I've never been particularly interested in trees. Drink your water already. I sit in the shade on the porch and accept Arashi's offering. Take a few sips, I feel safe and better. Tension in my body is gradually replaced by complete relaxation. There's nothing better after training than a cool, refreshing liquid. At moments like these, it tastes special delicious. I take a deep breath and lean against the wall. The training is finished. I can only hope that Grandma and the twins won't rush in right now. Somehow I ended up asking their opinions of my combat skills last year. Now they often gather here and interfere. I must say though, they have fewer and fewer criticisms. These guys hold so many precious memories. I take a sip and close my eyes. I love this place so much. Rain ruffles my hair and cools down my body, warm after physical training. It envelops me like a cool silky blanket that gives me a much needed feeling of lightness and freshness. Arashi sits down with me quietly and looks at the sky without a care in the world. I like sitting with him like this. It may look like each of us is deep in some personal thoughts, but in fact we are ready to start a conversation and listen to each other at any moment. A casual approach with lots of jokes open to interpretation. That's the method this teacher usually uses while talking among my clansmen. And surprisingly, sometimes it's exactly what I need during the days full of hard work. Usually I eagerly answer his taunts and teasings, since in most cases they cause unexpected and fun situations. I look at Arashi. You all know each other for so long. It feels like I know everything about him, but he still keeps surprising me. We met when I was 12, so more than 10 years have passed since then. I was surprised when grandmother introduced him to me. With bandage all over his body, he was kept in the infirmary, badly wounded and feeble. I didn't think that my clan accepted new members. Narashi must be the only exception in the history of our combat school. He grew up to be one of the best and most respected people of the clan, even though in the beginning many people refused to accept him and treated him with disdain. And now he's one of the leading teachers in our school. My gaze doesn't remain unnoticed. Arashi turns towards me. There is that smirk. If you like me, just say so. And so it starts. The engine is set on its tracks. You please my eyes much more when you are silent. Miyuri, there's something about you that never changes. You are far too serious when it comes to accomplishing the task others gives you. Can it be any other way? You haven't skipped a single training in a year. Good job. As the Bakuto heiress, I can't afford to get out of shape, so we are the Bakuto heiress, okay? That's all good, but don't forget to rest. The amount of praise coming from Arashi today is mind-boggling. I shrug. Schedule and training became so much of a habit for me that I can't imagine myself without them. I have unnecessary thoughts sometimes, but I do my best to get rid of them as soon as I can. There is not a trace of tender and kind girl I used to know. Does he want to make me laugh or make me mad? It's been this way for a while, if you haven't noticed. I started training a year after Arashi appearance, as soon as he got back on his feet. Not many warriors have this strength of spirit and self-discipline. It's both frightening and fascinating. I'm a member of the clan. Being strong is my duty. For a second, Arashi freezes, confounded, but his abashed state vanished quickly. Today I promptly nip his jibbing in the boat. Look at that work, very good. This is one thing that I always say to developers that do visual novels. Good artwork and a good story. Those are the most important things for them. He shrugs to himself again and leans towards me as close as possible. The elf shakes his head slowly and locks his tender and playful eyes with mine, trying to look deeply inside of me. I feel my skin covering with goosebumps under his piercing gaze. The game called Seduce Your Mistress continues. I don't give in, take advantage of the moment to take a good look at the scarred half of his face, carelessly veiled by his hair. In Shadow, I was to say that Arashi was marked by the creatures living above the clouds. The sky looks like a star. I think it's talk about this. Within lines radiating from its points, similar to those connecting stars in constellations on the maps of night sky. According to the teacher's tales, he got his scar 2 years before he started living here. Just as he became blind in one eye. Whoa, okay. That's why his hair is covering the other eye, because he's blind. The damaged eye is always shut, adding to the young man's altur and creating a mysterious aura. Who knows though, it might be another ploy of his to attract the attention of women. He doesn't like talking about that day, so I don't push it. The guy doesn't wear a mask and doesn't hide the burn marks. Quite the opposite, he flaunts them. The scars make the man. In Arashi's case, it's true, no doubt. Every time he who's another girl, he doesn't hesitate to invent a new intriguing story of this scar's origin. Duty, huh? I don't think that you became strong and prettier every day just because of your duty to the clan. His low and raspy voice distracts me from my thoughts. I see playful sparks in Arashi's eyes, and a sarcastic smile on his lips. He gently touched my cheek with the back of his hand, holding it there for a few seconds. You think that short haircut and excellent combat skills made you mighty warrior, so no one will ever want to get close to you? I'm sure I'm immune to you and your charms. Don't even try to fluster me, Arashi. Leave these pick-up techniques for other girls. He carelessly ruffles my hair, already very disheveled after the training. That sounded as if I'm an awfully reckless and frivolous man. It wounds me a bit, you know. Have you ever been serious though? He smiles at me softly and then suddenly flicks his fingers against my nose. I will show you frivolous. He raises himself lazily and after giving me a wink makes another attempt to salt the tip of my nose. Leaving already? No, hey, stop that. To complete honest, it was painful. He is not particularly reserved in his actions towards me, even though my status is higher than his. Deeply disgruntled, I shove his head away from me. What's wrong with him this early in the morning? No, I know Arashi likes to joke around, but it looks like today his behavior is somehow different. Good day to you. See you later, Miyuri. Of course, we are living in the same house. He turns around and almost runs into Kin and Jin, who came out from behind a corner in sync. With a nod of greeting, Arashi walks off in another direction. The twins give him a polite bow, silently watch him walk away, and approach me. So these are the twins that our cat was talking. Miyuri, I knew we would find you here. Where else will she be this early? You'll get into trouble today for sure. So it's Jin and Kin. I shiver in anticipation. Why does everyone like to lose their mind on my territory? Did something happen? Well, Mistress Miyamoto requests your presence in the main hall. Whatever for? Doesn't sound like her calling for me without an important reason at this time of day during the weekend. There is something important. We don't know the details. The twins exchange nervous glances and shake their heads simultaneously. No details at all? At all. At all. Are you sure? Absolutely sure. The twins can't lie convincingly. And clearly they are hiding something from me on my grandmother's orders. I have no idea what could be the reason for this unexpected invitation and such secrecy, but it would be a bad idea to make her wait. I'll be there as soon as I can. And they are gone. With a curt nod, the twins depart. I stop guessing what grandmother may want for me early on Sunday. I usually manage all the duties given to me, so whatever it is, it won't be a problem. I end my training and after changing to proper attire, go to the main hall. I stop in front of the door to the living room. Opening the door a crack, I try to see who is in there, but all I can see is the interior of the room. I just have a fleeting feeling that grandma is not alone. It's my favorite room. When I was little, I loved running there and playing hide and seek with the twins. Grandmother scolded me for it every time. Well, only if she caught me committing this horrible, in her opinion, crime. Reliving this memory in my mind, I barely suppress a smile. After all, childhood is a world full of happiness, joy, and ignorance. All you have is careless reality, no training sessions, no martial arts, no awareness of your destiny and powers, and so on and so forth. I envy other ordinary people in some sense. At the same time, I feel my superiority over them. My life will be extremely empty without the knowledge I have now. I open the door and walk into the biggest and most well-lit room in the house. There is a comfortable throne with attributes of power in the middle of it for the head of the clan to sit. Sitting places for guests and members of the clan are near the walls. They are occupied only during council meetings or receptions. This room looks like a miraculous fusion of old-fashioned traditions and modern style. Classic screen panels of dark wood stand beside recently plastered walls and high-tech lamps. Every time I walk in here, I sense a barely perceptible yet still majestic energy which has been gathering within these walls during the many centuries of clan's existence. It must be unparalleled spirit of tradition. So this is Mrs. Miyamoto. Okay, Miri, sit down. I'm sorry I made you wait. Indeed, Grandma is not alone. I bow to the guest in greeting and obediently sit down facing him. The head of our clan is strict Mistress Miyamoto. She is sitting straight with dignity, her faithful sword on her lap. Despite all the years visible on her beautiful face, she has lost neither pride or nor poise in her manners. The same can be said about her agility and fighting spirit. We are currently in peaceful times, and it seems that the military aura that used to surround her a few years ago has completely vanished. In my mind, I just call her Grandmother Mia. There's a stranger to her left. We haven't received guests for a while. He doesn't look comfortable being sat like this in his clothes. Tightly belted jeans don't really predispose him towards a tranquil talk. Our visitor turns out to be a young man, my peer or a bit older, and he doesn't look friendly. His body is tense and ready to rush into a fight. All of his head must be shaven a long time ago. His hair has grown back partially. The other half is a messy heap of red locks, as if he doesn't know of such a contraption as comb. His bangs are cut short, and I can see his grey eyes full of uncertainty and concern. His thin lips are pressed together, he used to restrain himself. There is something both attractive and cold, even hostile about him. Our eyes meet, he looks at me steadily and shifts his gaze to my grandmother. That tattoo was on his neck, you can see it in here. May I inquire what the member of the Tekia clan is doing here? Arching an eyebrow, the young man replies with a hint of irritation. My name is Yoshiro. From now on, that's how I would like you to address me, if you please. It feels like you will shoot me with an icy arrow capable of piercing its target all the way through if he could. Could he possibly be sent to declare an open war between clans? Yoshiro is here with an offer from his master, the heir of the Kia clan. And what does he want from heirs of Bakuto clan? Don't rush into asking questions. I haven't explained anything yet. If all the Tekia are like this guy, I'm not surprised that my clansmen occasionally fight them. If someone is going to give them a beating, they should call me over next time. Maybe this brute will be there too. Then I will talk to him in the language of martial arts, and if I'm lucky, we'll leave a couple of marks on his head. Well then, hurry and indulge my curiosity. Yoshiro. She's making fun of him. The man's forehead wrinkles in tension, make his face even gloomier than before. It only takes a moment for him to regain his composure. I serve the first heir of the Kia house, Master Tamaki, and I'm here to pass along a message from him. To end the animosity between our clans, he offers to announce peace, official and secure, with marriage. My master is asking for your hands. Holy shit! The master of the Kia clan is asking for our hand to marry. Oh my god. I could swear I have a whole spectrum of emotion clearly visible on my face in quick succession. Astonishment, surprise, abashment, and finally frustration flash past one by one, even though I do all I can to hide them behind the mask of indifference and disdain. I am dumbfounded, caught in the net of traditions and rules of my clan. I keep sitting quietly for a while, still staring at the guest, as if I might find a reason to refuse something about him. Thus you'll become the wife of Master Tekiya Jr. What do you think about this, Miyuri? Grandmother makes an attempt to speed up my decision. An arranged marriage, then. I pull myself together and start thinking. It's not the marriage proposal that surprises me. I always know that I will have to live with someone, whom my duties toward my clan will allow me to marry. The agreement will be purely political. The main point will be purity of bloodline or merging two clans to lower their living expenses and minimize the loss during battles. I was shocked only by who decided to offer that kind of a deal. The war of our clans started almost as soon as they were founded. I think at some point the Kia clan decided to take hold of my clan's power by the seat. Then there was a chain of inexplicable events no one is allowed to talk about, which ended the partnership between our two houses. But of course, opinions on those events differ. Each side calls itself the victim. The remoteness of this story doesn't allow people to figure out the truth and bring it to a close. Who is to blame and what exactly happened 500 or even 1000 years ago is a mystery for everyone. Yes, nowadays battles happen in a much more civilized fashion, but minor crash often end up quite bloody and rekindle animosities that should have been forgotten long ago. The clans live in isolation, ignoring each other, trying to minimize contact as much as they can, having only seldom meetings in neutral territories to sort out small conflicts and strike the truce. These stats have been proven over centuries, but it's an entirely new path of development, a new way of life. So we have choice. The way you don't make all the problems appear, you could find someone else. It's like, we don't like his clan. It's like we don't like his clan because of what they try to do to us, to our clan, right? So I think I will say you could find someone else. Couldn't you find another bride, an alliance with whom people won't find as controversial? Grandma opens her mouth to express her discontentment, but our guests find his voice faster. I also think that you are not the most profitable option for our master, but my word has no power. Too bad. I let out a sigh of disappointment and fold my arms across my chest. Must be my involuntary reaction which makes our guest break off. He falls silent again, pressing his lips together firmly. Judging by his looks, the words he said and the way he said them, I know his attitude towards this whole idea. Plus, it's easy to tell how other foes will react to this undertaking. There will be many upheavals. Miuri, you can refuse the offer. I sighed deeply. Give me another minute. I shut my eyes instinctively, tension showing on my brow in tiny wrinkles. Merge our house will grow to a new level of development. The Kia clan has very swift construction business and real estate deals. Meanwhile, the financial situation of my family is miserable. To put in mildly, if the current situation remains unchanged, we might end up being bankrupt with a couple of decades. So the marriage is more than beneficial to us. The heir of their clan, Tamaki Tekia. I saw him occasionally at some natural receptions which were organized under the initiative of my late mother. I can't really remember anything bad or appalling about him. I rarely spoke to him except for the exchange of formal greetings. The atmosphere at this kind of event leaves much to desire, even though they are supposed to smooth the sharp edge in the feelings of our two clans towards each other. Miuri, you can refuse if you prefer. Yoshiro all attention is directed at me. I will bet his breathing slowed down and he stopped blinking, awaiting my answer. Yoshiro. He's like, Why didn't your master come here with his offer by himself? Is he afraid to step onto his enemy's land? Yoshiro scoffs and glances at me angrily. His hands bow into fists, but he manages to stay in control and sighs, doing his best not to snap. He goes through his gritted teeth. My master Tamaki, was here, but he's been called back to our main house, so he asked me to deliver the message. Grandmother nods in confirmation. I see, Yoshiro. Miuri, don't make our guest wait for your answer. The head of my clan is pressing me. She must have decided everything already, else this meeting would have been arranged some other way. I'm sorry, I guess I needed more time to consider the offer properly than you expected. And I would love to say no, but my duty to the clan and responsibility to my people don't let me do that. I suppose there is no point in refusing. If you think that master rival here is best match I can have. Tss. The head of Bakuto clan let out a sigh and brushed her hand along the sword. Alright, tell your master that I accept this proposal. I expect Yoshiro to talk back and argue, but instead he just lowered his head and snapped quietly. I really hope it's not a half deal. Grandmother nods at him, a slight smile appearing on her lips. She's more than content with my answer, I assume. Yoshiro looks at me all over with a familiar crease on his brow. He would prefer my feel so much more. In that case, my master will conduct a formal introduction as soon as he's not busy. I'll be waiting. I'm looking forward to it. Yoshiro stands up hastily and bows to us. One will guess that he's forced himself to do so for the sake of formalities. And so you accept that. Like even saying what I say, you can't refuse the arranged marriage. Okay. No need to see me off. Goodbye. Yoshiro leaves the room as fast as he can. Does he hate being in the residence of Bakuto clan that much? Although I guess if I were in the enemy's camp, I would have acted just the same. Grandma and I stay alone for a while, and after some hesitation, I ask her a question. In the end, I didn't really have a choice, did I? I can't refuse. With the Mrs. Power and my status as the only heiress, she could have saved the necessary papers without my knowledge, and then just told me about it as a fact. You are wrong. There is always a choice. Are you telling me that I could say no, and you'll just send the message back? Exactly. And then you'll have to marry Arashi. What did she say? Marry Arashi? No. I respect him as a teacher, and I like spending time with him, but I would even consider him being my future husband. Grandmother feels my confusion and probably brings this topic to an end. But you have said to propose, so it's too late now. A half tender, half cruel smile appears on the woman's lips, and she shakes her head in compassion. I know that you are mature and sensible enough to make the right choice. She estimated each and every possible consequence of my decision. Even I can't be sure I won't be a disappointment, yet she still believes in me. In this wedding, will this mean that the clans will unite not only their possessions but their energy as well? In that case, the order of things will turn upside down, and it will change everything. Mr. Miyamoto looked strict and piercing. The answer is clear. Some of your new visions show you that the clans must be united? Yes, but not only because of the visions, it's also due to the logic and one incident. I can't follow this logic. Mia smiles and leans against the back of her chair, squinting her eyes contentedly. If one is unaware of her stature and doesn't notice her scars, it might seem like she's an ordinary elderly woman, a bit sly and maybe cookie. I'm responsible for all of my people and all that's happening to them for their future. As far as I know, the clans have never made any attempts to unite. Why now? A smile appears on the woman's lips and vanishes in a blink. You won't just leave me be, huh? Your mother initially wanted to merge the powers of our two clans, but failed. Why won't you follow her lead and do so when the heads of both clans agree to it? Especially when we are so vulnerable to the upcoming threat. Every reminder of my mother wakes vague and sad feelings of the past events deep in my heart, tearing into pieces. That's why I try not to think of my parents much. I still everything that's connected with them somewhere deep inside me. Most of the people are still unaware of that horrible earthquake which happened years ago, and only few of my clansmen have vague recollections of that disaster. I often feel overwhelmed with the feeling of injustice. It's unfair that nobody knows who saved everyone back then. I shake my head, making the sad thoughts go away. Mrs. Miyamoto. Grandmother interrupts me, breaking the chain of questions I want to ask, and fold her arms across their chest. Miuri, I haven't asked you about Sophie for a while. Have you used the energy flowing through the vents of your body again? No, there was no need for it. Good. She sighed in relief. I shouldn't tell her about the trade session I put myself through to make the energy yield to my will. This ability passed between generations of my clan, the lineage family, and it must be kept secret from the outside world. There were times when people found out about this power and tried to use it for their own selfish purpose. So now the spread of information about it is under strict taboo. You can use it only in dire needs. I know. Do your training sessions have any effect? She looks at me closely, her eyes full of concern. I jolt and look down. My inside stands in worry, my heart sinks somewhere into the pit of my stomach. Hands clench into fists, become sleek with sweat, and involuntarily squeeze the edge of my top to get rid of icky moist sensation. I guess they do. Did you think that I wouldn't have noticed your stubborn attempts? I was naive enough to think that the former owner of the power wouldn't feel it rising inside the other vessel. My grandmother's decisive and demanding tone has always made me admire her. I've never even thought of doubting her orders. During her leadership, there wasn't a single step that would lead to bad consequence. After a pause, she just waves this issue off as it is nothing. Whatever. I know you won't listen to me, even I forbid you. Training has never done anyone any harm. Just remember, the main point for you is to develop your body into the perfect shape, and then the power will show itself in full. I know. And next time, ask Arashi to help you. He knows a couple of tricks that may be helpful for you. She smiles at me warmly, but makes a serious face immediately. The power is unexplored. Who knows what might happen? It's always been unpleasant for me to acknowledge my weakness. Even though I'm a vessel of the power of creation, I can't use it to make something useful. It makes me worry about the probability of being unable to save the ones close to me, just like my mother in the past. I'm glad that my grandmother understood me and didn't forbid me the training sessions. Now I can train more often without fear of being noticed. It looked like Mia wants to say something else, but doesn't. We exchange glances and keep sitting in silence. Alright, so we have set on what we'll do about the Kia clan. I hope you won't be pestering an old and frail woman with more unnecessary questions. Since she wins, making more wrinkles appear on her face, and squeezes her nose bridge with her fingers, as if she has a terrible headache. But I'm fully aware of the fact that she never shows her weakness if they truly bother her. You may go. I come back to my room after conversation to reconcile everything that's happened today. It's inevitable. My life will change soon. I was supposed to get married sooner or later anyway. Baku to climb must continue. That's the way it has to be, and I knew about it from the very beginning. I replayed the latest events in my mind once more and let out a sigh of disappointment. I needed to empty my mind through meditation, and the best way to relax and distract myself is painting. I arranged everything I need to for a creative process on the small table in front of me. There are brush, the paint can is right there. I also need some water and of course paper. Here. Now everything is perfect, so I can begin. I've always found the process of painting nature on paper soothing. This time my mind shows me a scene with a sunset. A big sun disk engulfed in bright orange light hovers low above the ground while absorbing the crystal shade of sky, as if lowering itself into red sea, invisible behind the horizon. The clouds in the sky reflect sunshine below with their light pink lower edge. The waters of small lake catch the last rays of sun, creating a shimmering path on the surface that lures passers-by to cross it to fairy tale worlds. Vibrant colors bleeding into one another, birds are visible near the horizon, and their flight is full of freedom. Come in. The twins always visit me on time, because you could hear the knock, tuk tuk. Here you are, Muri. I told you you'll find her here. Yes, Jean, you always know where to find me. Jean straightens his face, peering all the pride of a world-class award winner. He looks at the paint over my right shoulder. What have you painted? Looks pretty. His brother looks over my other shoulder. You know, when you are painted, you remind me a lot of Mistress Suzuma. She's like, too bad she's not with us anymore. What happened back then was truly terrible, and King stops him from talk with a sharp nudge. Oh, I'm sorry for babbling. It's just blurted out. If I look like Mom, I'm glad to hear that. I can't really remember her. She passed away a long time ago. The realization of the fact that some part of her is showing in me warms my heart. She was an outstanding woman who initiated the idea of true rival clans merging, and it said that she was too weak to oppose the inevitable evil and save herself. The two brothers smile at me, but I shouldn't dampen my moods. My tipped inner balance returns to normal and I feel better. By the way, you didn't tell me something this morning. Their facial expressions changed abruptly because of my strict tone, confused appearing in their eyes. We can't do anything if we have orders to be silent. True, they follow grandmother's direct orders and will never dare to disobey her. I hold my eyes and even purse my lips theatrically. Traitors! They sometimes shake their heads in disappointment. It's impossible to tell these two apart when they are completely in sync. In most cases I know who is who, but sometimes they manage to confuse me. I know, I just want to taunt you a bit. Do you need something? Not really. How about a challenge? There is only one gamepad in this room. Jin gives me a cheesy grin and pulls two gamepads from behind his back, their wires dangling to the floor. No objections. Jin, you will lose. I don't think so. There is only one way to find out. I bet I'll outrun you both. So they play video games. Putting painting aside, I switch attention to my friends and we sit on the sofa. Look at that, play video games together. It's normal for us to gather like this and have some rest. We play martial arts in virtual reality, as if those we have in real life are not enough. But only this kind of activity helps us unwind and soothe the anger if there is any. What's at stake? An extra day off. If you lose, you'll study at the combat class over time. If you win, take a day off whenever you like. 2 days off. One for each of you. I like it. I can't refuse an offer like that. All of us pick a character and Jean happily launched the game. At first Jean is in the lead, but I start catching up with him. After a couple of rounds I managed to push through the top of the ranking. I only stayed there for a minute, all because of Jean picking up the pace. I break a sweat, trying to beat him and get my victory with great effort at the very last moment. But it turns out that I really underestimate the twins, because next thing I know is that they start working together. A bit more and I will suffer a soul-crushing defeat, but I still have a trump card up my sleeve, a special move called Randomly Smash all the buttons with numb fingers. A couple more fights and I'll lead again, but will it stay this way for long? In the end, we get involved in the game so much that we stop paying attention to the score, the time and our bet. We just make a deal to go for a walk together. I enjoy this evening, totally forgetting what's waiting for me tomorrow. Interesting, they are video games. I'm in complete darkness. Play video games like mashing buttons, try to win. I'm feeling as if I've just been enjoying the adrenaline rush with the twins, but now, I don't know how, but I feel asleep. It's so weird to realize that you are not in that actual reality. You are in some shapeless world that's being ruled by night. I'm flying through the darkness that surrounds me, over the bush, fields and forests. Surprisingly enough, I can see the distant outlines of houses and ramshackle huts on the banks over the rivers. My mind is filling with understanding. I'm not controlling my movements. I'm drawn somewhere with no ability to affect it. I'm shaking my head and waving my arms in an attempt to escape the grasp of an invisible monster, but it makes no difference at all. I'm feeling a soft stirring, as if someone is trying to tell me that my actions will change nothing. So I'm leaving my futile attempts behind, yelling as if I'm a puppet that's moving only by the will and hand of the puppet master. I'm feeling a sudden disappearance of the invisible ties, and after a mere second of joy, I'm being engulfed by the terror of a fall. So she's dreaming, of course. An instant, I'm tugged into a turbulent stream. Water floods into my mouth and nose, filling my lungs. I can't breathe. Desperate and terrified, I realize that my death is already near, and with it, the end of the dream. I'm much more relieved now. Despite my expectations, dark waters are pushing me up in exhaustion, like a tired mother giving birth to a baby. Coming to myself after bumping against the smooth surface, I forcibly coughing the murky liquid out. Gradually, through the pain, I'm inhaling the air, slowly gulping more deeply. I'm able to breathe again. Crawling to my back, I look up. Where am I? Instead of the night sky and stars, I'm looking at the rippling surface of the water, stretched above me like film, as if it's inverted lake. It looks like a lantern is casting some dancing lights through the liquid. The light is barely reaching the bottom, but still helps to see the place better. Nothing. Emptiness. Darkness has devoured everything around me. The sound of falling droplets are surrounding me, filling up the space, growing louder and turning into a terrible roar. I'm rising slowly, flicking and the sticky sleep drops off my naked body. I'm yearning to wake up and not feel helpless and lonely anymore, but I'm unable to force myself to do so. I have no desire to be here, but I must keep holding on. I must keep moving forward. I'm taking a clumsy step and... what happened next? She wakes up. Ooh. You could see that she was dreaming. I walk around the living room slowly, trying to remember as many details as I can and keep them safe in my heart. If I make my final decision today, I'll have to leave my home for a long time. I'll have to get used to a new life, new world, and new people around me. Maybe I'll be able to take the twins with me? No, I doubt it. I didn't think everything through when I agreed to this experiment. And only last night, when I woke up in a cold sweat after the nightmare, I realized how much my life is going to change and what I'm going to lose. I even feel bewildered. Sooner or later, I'll have to step out of my comfort zone. I couldn't sleep and keep pondering about things until morning. Here you are. I saw that both your room and the training zone are empty, so I figured you will be here. Arashi does his best to show how exhausted he is after looking for me around the house. He acts like this to attract my attention, since I didn't even glance at him when he came in. I didn't think you'll agree to all this so quickly. This question fair promised to be interesting. I hope my future husband turns out to be repulsive to set eyes open. I don't think so. I must admit he's not bad for an enemy. Oh my, Arashi feels comfortable with another man in his territory? Does he know the air of the Kia class so well? Arashi, where do you... Oh, we hardly have any time. Indeed. The guests will be here in a few minutes. I repeat the words of greeting in my mind again and again, trying to concentrate on them fully. I don't do a good job of it. I toss and turn in bed from terrible thoughts of the upcoming change all night. I didn't think it will worry me that much. Hey, cheer up. Do you think we'll get rid of me by marrying another man? I understand that Arashi is joking as usual, but for some reason I really needed to hear something like this right now. Just as a reminder of the fact that my life will change, but the present won't disappear. It will merely shift into a new form of the future. I look at Arashi, wanted to say how great I am, but all that I end up doing is returning his gaze in silence. Maybe he would have been good candidate for marriage, but it's far too late to think about that now. I shake my head. I cannot imagine it. We have been together for so long. He's my mentor, my teacher, my bodyguard, my elder brother in some sense, but not my future partner. He comes closer and, after leaning to my ear, whispers, "And I will be protecting you, always." I give him a slight nod and take a deep breath in an attempt to calm down. Suddenly I can hear a weird noise in the hallway, and some gravel loud and perplexed voice right after. What's going on out there? So now another girl appears. But everyone has a mark, do you see? Everyone has some kind of mark. Is that the symbol of the clan? The door is swiftly open and the girl runs into the room. As soon as she sees the interior, her eyes spark in a way. She gazes carefully, a little fussily about the room. The girl asks the attention. It's so roomy. It's so beautiful here. Amazing. She wears a formal suit like all members of the Kia clan. But short white skirt, gorgeous long hair, neat manicure. All this clearly interferes with the fight. So she's not a fighter? Not paying attention to where she's going, the girl trips. She'll definitely fall face down and get an exclusive souvenir, a bright bruise or a big bump, if not for a rashy quick reaction. He catches the girl on time and helps her stand up straight. Oh, thank you. Oh, you are so handsome. What's your name? May I address you by it? Do you like night strolls under the moon? Only me and you? I cannot remember hearing anyone else splurging so many words per minute before. How hasn't she run out of oxygen yet? The girl clearly looks nervous, but she has no intention of hiding it whatsoever. More than that, it looks like she wants to say as much about her sudden interest as she can. You... yes? Who are you? The terse and suspicious tone of Arashi's voice doesn't throw her off in the least. Oh, my name is Yuki. I'm here to establish a contact with you. With your clan. The number of weird people in this house grows every day. Our school has been privately established for only 4 clansmen for a century. I can only imagine what the appearance of someone new might cause among the people. Judging by her tattoo of the girl on the girl's hand, she is from the Kia clan. Unlike the enemy symbols I've seen before, this one is far from black. A rainbow tattoo, that's something new, yeah, because it's rainbow. And it says on hand, I think they should say shoulder, because it's on shoulder, but it's rainbow. Alex's face changed into a smile, and he gives me a quick side glance. See, look, what surprise can happen. Glad to meet you. He takes her hand and brings it to lips for a kiss. It seems that Yuki forgot how to breathe for a second. A silly but happy smile appears on her lips. At once I hear loud and heavy steps behind the door. Arashi, look out! My teacher's reaction is immediate and impressive. He dodges the opposite heartbeat before it pierces him and jumps aside with the pretty guest held against him. Shurikens! I tense and take a small knife out of my shoe. The most simple and secretive means of defense is finally useful. Jesus, we have a knife on our shoe. How we could walk with a knife in there? Ouch, ouch. Judging by the area on the wall where shurikens got stuck, it's more than clear. The attacker was aiming at Arashi's head. Get your hands off my sister. Calm down, calm down, madman. Yuki, stand aside from that guy. Yoshiro, you always ruin everything. Do me a favor and go away for 5 minutes or even better until evening. I'm establishing private connections. Arashi separates himself from the girl and takes a few steps towards the furious guest. We have a talking in here. Yoshiro must have understood that Arashi would dodge another attack in any case, so now he decides to bluff instead. Takes one to know one. I'm warning you. Why should I be scared of a turtle? What do you call me? You can't hear well? It's okay, I'll repeat it. Turtle. Can you hear me now? I warned you. Yoshiro dashed into attack, throwing a new array of shurikens. Swishing through the air, they fly millimeters from Arashi as he dodged away from them nimbly. Yoshiro advanced on the outraged Casanova swiftly. It's going way too far for my liking. I barely understand what's going on when my body moves forward reflexively. In a flash, I hold my knife at the enemy throat. The man freezes in a tense posture, his mouth slightly agape. The sharp blade presses into his skin a bit more and I'll draw blood. Arashi look at me aghast. I must be ready to back out if he decides to be stubborn. Manslaughter by negligence won't bring us anything good. Respectful Yoshiro. Our clan was hospitable enough to open our doors for you, and you are doing this. You clearly forget the position you are in. He throws a hateful glance at Arashi and takes a step back. The young man is breathing heavily as if protesting the lowly wish to destroy everything around him. I knew this blockhead won't do anything to me. Arashi, you are the teacher of this clan. Behave accordingly. It looks like our guest has anger management issues. Arashi had barely finished speaking and the redhead dashed towards him again, without shurikens this time. The two of them start exchanging blows with both hands and feet, and both managed to block them successfully. Oh my god, he's at the same level as Arashi. Damn it, they act like little kids, they'll just beat each other up. I can't say I don't understand Arashi's feelings. I would love to give this Yoshiro a couple of etiquette lessons when the time is right. But to do that, we are supposed to organize a challenge, fill in some papers, seal liability, waivers, but the time is not right for that at the moment. Not right at all. Absolutely. If no one interrupts them, they will be exchanging compliments until nightfall. But it turns out that I haven't had my full share of surprise yet, and soon enough I witnessed a scene I didn't expect to see at all. At some point, a blow from Yoshiro's hand gets blocked by another man. Ooh. Oh, look at this. Damn, look at that design. Meanwhile, Arashi leaps back so no one will be able to reach him. It's Tamaki. My attention takes over my good manners and I stare at new guest openly. His long hair hangs in the air for a second like cold ash that sweeps up on a gust of wind. Eyes the color of amethyst flash with playful sparks on his pale stone face. His tight formal suit must be causing an unending feeling of discomfort, making its owner always be on guard. His body is so tense and focused that it looks hard and unbreakable, able to endure many attacks. For a second, it seems to me that small sparks from a thin lightning charge around his hands, and then threads of the power flowing out of his palm dissolve like dust. Yoshiro, Arashi, you are acting fair to others in the house of my bride. Okay, so this is the boss of Tekiya clan that is called Tamaki. The three men distance themselves from one another. Yoshiro keeps glaring at Arashi with menace. If it was possible to burn people with stab, my teacher will be a pile of coals and ash left after a fire. Tamaki only chuckles at the emotional guest. I beg your pardon, Yoshiro is a bit petulant sometimes. A bit. I give good lessons to guys like him. You. Tamaki takes a step forward, blocking the way for fuming Yoshiro. We are guests here. Yoshiro balls his hands into fists and lightly punches his thighs with them. Biting on his lips, he lowers his eyes, looking somewhere to side from under his eyebrows. Sensing that his servant has calmed down and won't initiate another fight, Tamaki talks to Arashi, leaning towards him. I'd also like to ask you to not provoke him, to avoid any unpleasantness that will serve no useful purpose for either of our clans. I can't make any promise, but I'll try to do my best. Arashi winks and gives him a quick and polite bow. What a great start to a strong union, yeah. Everything has ended except for Yoshiro and Arashi looking daggers at each other. It's a duel, if I may say so. And Yuki is caught right into the middle and try to strike them both, calm her brother and find out more about Arashi. Let me only save. Okay, it's like this that you save. Okay, let's see how it works. In the current condition, this mission is clearly impossible. I hope no one will be throwing anything today. Suddenly Jean runs in, gasping and panting. There's a red nutcase somewhere in the house. He was throwing shurikens left and right. Here the guy. Ah, there he is. We have dealt with him. Arashi waves his hand in the guest's direction, showing the twin that there is no need for help. Kin vanished in a blink. Tamaki Tekiya approached me and bows. He looks very calm, as if stopping a fight between two warriors was nothing to him. I remember him always being well-mannered according to every rule of etiquette during the diplomatic visits we both attended. I never felt any hostility nor other negative emotions come from him. He is remote and cold to a fault, as if nothing around him everywhere is him. A pity that's the way our meeting started. My apologies. His beautiful inscrutable face is almost imperious. Mr. Bakuto? Tell him off, thanks him for help. Thank you. I must say your appearance was impressive. I'm not good at giving or receiving compliments, but I must say something to smooth the misunderstanding out. I'm glad I made it on time. After a pause, he easily takes my hand and kisses it. I didn't expect such a gallant move from him. I imagine that I looked very confused for a moment or two. Let's dispense with the formality we use in our speech. Yuki presses her hand against her cheeks and squeals in delight. Looks like she enjoys this kind of scene a great deal. Yoshi throws a strict glance at his sister, rolls his eyes and turns away, and Ash folds his arm across his chest. By the formality, do you mean holding my hand and other more sensual actions? My snarky question makes Ash smirk slightly, but causes no reaction on the heir's face. So in here shows that we gain some sympathy with Tamaki. Let me see. Yep. Like with the others we don't have nothing, but with Tamaki we already gained something. Okay, it's like that appears. Okay, that's different. Okay. An offer like this is supposed to be showing the guest's gallantry, but in reality it comes out dry and a bit clumsy, which makes me feel uncomfortable, so I free my hand from his grasp as fast as I can. I didn't even think of addressing him any other way. Of course. What, isn't everyone here already? Doors swing open with a sounding crash against the wall, as if notifying us of newcomer status. Mrs. Miyamoto probably enters the living room. Right, someone has been missing until now. After all, grandmother must be here to witness everything. Oh my god! Grandmother, you youngsters will drive me insane. Everything has been turned upside down. Yeah, now she's angry. I'm sorry, mister. And you'll be repairing the wall. But, do you really want to argue with my houseboy? And now sit down, everyone, and we'll do all introductions to the proper way. I sit on the edge right with Arashi next to me. Tamaki takes his place opposite us, his servant sitting on either side of him. Yuki obviously chose the spot to sit facing Arashi, of course. She bats her eyelash at him with a smile. Arashi gives her a polite nod or two and even winks at her. Clearly, Yoshi is more than ready to throw some more shurikens at him for it. Much more, and it will get really tiresome. So, as I see, you already gotten acquainted with each other. She glares at two barrels as they look away in embarrassment. They are not easily flustered, but grandmother's tone gets through everyone. I, head of Bakuto clan, welcome you into my house. That's my granddaughter Miuri Bakuto. Welcome. Glad to meet you. Your proposal was quite unexpected. Not the speech I was preparing, but the fewer words the better, I guess. And that's Arashi, one of our respectable teachers. Glad to meet you. I didn't expect to see much a beautiful young woman among our guests. These surprises definitely brightened my day. I'm sure he says it to make Yoshiro angry. And that's precisely what happens. Yuki in turn shuts her eyes with a blissful sight. It looks like she is on cloud 9. I hope someone will make her come back down to earth. Interesting things sometimes happen here as well. Now it's our guest's turn to introduce themselves. I'm glad to meet you all. I'm Tamaki Tekiya, the first heir of the Kie clan, and these are my most trusted people, Yoshiro and Yuki. The siblings nod in greeting. All of us know the purpose of this meeting. Miuri, you must confirm your decision officially in front of your future husband. Considering the current situation between our clans, this marriage is not the best possible solution. Tamaki's eyes wavered for a second, but then returned to normal. You are quite blunt about it. Good and prosperous time need to not remain in the past. We can help each other in every aspect of our clan's activities. Tamaki nods in approval and falls silent, waiting. At first I want to tease him a bit, ask him uncomfortable and awkward questions, but we comfortably look each other in the eyes and agree silently. An unspoken understanding of both the seriousness and pointlessness of this whole scene forms between us. Now I can definitely tell the two of us are much closer to each other than we thought. The power that flows through our bodies with blood and lymph is reaching out in agony, fogging our minds and trying to join into one steady flow. Only a small grain of rationality stops us from giving it to the reckless impulse and doing something outside of the boundaries of decency. Tamaki, I accept your proposal. I decided to stop walking around the topic and give up. Nothing can possibly be worse than an enemy at your house, but I know that Grandma loves me, so she won't give me up to a random person. I chuckle at this though. Even though I call them enemies, I don't really feel any grudge against them. It's more of a stupid habit than me following the opinion of many generations of the clan. So, looks like the head of my clan got tired of looking at me and waiting. It's done. The wedding will take place on the last day of summer. An official reception will be held soon, and the wedding will be announced to the members of both clans. Grandma portrays it in such an unwavering and confident tone that I can't even say a word. Now there's a couple of formalities left to be dealt with and as much as it must be, I will leave my home. Forever. Forever. Tamaki Tekiya and his most trusted people will stay with us until then. Forever. So they will stay in our house. Huh? Nobody says no because it's why will they stay in our house until the wedding, right? It's like kind of weird. Mia's statement surprised everyone, including me. It's so quiet now. I can't even hear my own breath. I guess Yoshiro is surprised more than anyone else, judging by the size of his eyes. Yeah, he's like, what? Ara shakes his head in astonishment and then smirks with a nod. My future husband's face doesn't change as he calmly states a well-known fact. According to the clan rules, we are supposed to take Mistress Bakut away. It's my house and thus my rules. But wait, Miuri will leave this house only after the wedding. Or would you like to argue with me? He doesn't say nothing. But it's unspeak. Grandma glanced at Yoshiro, making him falter and avert his eyes. We will be following the rules of this house. I hope the heir of the Kie clan understands diplomacy. Tamaki nods. I can't believe everything turned out this way. On one hand, I will get to live in my dear and lovely home a bit longer, but on the other hand, nothing will be the same anymore. For example, it will be far less calm here. I can already imagine the tempest that's going to make this place totally uninhabitable. You'll be escorted to your rooms. As you will notice, this house is huge. Your accommodations will be luxurious. You'll be staying under the same roof. It may be dangerous for our property, but it still might help us build new relationships between the clan. Yuki, unlike her brother, looks quite harmless and relaxed. I hope half of the Kie clan doesn't end up following their leader and settling here as well. And thus, welcome. When we are done with lunch, I'll need to make a few official visits. My trip will last until reception I've mentioned before. Please try not to destroy my house while I'm away. Grandmother measures everyone in the room with that strict and piercing gaze, which demands that their commands are followed. After the weird meeting, our guests go to their rooms. Yoshiro demands one room for him and his sister as far from her new sweeter as possible. Isn't she too pushy? I've never met such an overly forward girl before. Tamaki is staying in the room across the hall from mine. Grandma wants us to befriend each other at least. Another morning starts, as usual, with me training. Despite grandmother's warnings, I practice without Arashi help. It's very unlikely that something will happen during a training session that's similar to the previous ones. Starting in the garden early this morning, I hope to enjoy the silence and surrender as much as I can. I will tear you limb from limb. A red-eared turtle threatens me. I'm so scared. It sounds like something in our way was broken, right after grandmother's orders not to destroy the house. Masochists. You miss it. I hoped to trade as I please while everyone was asleep, but people must be overwhelmed with the guests staying over, so they woke up even earlier than I did. I tried to focus, but the loud crash of something heavy doesn't let me do so. It's unbearable. I can't concentrate at all. I walk onto the hallway and end up in the very center of the events. Arashi appears at the end of the long hallway with Yoshiro at his wheels. He's running. That's it. I'm fed up with you, blue-haired freak. Our feelings are mutual. I'm so happy I could cry. You are dead. Throwing shurikens. Yoshiro finally runs out of patience. He throws a yap at his enemy. It switched by Arashi's ear as he dodged to the side easily. A flurry of small spiky orbs follow, flying in every direction. And now it's Setsumari. Did he bring a whole area of ninja yappers with him? Where are the guards? Where are the twins? I'll catch you soon, Aunt. Your sheer clothes are far too tight and uncomfortable for this sort of fight. There's no way you'll be able to touch Arashi. Kin and Jin run out, hearing the noise too. I wait for them to come closer. What's going on? Well, I'm not sure. I think Yoshiro found his sister in Arashi's home this morning. You are dead! I really doubt that the guilt for that occasion lies on the mailing shoulders of my careless teacher. Yes, he's a womanizer, but he's not out of his mind. As far as I know, he doesn't want to die anytime soon. However, it looks like Arashi is less and less worried about the situation. Quite the opposite. It looks like he finds the reaction of Yuki's elder brother very funny. I haven't seen this cheeky expression on his face for a while. Could it be that he's been intentionally mischievous to play on Yoshiro's nerves? Learn to hit the target first. Stay right there. And where's Tamaki? Is he sleeping? He went away during the night. He goes to work so early. Alarmed, Yuki runs out into the corridor too. She catches up with her brother, in two leaps and puts her hand on his shoulder. She nimble. I never would have guessed it. Enough, Yoshiro, stop it! But her brother doesn't listen and makes a dash forward, flinging her hand aside. Yoshiro and Arashi keep running along the hallway, back and forth, miraculously keeping the fragile walls unscuffed. But see, this is amazing, the shibis, look, it's well done. I think that the punishment for the broken vase, grandmother's favorite one, and the ruined painting over there will be sufficient to inhibit their overzealousness. Let them face the music for those items first. The consequence of another breakage might be deadly. From now on, we will start supporting another business aside from the pharmaceutical one. We will get into architecture by damaging and rebuilding our house again and again. I told you to stop! Yuki throws a bunch of shurikens and momentarily nails her brother plant leg to the floor. That's a big surprise. At first glance, no one will guess that Yuki knows martial arts. I thought she's some kind of diplomat. Ninja Japanese again? Must be a family trait. Yuki sighs. Finally, you are always in a hurry. Yuki, this guy, just listen to me. I got lost in this huge house when I was looking for a bathroom, so I asked for directions. That's all. I was in his room purely by chance. Arashi stopped next to me and runs a hand through his hair. I told him, but he wasn't listening at all. After all, I gave my word not to provoke him. After throwing a look full of malice at Yoshiro, the teacher heads to the dojo with a bounce in his step. Ha! Yuki comes to her senses with a jolt. Yoshiro, we must file a report to our main office, and we are late. The girl tries to get through her brother while he is still boiling with rage. I glare at this show, they notice it and go away quickly. Gosh, all that happened on the first day of us living together. I can literally see the days full of infinite fun on a galactic scale. After making sure that the conflict is over, I get back to my training. It's summer, so the female group of the combat school is disrupted, which means that I don't have much to do. But it's for the best. That way I can spend more time on self-development. A pleasant tiredness spreads all over my heated body. Intense exercise has given me the relaxation I expected. How many hours have I been training? I can hear a soft knock on the door, hinting at the uncertainty of my potential guests. Yes, come through. Yuki enters the garden from the main hall. It's not a surprise. I'm used to the fact that residents of this hall interrupt my training sessions, coming from any side possible at a completely random moment. Are you two back already? I am. As for my brother, I don't know. We parted on our way here. Her being upset with Yoshiro over the morning fight is clearly audible. I see. Silence hangs in the air between us. We don't have anything to talk about. Mrs. Bakuto, you can call by my name if you please. Her face changed in flash, dazzling me with a smile. A bit more, and the girl will start squeaking and jumping. If only this energy could be used rationally. Despite my expectations, she keeps herself in check. Do you need anything? Well, I must admit I'm a bit bored, and if you are free, would you mind spending some time with me? I always find something to do, so I don't really understand how anyone can be bored. You can't infiltrate this house to interrupt my training sessions? I chuckle. So that means no? I need to keep training. She lets out a disappointing sigh. The thing is, I've been living in this huge house since childhood with only my grandmother and servants, and my interactions with the girls at the combat school have never been crossed the boundaries of studying. As for the rest of my education, first I was homeschooled, and then I didn't get to make any friends at the university due to the strict rules of my clan. It's funny to think that a servant of my enemy might end up being my first girlfriend. You think Arashi will agree to spend time with me? He's busy. I don't know. Maybe you should ask him. Yeah, go ask him. He may be working right now, but he might find a minute for you. Each of classmen is occupied with their job. Isn't it the same in your house? Of course it is. But me and Yoshiro have the task. She looks at their feet in embarrassment. A diplomatic kind of task. We must build and maintain friendly relationships. I can't help but laugh. And that's why you have been trying to demolish the main mansion of my clan? No, it was an accident. I'm sorry. Don't worry about it. I don't think that she's deceitful and evil girl or has ever been that way. There is one curious detail. I can't feel the energy of the enemy clan in her. It means that she and her brother are not bound by blood or have any other relation with the Kia. What did they do to deserve the honor of being accepted by the clan? Arashi must be in the dojo. Be sure not to get caught by Yoshiro. I'm not sure if she had heard that last warning. She ran away before I managed to finish it. I feel really tired. Looking at the clock, I realize that I've been training for 5 hours without noticing. What a great day. Time for a shower. The sooner, the better. Inspired by the successful training, I briskly walk into the ladies' bathroom. There is nothing as pleasant as relaxing under the streams of water after a tough working day. It's so steamy in here. Is somebody washing? But I can't hear water running and I can't see anyone nearby. Maybe someone has just finished washing and walked out without tidying up. This thought makes me flinch in irritation. I'll find out who that was and will have words with that person. I undress behind the curtain and then wrap myself in a large white towel. With a deep sigh, I sit on a small stool next to the shower. First, I rinse my body in cool water to wash the built-up tension away. After that, my hair, I reached for shampoo, opened the bottle, and squeezed some of it into my hair. What a weird smell. It's not familiar at all. I checked the bottle. Yes, it's my shampoo. Could it be that it smells has changed somehow? I tried to put the shampoo back on the shelf, but missed it. so the bottle falls on the floor with a dull thud and rolls somewhere to the side. I don't tend to be clumsy usually. In an attempt to fix that stupid mistake, I fumble around the floor with my eyes shut, but the shampoo bottle is in no hurry to be found. A minute passes and I lose hope of finding the lost item, but I thought something soft but firm, and I draw my hand away. Yeah! A man's voice in the ladies' bathroom? There, it's a hand! I open my eyes wide in surprise, only to let the shampoo get into them, causing a torturous kind of stinging. I try to splash some water on my face. I get rid of the cause of the sting as fast as I can. As the soap vanish, I realize that in front of me is none other than Yuki's early brother. Why didn't I feel the energy of the enemy clan? Am I so tired from training? Yoshi, you are back as well? That's not the question we should ask in such circumstance. I guess. The sting in my eyes is more pressing than the awkward situation I'm in, and that's why I keep pouring cool water over my face. You guess? Are you serious? I'm a man and you are a woman. We barely know each other, but end up in the bathroom at the same time? We are wrapped in towels. But other than that, we are naked. So we got some sympathy with Yoshiro. I've been living right next to men all my life. We train, eat, spend a lot of time together, and misunderstandings and situations that are supposed to be awkward happen sometimes. Things like accidental touch, family hugs, me finding a man underwear in a pile of my laundry or vice versa. All that and Arash teasing nature, pushing him to play around and try to eat on me, have helped me to develop some sort of immunity to it. I got used to these things a long time a while ago, and they don't make me flustered at all. We are partially covered, it's an accident, so what's point in shouting? Let's work it out peacefully. The guy sighs and momentarily holds his breath, trying to calm himself down. Finally, he overcomes his anxiety and says, "So you don't want to shout at me or hit me? Or maybe kick me out or punish me?" "No. I think this house has seen enough arguments, fights and broken property over the last few days. Are you even human? Be sure, both you and I are same species. Or should I prove it? Yoshiro?" In fact, by the moment, I just blurted out a last comment without thinking. It seems that I like watching his expression changing while he's making serious attempts to suppress negative feelings. He must be trying to battle his embarrassment, irritation, and astonishment. The young man's face doesn't comfort in an upset or repulsive grimace, only flush a lot. Figure over his answer, he averts his eyes, the steam disappears gradually, and Yoshiro's silhouette becomes more and more visible. Strong core muscles that could cause envy for any warrior who's lacking strength. A strong muscular neck matches the broad shoulders straight by exercise. He must be very serious about his training routine. Responsibility is a good quality, but it means nothing without self-control. As my eyes wander, I notice a scar over his shoulder and another one next to it, and another. Involuntarily tracing them with my gaze, I realize almost every inch of his skin is scarred. A war with scars is an ordinary thing, but the number of his scars is just frightening. Under closer inspection, it's noticeable that the scars are of different origins. Bite marks of animals, knife wounds, bullet wounds, slashes made with swords, and also burn marks. The scar tissue that's shaped like Arashi mark draws my attention most of all. But this guy is not much older than I. How many times has he looked death in the face? How did it happen? Clearly it couldn't have happened by chance. I start feeling respect towards him. Meanwhile, the flustered fighter has been trying to explain how normal young women will react in this case. They will scream and kick the guys out. I ignore this bit of information. I don't want to do either of those things at all. Hey, are you even listening? Don't panic. Nothing terrible happened after all. Right, I almost had a heart attack. I don't think I'm at that age when people can be frightened of the way I look. That's not what I mean. You look fine, more than that. In frustration, he buries his face in his hands. I don't think I'm the first or the last girl you have seen in nothing but towel. And that fact won't help you forget this moment. The lack of self-control is a hindrance for him not only in his brawls with Arashi, but in his daily life as well. Alright, I'll go out as soon as I wash the shampoo off. No, I'll go. By the way, Yoshiro, there is the ladies' bathroom. No, the one for men is in the opposite wing. The guy jumps at once, almost slipping on the spilled shampoo. He bows apology and mutters that this incident must stay between us. Huh. I wasn't going to talk about it with everyone. Suddenly he stops in the middle of the bathroom and without turning to face me, let out something akin to a whisper. Arashi showed me the way here. Of course, it had to be Arashi. But I'll make no other mistake like this. I laugh out loud, so Arashi likes to joke around with everyone in this house, and not only with me. What's going on here? Abruptly turned around and a towel fell out of the hands of the girl who suddenly appeared in the doorway. Brother, you are a pervert. What are you doing with Tamaki bride? Whoosh, you will alarm everyone in the house. How could you do such things with the bride of your close friend? Yuki's face is full of hurt mixed with indignation, emphasized with her arched eyebrows and pouting lips. So I'm not allowed to make contacts, but you are? I just had a shower, I did nothing. He's right, it was me. A long pause is ringing in the end. I watch their face shift between emotions I haven't seen before. In the end, both of them blush and look down at the floor. You got it all wrong. Briefly and without embellishment, I explain the situation both of the siblings find terribly embarrassing. Yuki ums with mistrust and makes a broad face while folding her arms across her chest. Well, since everything is sorted, I'm out. With an unperturbed look, Yoshi promptly makes his way to the door, carefully crossing the damp tiles on his bare feet. Yoshi, you are an idiot anyway. The girl pokes her tongue out at him with distaste. Xiao makes her brother take a bow and apologizes once again, does the same, and both of them get out of my sight in a hurry. This blunt kind of formality surprised me. It shows how drastic the difference of our position in the clan is. I wish they minded etiquette as much when they are destroying the house. After washing the foam off me, I get into the bathtub and with my eyes closed revel in the feeling of gradual and total relaxation. And so it was Arashi that said to come to that bathroom, of course. It had to be. I return to my room and get my favorite hobby, painting. The twins drop by a few times and beg me to play with them, but I don't wield. Later in the evening, Arashi comes to me with a serious face and asks me for demonstrative training in the garden. I agree. Laugh no. Arashi pulls a dissatisfied face and says with offense. Our princess has been secretly practicing her mastery of a mysterious power. Unafraid of anything, she puts her own life and existence of the people around her in danger. He says it in tinsling, slow fashion, trying to trigger me. The last part was clearly overblown. Was it? If you die during training, I will turn grey and the head of our clan will have a heart attack. I failed to hold back a smile, worried it tells me of his usual manner. Grandmother disclosed my secret entirely and ordered Arashi to help with practice. I should have told her about my training session sooner, so my progress would be more noticeable, but who knew what the head reaction would be? I fold my arms across my chest and shake my head, refusing to give in. You are just envious because I have the gift and you don't. What if I do? That will be interesting. In that case, you will be able to marry me and save your princess from the enemy's clutch. I flinch involuntarily as I am reminded about Arashi being the next candidate from my hand. This is not the worst possible option though, his snarkiness excluded. I glance at the guy again as his mouth curls in a sneer. Nah. That and you can't really have any power. I open my arms with skepticism and make a haughty face. Since the beginning of time, there have only been two powers. I twirl the pendant that's around my neck in my fingers to back up what I say. The trinket is not magical or anything, it's just a shiny symbol. I like it so much that I start to wear it. So you are on the losing side this time. He smiles snarky and is about to continue our exchange of pleasantries, but I interrupt him. What's the point of me having the power of creation though? I can't do nothing with it anyway. Despite all of my training sessions, I can't bend it to my will, no matter how hard I try. It didn't stop you from saving me when I was on the border of two worlds. Surprised with this comment of his, I can't say anything in response. I also catch myself feeling relieved, albeit belatedly. You weren't dying back then though, you were in vegetative state. Let's just start training. I do my best to wave away the anxiety I feel every time I think about my lack of power, about my inability to create physical objects, and about my weak mother and about my many other things I should in fact hide somewhere deep inside. And Ash is right, no more talking. Focus. How is he going to help me if the phantom's world everything depends only on me? I stand in the painful family crane stance and try to fall into trance, calling out for the powers. So she goes to trance. Once again my gaze falls onto the thin glowing threads waving around the side of the world like a invisible web, twisting their sides, sliding towards me, making their way deep into my heart, piercing my soul. Betting no to me, I quick conjuring the fragile orb again. This time tendrils of the power wrapping around me enfold my body and touching the most secretive place to form a barrier around me, a glowing armor shielding me from the upcoming uncertainty. I've never gone this far before. It's both frightening and entrancing, causing delight and already familiar kind of yearning. I want more. I'm feeling something enormous on the other end of tendrils. They are reading something towards me, something I'm unable to control yet, but I want it. Trying to focus even more, I'm mobilizing all the willpower I have to barely imagine the immeasurable possibilities on the other side. I'm hearing Arashi, his voice barely reaching me, with diligence and fervor is murmuring an unintelligible spell in an ancient language. It's stirred into the enchanting stream of inseparable sounds that become embodied in this world. An army of sights is surrounding me like strong current and blocking away the power that's making me shiver in ecstasy because of the mere thought of it. No, I'm forcing the unceasing intrusion of my teacher out of my mind. Uh-oh. Everything is under control. Why are you meddling? My scream is falling it on itself, not reaching reality. Muri! Arashi's voice rushing into my consciousness like a loud echo and shaking me, pounding into my temples with a searing pain. Muri! I resist his voice, trying to put him out of my mind, to erase the signs and focus again. Whoa, something's wrong. A weird black flash in total darkness is blinding me for a second and paralyzing me with panic. What the hell? All the threads waved through the wild winds, mixing, penetrating deeper like a parasite, making them dissolve into dust. They are getting closer and closer to me, destroying the light around me. Muri! The strange explosion is flashing like lightning again and again, draining me and leaving me no chance to break out of the darkness. Muri! A big warm palm is touching my shoulder gently and shaking me ever so slightly, as if begging me to break free. It's my link with reality. Wheezing in pain, I'm opening my eyes a crack with an excruciating effort. So she wasn't able to control that. Reality is covered in a murky pale mist that's sticking to it like slime. My chest is compressed and I'm incapable of taking a deep breath. My eyesight is blurry. Muri! Thank God! I feel something warm rolling down my cheeks. Is it tears? Is it blood? No. Pure energy streaming down my face, reaching to the chin. It doesn't drip like a liquid under gravity, but disperses its surroundings. I'm feeling Arashi rhythm heartbeat next to me. I'm catching a pleasant, intoxicating sound coming from him. Spicy and a bit sweet, it's flowing through me. It's so familiar, but I can't remember why. This aroma is pushing me to do something rushed, driving me towards an aggression I don't have in my right mind. I'm suddenly wishing I could bite him, hit him for the interruption, but my body is going limp in his arms against my will, and all I'm able to do is murmur, thank you, thank you. And the threatening darkness full of loneliness and uncertainty consumes me again. How much time has passed since I got here? It's impossible to know how long I've been walking through the stuffy, disgusting darkness. The more I trudging through the gloom, the drier it's getting. The drops and slime are drying out of my skin, and the rushing of the water is dying down. It's as if I come out of the sea and onto the land, out of the marsh, to the woods, a butterfly out of moist cocoon. I'm reborn. Occasionally creaking and crackling of unknown origins resounding from every direction. It almost sounds like someone's futile attempt to fix the cranky mechanism of an old typewriter by pressing its fatter keys and pushing its jammed carriage again and again. I barely moving my feet, my tiny steps echoing off the invisible walls. Every move forward is making me breathe more easily, but despite this, my body is collapsing under its own weight as if it's doubled. It's cold, but my breath isn't steamy. A noise sound like hardware hum is reaching my ears from far, far behind me. It's appearing, growing louder, and then dying down instantly and pausing momentarily. A radio unable to catch the needed frequency all sounds familiar. With no opportunity to affect this reality, the only correct decision for me is to move on. Something barely tangible is flitting around me time to time. It's rushing past me and fleeing solidified like a small fish, leaving a warm face on my skin that's promptly replaced with goosebumps. Paying no attention to my surroundings, I'm following the course without really knowing its direction. Suddenly, I'm seeing a light in front of me. A dim flash very close. What is it? With great effort, I'm making myself run as fast as I can. Aside from the already familiar I'm starting to sense something else. It keeps growing louder and louder by the second until it turns into a cacophony. An aggressive rumble is bursting into my consciousness, vibrations resonating painfully, like a loud bell clanging somewhere nearby. I was squeezing my eyes shut, unable to withstand it. My body is falling and curling up into a tight ball. Muscular strain because of the inner tension, not letting the insane waves tear me apart from the inside. My hands are pressing against my ears. It's not helping. The sounds have settled in my head. I'm unable to make them leave. Incapable of doing anything about it, I'm shouting helplessly, "Enough! Enough! Enough!" Despite my expectations, the soul-crushing noise is leaving my body at once and dispersing into surroundings. The silence reigns again. It's giving me opportunity to open my eyes a fraction. I'm peering at the darkness through the tiny crack, and a desperate sob is escaping my lips. There is nothing. Is this the world playing with me? Is it taunting me so I won't be able to discern its true nature? I'm trying to get up, but my body is still holding to the memory of now vanished torture until it's not obeying me. An abrupt sound is making me turn around. Pulsing flows are illuminating my mind with a bright flash. Threads shimmering from light blue to indigo are entwining with passion, the power flowing back and forth between them. Slightly shaking, they are forming some sort of a system, intervening into fabric and making indivisible canvas. Tendons are parting, unwilling in the very midst. A blister is appearing out of nowhere, a black goo bubbling and hissing inside of it. Each instant it becomes a orb with a shiny surface. Covered with a smile, it reflects the weak glimmers of the unknown source of light. An enormous black eye, a single dark pupil that made of a contraction muscle and barely formed iris. I'm overwhelmed by the wave of repulsion and unfamiliar fear that's making my guts turn. It's if a whip is twisting around my throat. I feel like I can't swallow anymore. It's hard to breathe. It's watching me from this side. What the hell? No! Gulping air angrily, I wake up from the dream and I sit up on the edge of the bed. It's like when she goes to a stance, right? She can't control the power that she has, right? Like the mother had, but she can't control it yet. I can't help but rub my throat to get rid of the freakish, suffocating feeling. It's like she doesn't know how to control, and so it starts to come the darkness to the side because like she can't control the power. It's what it seems. There's a damp chill in the air after the rain that washes the seat all over during the night, and it makes my skin crawl because of the unpleasant clamminess. The fading ink darkness and weak moonlight shining through my window tell me that the night is turning into dawn. I can hear no sound in the house except for small and sparse raindrops falling from the sky. After falling on the roof with a soft flick, the curves slide down the shingles into the rain gutters and, joining there in a single stream, pour out onto the ground almost solidly, as if it tried not to disturb the sleepers. Coming back to my sense, I try to think logically. If that continues, I won't be able to sleep properly anymore. Were those my nightmares? or some other sort of reality, or visions? Feels like the answer has been with me all this time. Can it be its reality? Either it's an ordinary nightmare after all that has happened to me, or the phantom is going to reach our world much faster than we presume. Phantom? Is that maybe something that we know? Can be too. And if that's true, I must double the number of training sessions with Arashi. No, tremble them, no matter what everyone else says. The last statement reminds me of yesterday. I feel the confusion I fear had during the training. Pushing past them, I retraced everything I did down to the minute details, right up to the point when I fainted. Until that moment, I've never been that close to taking control of the power, let alone fall into nothingness. If not for Arashi weird manipulations, I don't know what will have happened to me. Damn it. I grabbed my head, desperately trying to find the correct and rational decision to get myself out of it, which is currently impossible. The thought of falling back to sleep or lying back down doesn't leave me, but I know that sleep won't come tonight. A chaotic stream of thoughts jumping from one to another only makes me feel more frustrated. I scream in impotence. The freshness of the early morning will shake me up. I come out to the porch and the moist coolness enfolds me. The sun has barely risen above the horizon, so the sky is lighter than at night, but the stars that glimmer through the clouds are still visible. A weightless mist veil descends onto the ground, tickling few dew drops on the grass. Deep in thought, I watch nature waking up. I still feel the fleeting presence of the unknown substance on my body. I would like to believe that everything is well and good, but that's not true. I hope I'm just exaggerating the danger. Wrapping myself into a blanket, I sit comfortable and close my eyes, trying not to think of bad things and focus on thought about the future instead. I spend quite a long time pondering. The sun gets higher over the horizon, dissolving the mist and replacing it with warm air with a hint of freshness in it. I never thought I could sit in idleness that long. Occasional rest is good for one's health, but the main point is to know the limits. You are still sleeping. Without opening my eyes, I answered Arashi hesitated and quietly. Aren't you supposed to knock? Nah, you know it's not my style. How could I forget? After another sluggish exchange of courtesies, I dared to open my eyes, and we nod to each other in friendly greeting. He doesn't just enter my room, he also goes straight into the garden. How are you feeling? Satisfactory. But do you know who carried you to bed? Thank you. I try to smile, but it comes out forced and weak. Oh wow, you are thanking me. How about the shipping fee too? He says it with familiar smirk, but also with some sort of tension behind it. I suppose you had enough of feast for your eyes when you changed my clothes. He clicks his tongue and rolls his eyes, as if whatever he managed to look at back then made no impression on him whatsoever. And that's all? No kiss or anything? You should have used the moment when I passed it out. That will be boring. I can't kiss a random log without your help. I wanted to make you smile, and you became even gloomier and angrier. Arashi lets out a weak chuckle, puts his hand on top of my head, and ruffles my hair, as if he wasn't messy enough after this rough night. This gesture of his suddenly energized me. Taking advantage of it, I decided to ask. I asked about Arashi's state, I asked about the training session. About training session. Yeah, to know what happened. What happened at training session? Arashi's mood darkens. Even after getting lost in his thoughts for a moment, he still answers quickly, if not too enthusiastically. You fainted, and then I carry your highness to your chambers. That's obviously enough without your recital of facts. I should be asking you what happened. What do you remember? I tried to master the power. Everything happened much faster than ever before. But you meddled and I lost control. Why did you meddle? And what's with the ancient spells you were mumbling? Ignoring my question, he asked one of his own. So maybe he knows something, and that's why he's always ignoring the question when we ask about like we are controlled, but why he always try to meddle in. Is that all? Yes. Right now my teacher looks far too worried and serious. I can't tell him everything I remember. I need to sort all of it out on my own first. How have you been feeling lately? What do you mean? Have you ever felt ill without telling anyone about it? No, I won't hide it. Arashi grows gloomier, even though he's doing his best not to show it. Maybe you were worried by recent events. I thought you weren't able to hold the power balance. Which of us is more worried, I wonder? To shake me up, he addressed me sternly and seriously. After you were tended to, I sat up half the night next to you. I waited for you to wake up, but you remained unconscious. I didn't know what to do if you hadn't opened your eyes. His sincere words make me feel ashamed for the first time in forever, and I lower my head. Sorry, and thank you. I do my best not to cause people extra concern. I've grown much stronger than I used to be, and yet I keep failing to protect the ones close to me from worry. How much did that training exhaust you? A rarity. I can't confess to Arashi that I wasn't in control back in that dreadful moment, that the power befools the mind somehow and forces one to follow one's instinct instead of reason. Although I felt like I would soon be able to make a huge leap forward and take complete hold of the power, but most likely that was an illusion. I still need to find out what the black threads I saw were. There was nothing like them before. And what was that feeling when Arashi held me in his arms? It wasn't easy. In any case, don't you dare to interact with the power without me. I hope you understand. I wasn't going to do anyway. I have no desire to fall into its trap again without a chance to get out. Good. I'll skip the ordinary training today as well. Have some rest. After saying that, he slowly walks towards the door. His silhouette looks somewhat unnatural. His head low in contemplation, his shoulders tired and hunched, his arms limp. In the rays of dawn, he looks like a restless ghost. I guess the night was sleepless for him as well. Arashi walks away in silence. I ponder on what could possibly unsettle him that much, since he couldn't hide his concern. It can't just be me fainting and the trade session failing. There must be something else. I decided to watch him for a while and then continue my interrogation later. For the first time in a long while, morning doesn't begin with training. At first I feel quite flustered as I'm sitting in my room with no idea what to do. Now I know how empty my days would have been without exercising. What do other people do at such early time besides sleep? I can't think of anything else other than to clean my room. It usually helps me to distract myself and sort everything out of my mind. I clean non-existent dust off the shelves, restock the folded clothes in my wardrobe, sort through my tools for painting. It's difficult to find something that urgently requires cleaning when everything is clean already. In the end, I get bored of the monotonous activities and decide to read a book. My gaze falls on the book written by my mother, the work she would have been writing many years with love and devotion, the stories about her life and about me. Suzuma. She was a creative and active person. She wrote a lot, painted, took part in all kinds of social events, organizing clan meetings. Everybody loved her. But in the end, it didn't help her save others or even herself when the phantom came. That's why I decided to strain my body with training sessions and devote myself to martial arts. I won't fail. I won't allow another incident like that. I don't know how, but still, I hear a polite knock at the door, and then, without waiting for permission, it opens and Heather appears in the doorway. Seeing me awake on the bed, Kim smiles. Miuri, Mrs. Miyamoto passes you a message. He leaps nearly towards me, hands me a sealed envelope with the note inside and runs out immediately. The contents of the note baffle me completely. The grandma is asking me to see the arrangement of reception, pointing out that the event is supposed to occur in accord with the rules of the Kia clan. It's a joke, right? Let me think. What do I know of the enemy clan traditions? Oh, that's right, I know nothing. And reception is getting nearer. Is the head of my clan testing me again? She knows I never been interested in anything except for my mission and all that's connected with it. There will be a lot of influential people from the Kia clan, the current head of clan and his successors. As far as I know, his style of ruling is authoritative and absolute control. No one dares to oppose his decisions. I take a deep breath, hold it for a second and exhale slowly. Quickly calming down, I decide that the most logical thing for me to do will be to talk to a member of the Kia clan. Yoshino, Tamaki, no, Yuki. Let's go to Yuki. I think Yuki might be helpful. She's one of the types who likes to pry into other people's business, so taking part in the preparation of that kind of event must be a joy for her. And I think I know where I can find her. I just need to go to where Arashi is. Of course. After considering the teacher's sketch, I surmised that he might be in the dojo and go there at once. When I see Yuki leaning against the wall in the hallway, I can only shock at my guess hitting the bullseye. The girl keeps standing and attentively peeking at something, or someone to be precise, through a small crack between a slightly ajar door and the door frame. I feel curious and decide to approach quietly to avoid scaring her away. She's so fascinated with peeping at Arashi leaning the tray, she doesn't notice me sneaking from the side. With the intention of poking fun at her while whispering something chic about her love sickness in her ear, I notice the look of her face. Interest and curiosity mingle with foxy concentration and seriousness, with no hint of the adoration or amazement she tends to show every time she hears of my teacher or of something new. May I have it all wrong? Miuri? Have you been here for long? While I'm working through my confusion, the girl flicks out of her little trance and starts babbling happily and carelessly, baffling me yet again with her immediate transformation. I just gotten here. I didn't see you. Were you too busy watching Arashi? The girl stares at me in surprise, blushing, and then covers her face with her hands in embarrassment. Did you figure it out? Please don't tell him I was peeping. He might think I'm sort of maniac. Aren't you a stalker though? Yuki reacts immediately by pointing and furrowing her eyebrows, holding back laughter. I feel sorry for her on his side. I won't tell him if you do me a favor. The girl squints at me slyly. To get rid of her negative emotion, I lean close and gently press my palm against her cheek and then pat her head, ruffling her hair just a bit, similar to my mother calming down her child. Maybe. Yuki flushes cheeks and strong reaction together with an almost incoherent sequence of apology muttered under her breath makes me smile. I'm joking. She sighs in relief. We take a few steps away from the door so our talk won't distract others from training. How can I help? The head of my clan entrusted me with supervising the upcoming reception, and I don't want any sort of misunderstanding to occur between our clans. Can you tell me how events are usually conducted in your clan? Ryuk jolts and averts her eyes, but quickly manages to make a benevolent face again. I don't think I have the right to tell you anything. These few seconds of perplexity let me understand that she knows something but doesn't want to talk. I tell her not to back down. Does your clan have any traditional regulations? The girl frowns in deep thought, brightens her hand to her chin and lets out a side sigh. I don't know what I can even tell you about it. Me and Yoshira rarely admit to such events. And if we are allowed to be there, She stops mid-sentence and shoots a quick glance at me, as if she said something she shouldn't have. Our status in the clan is not high enough for us to have permission to take part in all of the important events. One doesn't need to be genius to understand that Yuki has no intention of disclosing anything about the Kia clan to me. My recognition of this fact must be visible on my face, because the girl comes closer and gently takes me by my shoulders. I heard that you fainted. How are you feeling? She stares at me, her eyes full of worry. The news in the house spreads at the speed of light. I do my best to smile and as I speak politely. It's nothing. I guess I was really tired. I appreciate your concern. Yuki watched me close a few seconds more and switched back to her cheerful demeanor. Okay then, but try not to exhaust yourself like that anymore. There was a time when Yoshiro... Quick and excited, she starts telling me some sort of a story about her brother. I will gladly listen to her, if not the problem I need to solve, but my mind is far too preoccupied for it right now, so I thought to ignore everything she says. Arashi suddenly appears in the end of the corridor. He looks serious, as if he is going through some complex math problem. Oh, Arashi! Yuki's face brightens, and after saying goodbye to me, runs toward him and leads him somewhere to the side. He follows her with a serious smile, and both of them disappear behind the corner. Wait a minute. If Arashi is here, who is in the dojo? Whom was Yuki watching? I jumped in shock. I'm quite surprised as I watched the train for a while. A bunch of young people, a new group that was formed recently, is training with the second teacher. What does Arashi do during his shift then? New questions rained down on me while I failed to answer the ones that troubled me most of all the moments. I didn't get to find out anything. Damn it. So Yuki wasn't the correct one to ask. I feel overpowered by vexation due to my fail, but managed to regain my composure soon enough. It's rare for me to fail a task, so it throws me off balance. It's good that I managed to get over it quickly. Arashi, I will ask him. According to the rumors that used to spread among my clansmen, he knows far more about the Kia clan than anyone else in the house. I hope he and Yuki are somewhere nearby. I look for him around the house, but it's as if he dropped off the face of the earth. Taking his downbeat mood into account, I hope he's alright. If ironic thought that today is day of disappointments and unfinished business, I decided not to give up. I remember seeing some notes in documents of my clan. It looked like I'll have to go to the dusty, permanent, disused library. The spacious rooms with stacks of old books and scrolls surrounds me with a mysterious atmosphere as soon as I enter. Dust and cobwebs show that this place is rarely visited. Stocky cabinets are standing in neat rows, indexed and divided by topics. We haven't kept records on the books and haven't really counted them ever. Or for the last 10 years at least. When one's household lacks workers and servants, books are the last thing one should worry about. The most rare and important books are kept in the ancient chest under lock and key. Let's see what I can dig up here. I showed through all the documents, but alas, find nothing used, only a brief record of the clan and its relative weak zones. Even the reason for conflict between the clans is not indicated. I find a heavy key to a big chest under one of floorboards and decide to rummage inside. No result. What I was thinking of. I know the codes of this chest by heart. The scrolls about the advent of Phantom are not what I'm interested in. During the last few years, I've read through these records a renewable amount of times, analyzing them and again to understand how to face it. 888, that's how many times it came here. And it was defeated, since our world is still intact. A brief report of the events and some statistical analysis are written so drearily that it's impossible to discern how true they are. Too bad there is no one who will be able to tell me about direct contact with Phantom and give me a hint or two. I sat and, after putting everything back into the chest, walked back to the desk where I put the notes connected with the enemy clan in some order. Time is running out and I know as much about the Kia clan as I did a few hours ago. Exasperated, I fall back into the chair and close my eyes to consider my future actions. The peace doesn't last long. The door opens loudly and my two private headaches fly into the room. One of them immediately starts blabbering cheerfully. It's rare to see you in the library. Have you lost something? The twins look at me with sincere astonishment as I'm sitting among the notes and papers, as it's the first time I've been in this position. It's like someone else comes here more often. Why is it rare? You are training all the time, so you have no time for books. That last comment sounds almost rude. One might think that I'm a very ignorant and narrow-minded person. These kids have no tact at all. I want to tell them something edgy and snarky in response, but they flank me on both sides, almost angry over me, and envelop me in a friendly manner, so I changed my mind. They are like that. Let me only save, because passed a lot. Save. The thing is that I read through all of them a long time ago. Jim can't deny it, because I've been reading most of these literature aloud for them since our childhood. Back when I found the twins among the ruins of the house after the earthquake, they were living in oblivion without recollecting a single thing about themselves for a long time. It was surprising enough that they survived, being in very center of 888 arrival of the Phantom. The loss of couple of skills, reading is one of them, is a low price to pay for saved lives. I sighed. Thanks to my efforts, the brothers knew almost the entirety of martial arts theory when they were 10. They were quoting stories about spies and texts randomly whenever they had the chance. I guess I shouldn't have read them that many adventure novels. But right now you are not fussing with books, and he says it ponderously, looking closely at the documents in my hands, sheets of paper scattered chaotically on the desk and the stacks of paper next to me. She's getting ready for the reception, can't you see? President Keen interrupts his broad speech, but I personally think that he read the letter from grandmother out of curiosity before giving it to me. That's right. The reception for the Kia clan, Miyamoto wants me to oversee the preparation and take all the traditions into account. The Jin beams at sight carelessly. We don't know all of our clan's tradition, let alone other clans. Ask someone from the Kia clan then. King interrupts his brother again. I did, half hour ago. So they told you nothing. And there's nothing in the chests? Nothing. There are only the records of the ancients, including the last one, and all the boring things you two don't like. The brothers fall helplessly silent for a few minutes, and I return to rummage through the papers on the desk all over again. At some point Jean leans into my right ear and lets out a shy murmur. I saw that Tamaki has set of orders or something like that. A silence falls. Where? In Master Tamaki's room. Kin makes the most innocent face in the world, showing how natural and regular their secrecy intrusions into their air chambers are. It would have been naive of me to think that Mia would have let our enemy live in our house and walk its floors for nothing. And what were you doing there? Realized that I caught them, the twins still sporting face of totally innocent children, dash out to the library before I managed to start fully fledged interrogation. Those little rascals. What else have they learned while I was trying to find out the information lawfully? I keep sitting in the library for 2 hours or so, sorting through the old notes, blowing the dust off the books and ancient tracets that are almost turning into dust, but find nothing new. They are all cursory description of the Kia clan, its weakness and grasp in defense. All notes are dated differently, so it's impossible to tell which ones are current accurate. Ha! Feeling tired of the information overload and following the lowly call of my stomach, I try to find something edible. I walk down the corridor when I hear family voice. They sound like they talk back to each other with irritation and affront. Intrigued, I move closer, doing my best to stay unnoticed. You don't have to be there, I'll be enough. Both of us know that my presence is necessary. I'll manage alone. What are they arguing about? I hold my breath as I peek from behind the curtain, trying to listen closely. It sounds like they are talking about the reception. So you want me to desert you in a important moment like that? You'll keep your body and your life. You know how long there has been no outbursts, right? The power is unstable. You have always protect me, but now I grow up and I could look after myself. So don't you even ask. When did you become that stubborn? It looked like the girl falls into some kind of a stupor for a moment. Then she quickly raised her hand and pressed her feet against the guy's lip, making him fall silent. He straightens at once and looks around. Oh, Yuri. How did she catch me? Did I learn how to be quiet and unnoticeable? I came out from behind the corner, making a delighted surprised face, as if I didn't expect to see them here at all. I'm going to grab some food, and you are arguing so loud that you can't be heard at the other end of the building. What power are you talking about? It's none of your business. But what if another fight starts and our property ends up at risk again? Yoshi coughs loudly and demonstratively folds his arm across his chest. Do you need help? I already realized that no one from the Kia clan is going to hand over any information to me, so there is no use in asking for it. I shake my head in response. No, just try not to try anything else. I turn around and keep walking down the corridor. After a snack I head back to the library, but hear some weird rustling noise on my way there. No one is arguing this time, only shuffling behind the walls suspicious like a big cockroach. Paying close attention to my sense, and trusting my hearing, I could find the source of unwanted rustle. My fiance's chambers. Is the twins still is something? Well, so what are you doing here? Helping you get information. Jean lets out soundless crackle, and King only underlines it with his intense roguish gaze. Neither of them stop rummaging around, despite me showing up, and fulfilling our own curiosity. Do you realize that what will happen if the mic catches? What Scarlet will cause? The twins just shrug innocuously and keep opening the half-empty drawers around them to take the sparse contents out of there, never forgetting to put things back before scrutinizing anything else. Tamak returns to the house closer tonight. No one has ever caught us before. I heave a sigh. It's possible to argue with them. The twins will never allow anyone to rob them of an opportunity to learn something interesting. And judging by their confident behavior, they have been here before more than once. The first thing I had to do is to get away, but I can't exactly leave them unattended here. Not touching anything, I look around the room warily. I know this guest room quite well. Arashi was living here for a long while, up until get his status of teacher. The room doesn't look like lived in and cozy at all. It's probably stripped of any private items that would characterize its resident. There are some careless scattered papers on the desk, an unmade bed, and next to it a bag with his belongings still in it. A formal suit is hanging from the door of a wardrobe. No other signs that this room is occupied. I stopped from digging his bag by my conscience, the same conscience that lets me stay in this room during this audacious search, allowing me to watch the twins and stop them from damaging anything. Miri, look! I turned to take a look at whatever attacked the twins' attention. In the corner right between the bed and the wall, there are some broken things hidden. Have you managed to break something already? No. You didn't do that. It was here before. It's definitely not one of us this time. It was here before. There are many things like this in here. To prove this point, Jean shows me a piece of bent metal that obviously used to be part of a bird cage. When I told myself back this time, I peek under the bed and I'm surprised with the amount of rubbish placed there. Why would he need all that? May it's always been there, like under our... What nonsense, there was nothing in there previously. Put everything back into place and do our best not to leave any trace. King does as I say while Jean approached me and pushed a stack of papers into my hands. Look what I found. That's great. Let's take it and get away from here. Are you crazy? Do you really think no one will notice a pile of papers missing? I want to order Jean to put the stack back where he found it, but curiosity gets the better of me, so I start leafing and looking through the papers carelessly, doing my best not to misplace anything. These are mainly financial documents and I don't know much about finance. As future head of the clan, I know the basics, but my knowledge will be lawful and useless in business if looked up in terms of direct application. I keep inspect the papers, giving special attention to those without endless rows of numbers and calculations. To my great chagrin, there is nothing except for the financial info. What's that? The last sheet in the stack is small covered in handwriting. It's clear Tamaki's all neat and clean lines. It looks like a draft of some day's plan. The finished tasks are checked, the unnecessary ones are crossed out. Some business-related things are listed in there, as well as daily routines like meals and dental hygiene. Will we forget about these things without the list at hand? There's also scheduled time for a visit to Tekia clan headquarters this morning, which matched the time when I met him in the corridor. But most interesting, I also find a bullet point ask about Miyuri's condition. So he actually wanted to ask about me fainting. I didn't think it would be of any concern for him. I took it for a question out of politeness. I note that the time of return has also been written down. It seems to me that Tamaki is a very responsible person, does everything by the rules, and that means is more likely to follow the daily routine written in the lists. Checking the clock, I see that Tamaki won't be here for a while yet, so we can't keep looking around. I will feel guilty about this for the rest of my life. After digging through many other things, we don't find anything useful. I feel disappointed, both with myself for allowing this situation to continue and with fullity of all we have done. Here, a small handmade hardcover book is probably placed in my hands, and the papers are taken away and returned to the spot they were previously. I opened the book carefully and realized it's a set of orders from the Tekia clan written by hand, just like the list I just saw. The letters are tightly penned, and the most important details are highlighted for ease of reader visibility. That there's no except for the ordinary rules, the ones my clan has. At some point, something colorful flashed between the page. It's like a photo of Tamaki, but then there's something like black, right? You can see it like that. It's a photo. It looks like it was printed a long while ago. The paper is worn, slightly crumpled, torn in place, and then carefully glued back together, judging by the marks on each edge. There is none other than a teenage Tamaki in the picture. He's looking at someone, most likely a woman with long hair and in kimono with an abstract pattern on it. I can see her face clearly. The text of the thought had changed drastically, altered either by time or by fire. Okay, so it's nothing like it was burned, it seems. Suddenly, I feel someone pressing is very close. The door suddenly swings open with a soft creak. Tamaki walks in. Oh shit. He looks slightly surprised but doesn't say a word, a silent reproach visible in his eyes. It's late. Shocked, I hide the thought in the back pocket of my pants and give the notebook to Jean standing next to me. Why is back this early? It's much later in schedule. You need help. The statement that will be a question in a normal circumstance sounds so cold and impassive that I feel as embarrassed as I never felt before. My face feels flushed with an unusually tense heat. I'm sorry. What was I even thinking when I joined the twins in this dangerous venture, indulging their weird ideas that used to work without fail when they were acting alone? That's mine. Tamaki comes close and gently takes his notebook out of Jean's hands. His face shifts back into his usual detachment. I'll have to admit my fault was an apology. After all, I knew what I was doing and how it might end. We wanted to learn about the tradition of your clan. We did not touch any personal items which could not give us any relevant information. I honestly admit it with a sigh. Meanwhile, the twins are trying to vanish as neatly and unnoticed as they usually do, but as soon as Tamaki gives them a harsh and strict look, they stop in their tracks and edge to the wall, their heads bowed in shame. Can it be that your clan has no special traditions or rules at all? The heir shuts his eyes and sighs, and then after a pause answers me with his usual severity. It has, just like any other clan, and that's why you decide to dig through my stuff. The young man bluntly states it as fact, and it makes me feel very ashamed and guilty, but pushing these feelings back, I reply to him calmly with a shrug. What else was I supposed to do? My voice trembled trashily despite my attempts to hold myself proudly and against my will. Neither you nor your trustees volunteered to tell me anything. Ignoring my last statement, the guy walks further into the room while unbuttoning his vest. Does he want money, compensation for moral damage, or does he crave something more? He sits down on his bed and gives me a tired and haggard look. It seems that pain draining his strength and exhausting his consciousness are focused inside him, but he holds on unshakable and resolutely. The heir doesn't demand any explanation from me. He just waves his head dismissively for me to go whenever I want. The twins take advantage of it and run away. Having no desire to leave any sort of misunderstanding between us, I walk close to Tamaki and bow slightly. I also apologize to him in a formal manner. He nods in reply. There are no special rituals or traditions that should be followed during ordinary diplomatic reception. And was that really worth the time I spent on disgrace I inflict upon myself by browsing through another person's belongings? A demonstration of power. What? They might demand that, but they don't really have to. The last observation is said forcefully. His speech is soft, flattering, and stammering. Maybe that's why his back is this early. Is he sick? You shouldn't dig through my things anymore. I don't try to press the conversation. I give him a silent nod and walk to the door. Shutting it behind me gently, I end up in the car with fidget twins waiting for me. They surround me and jabber guiltily. He didn't do anything to you, right? What did he say? Everything is fine, but don't break into other people's room anymore. We are sorry, Miyuri. It was a bad idea. I decided to take part in your mischief myself, so I'm responsible for it too. As if I've been good at stuff like that, as if I remember, I've only ever been able to play fair. The heads of the twins drop. Why so frowny? We'll have to work with things we know. Let's make a top-notch reception. Roger, Roger. The twins cheer up at once and jump up with a happy nod. Their eyes twinkle as they run to their errands without even stopping to listen to my orders until the end. It doesn't take long to motivate this shoe, just a word or two and they are ready for anything. As I stay alone, a worming of doubt starts growling through me. The guilt of my previous action is still sitting deep inside of me. I swear to myself that will never happen again. Putting the destructive thoughts aside, I completely turn my mind to the preparation for the reception. Despite the fact that there is still a lot to do, I hardly have any time to spare. It's not the first public event I had to put together, so I clearly know what I must do. A thought out menu, preparation of the rooms, and a necessary amount of security guards is all that's needed. There are some minor details to deal with as well, but there is no real issue with them. I'll do it. Let's roll. A chaotic atmosphere reigns in the house. The corridors, usually soaked with silence and tranquility, are filled with sounds of footsteps and creaking floorboards. The twins complete their task promptly. I even make use of Yashuri brute force and Yuki creative at some point. Tamaki hasn't appeared, being busy all the time and probably still upset with me for the break-in. I didn't want to think about it. I'm still ashamed. Arashi looks concerned about something, but he occasionally finds some time to roam around, only to disappear in unknown directions soon afterwards. Nevertheless, I finished the preparation on time. Everything is ready for the reception. There's only left for me to do: prepare my dress and set some limits on my behavior based on everything I learned from the books and Tamaki's notebook. I need to form a particular set of rules of etiquette in my mind. It's too bad I didn't get to find out all the details, especially on how I can demonstrate my power, the power I cannot really control. I keep rehearsing and repeating the etiquette non-stop until late into the night. Let's say, because it was a lot of talking then. The door opens and Arashi enters without knocking. A smile is unfeignedly dazzling on his face, his eye radiated with mischief. There is no trace of his earlier gloominess, as if the important questions that were concerning him resolved themselves. Your bags haven't run out of shoes yet. If you are bored, please find another place to have fun. How does all this stubbornness fit inside you? I must get ready, so don't interrupt me if you please. Arash puts on theatrical upset airs. You haven't eaten at all. I was going to invite you to dinner, but if you decide to feed on thin air, I can examine your knowledge instead. So you are worried about me again? So sweet, as usual. I will cherish that. I snort good naturally and shrug my shoulders. And you're right. I need someone to assess me. Test me, please. Arashi crossed his arms and, leaning against the wall, watched my actions closely. Greeting the guests, holding my back straight, bowing the right way, smiling, hiding the negative emotions. I must benevolence and grace personified. Finish the last moves, I sigh and look at Arashi. A slight approving smile appears on his lips. It's time for you to open your school of good manners. Everything looks great. You bet, too much time to rehearse. Alright, now you should wrap up your royal training and go to sleep. I'm not done. Or some nasty saggy bags will appear under your eyes and wrinkles on your forehead, and you'll transform from a beautiful princess straight into an evil stepmother. He sneers in his usual manner, hiding his worries. Paying no attention to his taunts, I decide to share my inner turmoil with him. This thought has been eating away at me from the inside and won't let me sleep easily. Arashi, I heard that I will probably have to demonstrate my power, but I have no idea how. I'm well versed in martial arts, so I'll be able to overpower those are true rivals. But creation, I don't have the necessary level of skill yet. He starts in surprise but winks at me at once, trying to cheer me up. I know the power in question. Surprise me. Then Arashi spreads his arms wide and takes a step forward, inviting me to hug him. The power of love. I stare at him, very skeptical. Is he serious? Don't look at me like that. As far as I know, Tekia clan has a custom where bride and groom, to prove the strength of their figures, are more like for show, kiss in front of everyone. Considering the animosity surrounding your marriage, it's very likely that something of that sort will be demanded. Sneering is squints like a cat. Girls are usually very sensitive or embarrassed when topics like that one are mentioned, and Arashi constantly tries to push me towards this reaction of a tender nymph, forgetting that these things don't touch or interest me in the least. Can it be that Arashi knows more than I thought about the tradition of the Kei clan? Really? I look at the guy, who is impulsively waiting for my reaction with mistrust. It's a surprise that they still have the tradition as old as this one. I thought that the ways of the Kei clan are more. You and Tamaki will have to kiss during the reception tomorrow, right on the lips. He leaps closer quickly, touches my cheek and playfully brushes his thumb against my lips. Judging by his reaction, he hopes to flummox me with this gesture. He stops and keeps looking at my eyes, with his hand still against my face. He openly provokes me into doing something improper. Again. It doesn't matter, you would like to help me then, so what, you're lying to me. I'm not Yuki to be flustered with this. Yeah, I'm gonna say this, I'm not Yuki to be flustered with this. Tell Yuki about it, and she will be definitely blush and squeak with delight. Not me though. I never heard of a tradition like that. Are you telling me that I'm lying? Exaggerating. Harsh opened his mouth in astonishment. Yeah, because I think that was a lie, that tradition. I think he wanted us to kiss us. It's easy to see. I'll leave him alone so he can let the new information sink in properly. He's just taunting me again. I walk to the kitchen for some water when I hear a loud exclamation, a sound of a hit, and finally of a fall from the dojo. I peek in, Yuki is limply lying on the floor, completely unaware of my presence. I wonder what she's doing here. I mean, I have an idea from the sounds I heard, but I come closer and decide to pose a question or two to the girl who has her eyes closed to placidity. So, you decide to stare at both your spirit and your body? Yuki opens her eyes and jumps up to her feet at once. Yuri, yes, I... Would you like me to help you? Her eyes widen, but she doesn't refuse. Quite the opposite, she gives me a quick nod. When I see others making mistakes in combat, I want to correct them. I feel a fighter's thrill. Sorry. Show me some basic elements to begin with. I take a seat near the wall, leaning against it. Yuki stands in front of me, bows, and starts showing her skills. The movement repeats the same pattern. Her moves are both smooth and quick, as if in dance, but she stumbles from time to time, giving away her limited experience in martial arts. An instant she freezes in a defensive pose and swift attacks right off it, and she moves without any sound. Enthralling gracefulness, dexterity. It's clear that Yuki's skills of evasion and dodge are much better than her attacking movements. Judging by the girl's face, she's not satisfied with her results, even though it's clear that she's trying really hard. Finishing another combination of elements, she leaps towards me. So, how was it? I think it's not bad at all. I keep failing with one element, not just one. She pauses instantly and makes me chuckle. I'll be generous and show you what you are doing wrong. Usually Arashi or someone else is nitpicky about my technique, and now I have good chance to teach someone while there is no female group of students. You don't have to waste your time on attacking skills. You have well-developed dexterity and evasion skills. You can keep improving them and compensate for the lack of power this way. Yuki blushes and look at her feet in embarrassment. I want to cover every base, just in case, you know. Every warrior has weak spots. I find it hard to believe that a brave girl like you has any weak spots. This observation, full of awe, is clearly said naturally, without jeering or frowning. Of course I do. Despite all expectations, people are imperfect. And as you well know, I'm human too. I shrug and flash a teasing smile at her power. Even though I'm quite tired and it's late at night, I can't just pass up opportunity to do some sort of training for the first time today. You would like me to help you train? Yuki smiles. I don't need any words to understand that she would. Thank you, Yuri. Nothing to thank me for yet. We stand in our vital stance, facing each other, and silence fills the dojo again. An instant and the war begins. I attack her again and again while Yuki is swift dodging my strikes. Soon enough it starts looking like a game, where I try to catch her and she escapes at very last moments. The agility with which Yuki avoids my attacks only fuels my intensity. I feel the heat spreading all over me, drops of sweat rolling off my forehead. This improvised bait looks less and less like a training exercise. We keep pushing each other's skills in fascination. Sometimes I almost manage to catch her, but she still gets away. It's enthralling and unusual. Few people have been able to match me in a fight so far. Usually my opponents are either better or worse than me, but Yuki and I are perfect matches. A blow, another one. Yuki makes a mistake when she turns halfway, dodging my attack. That's my chance. I choose to trip her up instead of finish my strike. She fails to keep her balance, sways, trips, and falls. The fight is over. Both of us breathe heavily after the long battle. I give my hand to my defeated opponent and help her get up. Sweaty, tired, but satisfied, we grin at each other. She nods slowly. Are you hurt? Not at all. I can fall softly and get up quickly. To smooth out her annoyance at the defeat, I gently struck the warrior on her head. The girl's cheeks is flushed with embarrassment, but she does not look away. Clear grey-blue eyes study my face intently and confidently, as if she is trying to understand what I'm thinking. The girl's soft hair was slightly damp with sweat, and strands were knocked out of her braids. See, her strict business suit now needs washing. Now she looks like a cute tousled sparrow after the rain. I'm grinning. Yuki is slightly sulking. Maybe it's because of the prolonged silence or because I'm looking at her so unceremoniously. You did great. So we gain some sympathy from her. Let me only see the sympathy, how it's going. It's like with Arashi we don't have nothing. We have a little bit, you can see, but the other is like we have more with Yuki. It seems to give her enthusiasm and she shatters optimistically. It was really fun, and it was so intense, so fast, rewarding, exciting. When I'm alone I can't train so productively. We need to repeat it later, as necessary. Have you noticed any flaws in my technique or something else? After thinking, I formulated the thought so as not to offend Yuki. You slightly lack attention and speed when you ask the situation. Watch your opponent underestimate the distance between you and his or her weapon. I took advantage of your hesitation when you thought about how to position your feet. She ponders for this for a moment and then blurts out happily. Means speed and attentiveness. Roger, I'll work on it. But after the reception, distracted by the train, I totally forgot that I need to get some sleep. After saying goodbye to Yuki, I got to my room. She understands me and doesn't ask me to stay with her, and instead she just thanks me before I depart. These eventful days are so draining. Back in my room, I'll lean against the closed door and slide down onto the wood floor with tired sight. I'll make it through. There is no other option for me anyway. I wish my only problem were connected with romantic turmoil, but that's impossible. After writing a report for Miyamoto, who loves order in everything, I go through my nightly routine and lie down in bed. My head humps with exhaustion and tension. Today's events switched through my mind and again and again. There were so many of them that I can't really take hold of a single one to think it over properly. My thoughts are full of familiar faces, moments and emotions. So many events couldn't pass without a trace. I fall asleep without even noticing it. But we did do like a trade to try to control our power. We only trade with Yuki, that's the issue. The morning ends up being harsh. High-ranking and often displaced guests are not in a hurry to act properly and with decency. They greet each other in loud voice, and soon as they end up in the main hall, talk to each other with audible content, so their enemies will definitely hear about every possible advantage and merit of the one who is talking. The noise that settles in the rooms, replacing the usual silence for the first time in what seems an eternity, seems so alien and bothersome that I want to scream. The hall fills with members of both clans who spread out in different directions separately from each other. In no hurry, they throw a short and measured glance at me in greeting and got to their place, having no intention of establishing contact with the enemy clan or even admitting its existence in the same room as them. Most of the guests act the way they would behave at ordinary diplomatic reception. They ignore everything and everyone, unwilling to leave their comfort zone. And they are respectable men who have seen a lot in their lives. That all is safe. Okay. There are just few people of my age in the hall. If I don't count those who have lived in this house before, there are only a couple of new faces. All members of my so-called crew are busy with their personal tasks. Arashi is meeting the guests, bowing to everyone with politeness and reverence no matter the rank of the person. The twins are working in hiding. They are providing hidden surveillance. Swiftly maneuvering between guests, they are inspect the rooms in case there is anything suspicious. Oh, look at this! God damn! It's like I said, visual novels nowadays in terms of artwork is like, my god, amazing. Tamaki and I must present ourselves to the people and pretend that we are in love. So we are standing next to each other, holding each other by the hand and watching people proudly. My companion is impassive and calm, graceful and cold like a statue. Even though I feel his energy raging inside him, and it makes my energy reach out for his, both of us resist our yearnings. It may be weird, but nervous excitement help us to hold back our impulse. Yuki and Yoshiro are standing near the wall in the farthest corner at some distance from the others. as if there is an invisible line around them that members of the Kia clan try not to cross. No one wants to talk to them, and they don't initiate any conversation either, their heads bowed down dejectedly. Wishing to understand what's wrong, Apples walked towards the siblings. Getting through a small crowd, I smiled politely and nod with respect at everyone who meets my gaze. Thankfully, many people are so involved in their conversations that they don't notice me slipping between them. Are you slacking off from work? You could be helping us too, you know. I smiled, trying to attract their attention. The two siblings raised their heads in sync. Their faces clearly show mute terror and fear of being seen engaging in inferior behavior. Mrs. Miuri, you shouldn't be talking to us. Yoshiro blurts out of state with an official tone as he gives the crowd a side glance and looks down at his feet again right after pulling his sister by the hand so she will follow his example. There is no trace of his former aggression and arrogance. I see changed people in front of me, broken and depressed, with no joy or will for life in them. Now I understand one of the reasons why neither of them want to tell me anything about their clan. The tradition and the ways of the Kia clan are the things that make a lump form in their throats and stop them from saying a single word. Everything that's happening in their family undoubtedly wounds them, but they have no resource to change their status in it. Tamaki called them his trustees and took them with him so they could live a peaceful life at least for a while. Led by an innate feeling of justice and equality, I speak out in loud voice so everyone will hear me. In this hall, the rules of the Kia clan are not absolute, and thus I allow you to greet the guests together with Arashi or help the twins no matter what your rank is in the clan is. Jutsu cowered and stared at me in shock again, as if I made a irreparable mistake. In a few seconds I realized that's exactly what I did. Someone in the crowd heard only the first part of my dissertation and passed it on. A loud whisper echoes across the hall and distorts the meaning of my short speech the further it goes. So they didn't like what I said. People of the Kia clan get anxious and stop their conversations. Our words have no power here. Why are we here then? What does it all mean? Wizard from the do you want to attack us? Following the general mood, most of the fighters started mobilizing and taking out of the small after they managed to hide from the strict examiner who checked them at the entrance. It was clear that he wouldn't get his hands on everything, but at least the numbers of piercing and cutting items are much lower than they would have been. Outraged people start fumbling and moving around, preparing themselves for attack. They come close to me from every side, forming a well-shaped circle. By my orders, the people of my clan stay where they are. Even though their faces are full of irritation and readiness to tear their enemy to pieces, everything is happening so fast that I have no time to think of any word that will calm everyone down. Damn! Suddenly, Tamaki shouts out in a commanding tone. Don't you dare! A strong energetic pulse crashed over me like a wave. I barely managed to stay on my feet, even though there is a significant distance between Tamaki and me. People who were provoked by my distorted words keep still, their bodies holding the tension inside. The hall becomes filled with heavy ether in mere seconds. It envelopes everyone and stops them from moving. Bare visible tendrils of the power swiftly spread from the first of their air and start waving around the area standing nearby. With a gentle caress around their bodies, the appendage keeps sliding onwards, heading towards me. There is only fear in the eyes of the immobile statue. Tamaki took over their bodies, but not their minds. There is no one in this entire hall who will be able to move right now, except for me. Unable to do anything, I sigh in helplessness. I feel like it will be help me to brace myself. My confused gaze reached the air, and he opens his fist involuntarily. It looks as if people start waking up from a dream. The astonished crowd parts, following Tamaki's orders. The people bow to both of us, asking in unison to forgive them for the averted mayhem. Calm again. Members of both clans resumed their conversation as if nothing had happened. I hurried back to Tamaki and stepped by his side. Whatever he just did make their bodies obey his will. Interesting. So he has some kind of power that we don't know. The reason for it might be that there is a trace of power in every member of the clan. Some sort of part of them answers the call of the vessel. Maybe increasing my control over creation, I will be able to do something like that too? A third sight of disappointment escapes Tamaki's lips, distracting me from my thoughts. A surprised expression follows right after, only to be replaced with the usual impassive mask. Tamaki failed to suppress his emotion this time, and it makes me smile. The air of the Kia clan induced fear and insecurity in the hearts of his subordinates. It makes them feel anxiety and panic because of their ignorance of the power potential. When I told myself, but I can address him with admiration. It's hard to imagine your full might. I don't know if I'm taken over by tremulous delight or by panic. I can definitely say the part of it was an historic curiosity that took hold over me the very second the air partially unveiled the new possibilities of his power. Is your might so enormous that you can't control everyone? Tamaki empty eyes look at me with the pain and contempt he tends to hide truly. Instantly, almost in whisper, he answered, "No. I would like to know if I will be able to do something like that. I don't know. It was the first time for me." In the formal neutral tone of our conversation becomes as distant as possible, and it makes me want to cower. I fall silent and start watching the guests again as they throw appraised looks at me occasionally. Listening to their verbal exchange, I realize that they do their best not to infuriate Tamaki. To please him, their affluent condescension becomes less frequent, the tone of dialogue gets somewhat warmer, and some people even exchange some words with my clansmen. Suddenly the wood doors swing open, the heads of the clans enter the hall. An abrupt silence, which fell in the hall right after their appearance, was disturbed by their dry and lulled greetings. They stop in the center next to us, gesturing for everyone to join the general meeting. Master Yoshinori kissed Miyamoto and demonstrating, and they both then bow to each other to show their mutual respect. They both make an official speech offering to forget our difference and put the years of Cold War and animosity behind. Then some papers get signed and stamped. That's it. The truth is called. Puh, as if that's simple. At some point I have to make a serious effort not to snort or let my lips stretch in snarky grin. Maybe for the younger generation, the members like me, all of those conflicts are just a homage to the past, so we'll be able to forget it quite easily. But as for the old warriors, it's gonna be difficult. I'm surprised by the fact that Yoshinori agreed to this old venture with the wedding and the union. He must be having his own plans on that account, just like my Mia. The leaders finished their speech. No one dared to object, even though there are some dissatisfied people in the hall. The hum of voice recommenced. Many guests approached me and Tamaki in turn, bowing deeply and swearing their loyalty. Tamaki gives each of them an indifferent look, as if that's just how it's supposed to be. It's quite unusual for me. The friendly, almost family-like atmosphere in my clan's house rarely allows the overly formal demeanor that prevails during this reception. And now it feels like I'm not the heiress of a clan who prides martial arts and takes part in many fights, but the pampered princess of a huge country which untouched before everyone, including the prince himself. This kind of attitude looks totally habitual for Tamaki. I think I feel the weight of the power on my shoulders right now like never before. After this weird initiation of me and Tamaki to marriage, people return to their discussion of current problems, trying to talk to each other in more benevolent manner. The head of the Kia clan approached me to congratulate me on the upcoming wedding. He is a tall, distinguished man of senior years dressed in a custom-made formal attire. The fact that he has only one arm doesn't stop him from making an indelible impression on people around him. Quite the opposite, it amplifies the effect greatly. His condescending look demonstrates that he's doing us a favor just by looking at us. All his gestures, movements, and manners show that this man of high stature. The Ivy League businessman who made hundreds of profitable deals looks satisfied with his current surroundings. He is much older than grandmother, has been head of the Kia clan for a long while. I imagine him to be a very old man, but his looks doesn't match his age at all. Yeah, because he's like doesn't have wrinkles, gray hair. How is that possible? The wrinkles on his face are not well pronounced and red and rather accentuate the straight lines of his face. If I didn't know any differently, I would think he's only 40 or so. His youthfulness must be a side effect from the power of destruction, like Mia's gift of clairvoyance. I have a feeling as if I'm looking not at his face but at the mask that's forcefully stretched over his head. Mrs. Miuri. He takes my hand politely and kisses it in a sign of appreciation as he throws a patronizing glance at me, pressing me with it all the way through. It makes everything flip inside me and squeeze together because of crashing wave of this kid. I can't think of any excuse for my weird reaction. That's why I just force a smiling response and hurry to free my hand from the man's grasp. He lets out a quite friendly chuckle, trying to give me a feeling of false security. So you are the sweet princess who my son wants to marry so much. I can't discern what these looks might mean and become more and more tense because of it. Tamaki was in such a hurry to make an official proposal that he disobeyed me and made it so much sooner than we planned, and I want to witness it so much. So that's why Yoshiro made the proposal on Tamaki's behalf. My future husband was called back home. Overpowered with emotions, I'm unable to move or say a single word to him, so I just barely nod and smile foolishly in reply. I hope I won't have to interact with him for too long. I see that you don't have the tattoo, just like my boy. That's right. There's no need to ruin such a wonderful vessel with restricting signs. He touched my cheeks and beams at me. I don't dare to step back. Marvelous. Your light is even brighter than your mother's. At first, I'm surprised at the fact that he knew Suzuma, but then I realized that it's logical. As a former iris, she must have met him many times. Yoshinori gestures for Tamaki to come closer. The young man obeys with a slight bow. Come here, my lovely vessel. Come here, my boy. Pulling his hand away from my cheeks, he reached out for his son, and his foggy eyes opened wide in exultation. What a wonderful kite sense! You too. Your child will be insatiable flame, illuminating the way in the phantom's darkness. Our child? It's something I prefer not to think about in this situation. Yoshinori, looking thoroughly satisfied, nods and addresses the crowd, which falls silent after his first words. Respected members of the Kia clan, the words about the ritual's light are true. People drink in his every word. His rigorous authority deflects all objections, destroys the grounds of doubt, eradicates every opposing mood. I'm glad that our clans will finally unite. It's the start of a new age. The powers that have been feeding our many generations will finally come together and merge into one, favoring us, amplifying their might. They will light up the way into our future. Yoshinori finished his short but inspiring speech, and the crowd bows to him. Even if somebody disagrees with his assertion, no one would dare to say it out loud. The head of the Kia clan smiles again, but it only makes me feel even more discomfort, as it's as if he's looking right through you and is respectful, happy to see a treasure within you. Even though Tamaki's father does his best to be polite and courteous, there is something malicious and aggressive in his behavior. An astonishing aura of nobility mixed with ugliness and imperialness. We have enough of talking today, don't you think? The power can't wait any longer. And of course, to witness the legitimacy of the intention to unite our clans together, his eyes flash. All of us want to see the demonstration of the power. This time, Tamaki fails to hide surprise on his face. It rolls onto his face like a wave, but disappears quietly, replaced with a clear expression of disdain. Walking past his father, the ear whispers, I thought we had a deal. Me and you, yes. You and them, no. Master Yoshinori replies cheerfully, pointing at the audience with his hand. You don't want to leave the respectful members of Bakuto clan without a chance to admire the power, do you? They must see the light and succumb to it. Tamaki stops in his tracks and shakes his head. Does he refuse to do the demonstration? There, my son, don't be so sad. You won't have to kill them. People of the Kia clan step aside, forming a large circle to the middle of which, obeying the will of his father, walks Tamaki. I intend to follow him, but Yoshiro and Yuki end up in the circle first, being pushed there by the crowd like they are some sort of tortured circus animals. A grim, discomfited expression of distaste sets on the heir's face as he presses his lips together into a line and glances at the crowd around him with his eyes full of sadness and despair. That one is safe because it was a long text. Okay, always safe. Yoshinori gently takes my hand and leads me off to the side. You too must see the triumph of the power of destruction and experience the splendor of its fire. I saw all that a few minutes ago, and I can't say that I shared the ecstatic exultation. You must be glad that your fate is to share the greatness of the phantom light with my son. The words said by Master Yoshinori only make me feel confused and indignant. Meanwhile, Yuki and Yoshiro are taking their place opposite Tamaki and bow their heads in submission. The brother is standing slightly in front of his sister, blocking her from the air. What's going on? The answer is obvious, but a part of me stupidly and naively refuses to believe what's about to happen. I look at grandmother attentively. She gives me a quiet nod, ordering me to keep watching the scene. Mia looks uneasy, and her tense face doesn't promise anything good. Members of the Kia clan standing in a row near us, pushing my clansmen, their enemies, back to the walls. Forming a vast cycle, they bow their heads to show their fealty. Folding their hands in prayer, tensing to the extreme, they open their mouths almost without a second. A reverent whisper sweeps across the hall. The air becomes filled with unclear murmur, sounding more like a soft buzzing. The sound promptly merges into an indivisible cacophony. Suddenly the noise starts sounding somewhat familiar. It's almost like the words Arashi used to stop me from grasping my power during our last training. Tamaki is standing a few meters away from me and his servants who look like a couple of lab rats. He looks impatient and cold, but barely a noticeable hatred of a cornered animal still sleeps from behind his calm mask. The air doesn't like this scene at all. His aversion battles with deep-seating feeling of response to his clan that only strengthens with the growing support of the warriors. Tamaki flexes his arm muscles, which are not too well pronounced to the eye but still perfectly trained, so the veins of his forearms bulge, stretching the skin. The crowd almost trembles in anticipation and tension. The air grows heavy, thick and muggy once more. Opening his mouth in a soundless "I'm so sorry," Tamaki waves his hands. Wait, he isn't going to ring. The energy rush into my mind. For a second it seems to me that people around us freeze and then disappear. It's as if me and Tamaki are in a white world full of cold and loneliness. It's not our reality anymore. In an instant the owl reappears around us. Thin threads and shining like neon, covered with shimmering lighting, real and palpable, spread out of his palm towards his test subjects. 1 second, a bright flash nearby painfully sears my eyes. I blink, trying to be the first to seize the outlines of Yoshiro and Yuki. The man, despite my expectation, is still standing. More than that, I can't see a single scratch of his skin, even though his face is grimaced in suffering caused by torture. Yoshiro fully blocks Yuki, taking the full force of the blow. The crowd explodes with deafening applause. The fighters of the Kia clan lost their greatness and nobility instantly, catching the insane owl like a fever. My clansmen keep staring at the distance, watching the terrible tradition and not daring to interrupt its course. I can't say that all of them are calm. Some of them are shocked, while the others are clearly full of antipathy and alarm. Tamaki's father, perfect poison, doesn't let go of my hand even for a second. I feel him shaking ever so slightly, not out of fear or disgust, but out of inexpected and blind adoration towards his son or his power. Splendid! You have reached immense heights, my light, but the moment passes so fast. I'm sure that some people didn't get to take a good look at it. Baffle everyone here in your light. Give these people your blessing. Tamaki glanced at us scornful, sighed softly and shut his eyes, as if imagining that he's attacking himself, not his servants. After a pause, he raised his hand at the brother and sister, still standing like statues. 1 second, another bright flash. I realized that this blow is more powerful than the previous one, because scabs and small cuts appear on Yoshiro's skin. Amazing! Do it again! Wait! How many times do you want to repeat this ritual? His enthusiasm looks maniacal, and Tamaki doesn't dare to obey him and fulfills his senseless wish again and again. Again! The flash keeps going on after another. At some point Yoshiro sways, almost falling, and the outburst of power as it hits Yuki. But neither he nor he ceases to make a sound. while the hall is filled only with applause despite the vast number of peoples. My eyes, blinded by the frequent flash, lose their connection with reality. The scene looks more and more like a dream. After every flash, your sheer body bears more and more marks, but it doesn't bleed because the tendrils of the power sear the wounds closed, causing the smell of burned flesh to waft in the air. How much does this man need to be satisfied with his terrible scene? I can't take it anymore. Enough! With no idea of how to stop these mouths, I scream, but my voice drowns in the light. Every other instant I switch between the white world and the hall. Catching the moment between the flash, I tug my hand free of the man's grasp and my body moves it reflexively right through the light, and that's drowning everything within itself. An unknown feeling spreads all over me. My paw answers the kindred's call for help. I want to touch Tamaki and soothe his tears. I want to cleanse the souls of the siblings from grief. Somewhere to the side of me, I feel another beat of the heart filled with disdain and dejection, but I can't recognize its owner. This heart is also calling out for help, begging for forgiveness, consumed by sorrow. I manage to touch Tamaki's palm before I slip past him. Shielding the siblings behind me, I thrust my hand forward and feel a wave of pure energy rushing over me. It pierces right through my body, pleasantly flowing along my veins. I feel the most unusual lightness, the light thrill. Unable to resist my intoxication with the power, I decide to accept it fully and soak up as much of it as I can. But I'm unable to withstand its intensity. I'm knocked off my feet. Threads flow out of my palm, waving into a half-transparent shield. Shimmering and sparkling, it consumes the rest of a young man's power. The light dissipates. Everyone without exception freeze. I pull my hand away and the threads fall into pieces like thin paper decaying with time. The shield disappears. Yuki and Yoshiro stare at me in shock and then fall to the floor in a deep bow. Unable to bear looking at their display, I look at tired Tamaki. He doesn't look shocked. If anything, he's jubilating. He moves his lips slightly and I read, "Thank you." He's grateful for the fact that I saved his friends, but I don't understand how I did it. Applause from both clans fills the hall and doesn't die down until Yoshinori starts speaking. Now, all of you saw what our vessels are capable of. The power. They demonstrate an extraordinary light, both of them. There is no doubt the truth of it. They are a perfect match. Greatness awaits us. The crowd catches the last phrase blindly and repeats it over, shouting it out with pride. The demonstration of the power is completed successfully. The truth pacts are signed. It's a new epoch, a new era for all of us, for the world, for the future. Is my imagination or Asgard mother start playing along with the head of the Kia clan? Miyamoto hastily says something to conclude the reception and walks out of the hall after a bow. Yoshinori and Tamaki go with her. The guests talk to each other some more and then start heading off. Saying goodbye to them, it's much more engaging than the welcome. Slightly light-headed after drinks and encouraged by spectacle they witness, they are much happier and friendlier now. Seeing the guests off, I do my best to smile at them as I hide my fears and worries deep inside. My thoughts are occupied with all that just happened. Let me only save, because we had a lot of happening. I rack my brain trying to understand how exactly I managed to show the power of creation in our reality. The puzzlement caused this action to show on my face through the mask of amiability, in the shape of furrowed eyebrow and slightly creased nose bridge. At some point, Arashi approaches me and points it out by tapping his fingers against my forehead. I come to my sense. What are you doing? Everyone went home. I look around quickly, deep in thought. I didn't notice that the hall is almost empty. There are only some people from our clan left. You can relax now. I sighed with relief. It seemed like today will have no end. I thought that the reception was going to be intense, full of hot-tempered discussion and maybe even fights, but everything turned out to be much more dangerous. I nodded at Arashi instead of saying goodnight and head to my room. The hall feels like a chilly refuge after the hall stuffy with fumes of the power. And suddenly I jolt, hearing Naruto and suspicious shuffling right behind the corner. I admit and run towards the noise. Fairly is just my grandmother, who is standing behind the wall, resting her hand against it. She leans forward and with a clear premonition of something bad. Mr. Miyamoto. I run close to her and want to take her by the hand, but she pushes me away. Don't touch! She is visibly shaking, doing her best not to fall. She presses her fingers against the wall. What's happening? Look at this. The head of my client faces me slowly, her empty eyes ablaze, and whispers something indescribable in strange language. From time to time I hear familiar words and phrases, but can't put them together into proper sentences in order to understand properly. For a second my brain feels the pulse of kindred energy. I realize that this elderly woman is still has enough of the same power that passed to my mother and later to me, to have a strong connection with the phantom and upcoming shifts in reality. She feels smallest alterations. That's how she learned about my training sessions. My head spins slightly. Grandmother keeps shaking her and jerking until she looks up somewhere through the ceiling at the sky into outer space. It looks like in her opinion the invisible source of her visions is somewhere out there. She moves her lips, angrily gulping into the air. Then a strong jolt comes through her whole body. Her eyes open abruptly, her vision clear. Serenity appears on her face. Did you see? But in a second she screams out as she is insane. Did you see it? The eye! I give her a quick nod. The signs don't lie. I think it's the first time I've witnessed her having a vision, even though according to her she has them quite often. Which means that she can't control them anymore. So it has begun. She comes closer to me and grabs me by my shoulders. Obviously tired but still excited and ardent, Mia starts talking fast. It isn't something I can deal with. I was lucky enough not to have run into the fountain personally while I was the vessel of the power. But now I see my children following its lead, and I can't lose you to it as well. I'm watching the world going to hell for the second time, and I can't do anything about it. She sighs deeply, lowering her shoulders in guilt. Mia bites on her bottom lip and covers her face with her hands to hide the unconscious outbursts of emotions that are considered to be a sign of weakness. Tears of pain and regret seep through her fingers. Gaining her composure, she rubs her eyes and takes her hands away with a soft sniffle. Her vision has revealed to my dreams. They discourage, pushing you into a state of extreme perplexity and uncertainty in the existence of the reality. Grandma has lived with them all her life. With my hands shaking in shock, I gently pull her close into a comforting embrace. It doesn't last long though. Mia is afraid that someone might see her, so weak in this moment of helplessness. She steps away and falls silent, her face tense in concentration as she starts intently thinking something over. In a couple of minutes, she bites her lip and whispers in slight disappointment. We were wrong thinking that we have time. I need to think everything over. I want to talk to you about that as well, but we're busy today. Later. I let the exhaust the head of the clan to her chambers and then go to my room. There are so many interminable thoughts in my head, creating a tangled ball of confusion from which I'm unable to pick out the most important points. Today events make me fall onto the bed with no strength left in me and I fall asleep instantly. Because so we can't, like, the phantom is coming and we are unable to defend it? Is it? Next morning starts quite suddenly. I have no frightful dreams and the time of my repose passes like a swift moment in the dark. To completely refresh myself after yes, I need a couple more nights though, or even better, a couple of weeks. I lie in bed with my eyes closed, arms and legs spread eagle, my body heavy as lead, doesn't even want to budge. I haven't felt this way for a long while. I won't be able to move a finger if I try, let alone stand up. I shock at myself and stretch, trying to wake up, but turns towards the wall right afterwards, just for my 5 more minutes. In spite of my strong desire to rest, unwanted thoughts pop into my head. Yuki showed an unexpected side of herself at training. She's fast and nimble. Plus this girl is not only friendly and open, but cunning and calculating as well. It's good to have those kind of people by our side, to use them for a purpose. With a frown I roll onto the other side facing the window as I try not to think of anything else. And I failed miserably. Tamaki's father and his subjects were really eager to see our powers yesterday. It's almost like Yoshinori had led some sort of experiment. I feel like a lab rat or something. I still remember the soulless but secretive gaze of the Kia clan's leader. He was happy with the power and satisfied with something I couldn't grasp. Tamaki didn't look anything like that. He was sad and haunted. That scene happened against his will. Even with such immense power at hand, he still doesn't dare to disobey his father. Yuki and Yoshiro's status in Takeya clan is different to what I imagined. The heir said they are his true trustees, while in fact they are low-ranked servants, powerless slaves. I thought their clan eradicated the rank system and redundant a long time ago, but it was like I was wrong. During the flash of power, the emotions of these three friends became tangled up into a ball that I couldn't get into and identify something within. I felt the despair and hide in spite of another, fourth person. These feelings were different from what the torture and the tormentor felt. I turned towards the wall again. That reception was tough. It made an impression I can't really deal with after years of my relatively calm life. The 5 minutes I asked for have passed. I don't feel rested. I was expected. Okay, 10 minutes more, and then I'm getting up. I sprawl out to my bed, close my eyes, and try to empty my mind from every thought possible, listen close to my surroundings. Right outside my window, grass and trees are rustling in the breeze, and birds are chirping. I really enjoy the quietness. It was undisrupted by people's voice. I can't hear people in the house at all, as if everyone extinct. Only sometimes I can hear a barely discernible whisper. Floorboards creak somewhere nearby, somebody speaks, and then dropping something on the floor, curse under their breath. The footsteps grow closer and louder. My door opens without a knock. At first I think it's Arashi, since the only one was habit of walking into the room like this, but... Hi Miuri, got another hard-working morning? The twins really should follow Arashi's example. I'm sleeping, be quiet. I grab and pull the blanket over me, doing my best to show that I'm not interested in whatever Keen wants to offer me. Miuri? How was your training today? Do you need help? Have you just woken up? Judging by her pose, she doesn't attempt to get up. The white wonder of the world, no less. I say I'm sleeping. Jiri rubs his forehead and sits on the sofa. With a tiny smile, he reaches out for a joystick. It looks like they are going to hang out in my room today. He waits for me to join in, and I just scoff in reply. My indignation doesn't even get to its peak when one more guest walks into my room. Everyone comes to our room. We are trying to sleep and everyone, whoop, gone. Keen, why are you standing at the door? Did Miuri get so caught in the trade that she broke something again? Arashi's amazement overwhelms his density, so he stares at me openly, clicking his tongue. Well, now it's your turn to be amazed by me lying in the bed. Usually I'm the first one who wakes up in this house, so I manage to do many things without anyone bothering me, but today is not the case. Maybe you couldn't sleep at night thinking of someone. And maybe it was me? Arashi, it was you who forbade me to trade without you. Ignore my indignation, Arashi keeps taunting me. Yes, he forbade me to use the power, but the usual trade sessions don't fall under his taboo, and that's why he's cheering. Guys, who has a camera? We need to film such a rare occasion. I'm not sure if I'm ready to wave my smartphone goodbye. You'll be lucky to be just waving goodbye to your phone. I personally value my head as well. You have no sense of adventure in you. I'd rather be physically well and free than with a sense of adventure and a broken jaw, or with a broken neck. I'm still here, you know. Their chit chat makes me get up. Stretching leisurely, I walk towards Gin and drop my hand onto his shoulder heavily. He jolts. My body is totally awake and fully aware of reality. One can't feel alive without risks. One doesn't have to become a masochist to feel alive. Okay, so what do you want? Can it be that you only want to occupy my sofa and play? The agitated we start talking at the same time without giving one another a chance to finish a thought first. Stop. Now, one at a time, in the order you entered this room. The promise. We had a deal. Did you forget? Oh, right. I nod, of course, due to all of the recent events. I remember it very vaguely, but I have no desire to admit that my memory is foggy. Do you want to pull me to some other dangerous con? With the memory of us being found in the air's room still fresh in their minds, the twins shake their heads in sync. Let's go to the park? Well, since I promised you, let's go. I just need to see Miyamoto first. Mrs. left about 15 minutes ago without giving any special orders, so you have to talk to her some other time. How does she... Giving it a thought, I nod quietly. I want to discuss what happened yesterday as soon as I can. It's too bad that she vanished somewhere again. And what do you want, Arashi? I want to invite you to have breakfast with me, but now I've changed my mind. I'll go with you. What? No. That's right. Miri play with us, make your own bet with her and win. Then you can go for a walk with her. I will go with you. Yuki hastily walked into the room with her and raised the head to show how adamant her decision is. I'll call Yoshiro as well. With a spring in her step, she leaves the room, shining with delight. Our company is getting bigger and bigger, while the room is the same size as it was. And now let's give Miuri a chance to change her clothes. I wave him off and look myself all over. I'm not stirred by my colorful look at all. Contrary to my words, no one was in a hurry to leave. The twins continued to play and the teacher continued his seductive look into my eyes. However their own way, they will remain here forever. Although I must admit that I feel like a husk of a purse after yesterday. My diminished power is coming back to me drop by drop, and my ability to think clearly follows its lead. It's surprising, but everyone looks normal, as if nothing out of the ordinary happened yesterday. I thought they would be slightly depressed or upset, but they are cheerful, and they don't ask me any questions. That's for the best though, I won't know what to say anyway. Watching the company gathering, I realized that Tamaki is not there. I guess I should call him. If almost everyone is coming with us, it wouldn't be right to leave anyone alone. You should invite Tamaki as well. The twins leap up to me and nod simultaneously. I'm sorry you agree. In that case, I have a task for you. Go and invite him. After saying that, I shove the siblings out the door for them to go about their mission, and Arashi walks out a moment later without my help. Now I can change my clothes in peace. It doesn't take us long to get to the park. There are only few bus stops between it and my house. There is no tension or conflict like in the first days of our guest visit, only some good humoured bickering that makes the listeners smile rather than feel discomfort. We have to split into pairs every time we walk out into narrow pavements, so we shouldn't get in the way of one another or other pedestrians. Yuki and Yoshiro end up walking together, but the girl keeps edging towards Arashi, of course. As a result, some fun verbal exchange pop up between her and her brother. Yuki, step away from that brute. I won't. She pokes her tongue out at her brother and clings to Arashi's arm, almost dangling on it, which only adds fuel to the fire. It looks like your old brother is lonely. Don't worry, I'll win a toy for you. Would you like a turtle plush or maybe a snail plush? Either will be nice a match for you. Just wait till I get to the shooting gallery. Oh, you want to win something by hitting a bullseye? Will it be a present for me? Yeah, and we'll keep the arrow-shaped souvenir with you in your head forever. As we walk through the park, Yoshiro managed to curse Arashi a dozen times, and many of those curses were some illness related to manhood. The teacher enjoys himself watching the emotional brother's reactions. The twins, in fear of Tamaki, who's the Alki right behind them, are not too eager to take part in the taunting as well, so all they can do is snicker. They are somewhat scared of Tamaki because of their inability to read emotions and toy on his insecure face and thus manipulate him. Good-natured Yuki and Yoshiro are an entirely different matter though. Here's where the twins' imagination can run wild. That's great, we are here. We thought what is that? World War III started around us. Okay, World War III. I was like, well, what do I want to say with that? But it's World War III. Where shall we go? Yoshiro asked it with intent, purposely standing near his sister and drilling a hole in Arashi with his eyes, as if saying, don't you even think of it. If you decide to pick the love boat, It will be me who goes there with you. You won't get my dear sister heart. Arashi does his best to understand, is all Luke saying, I have nothing to do with this, deal with it. The twins start an animated discussion about where they should go first, while Tamaki and I prefer to stay quiet. Even though I say that it will be good for us to unwind, the walk hasn't improved my moods. Where would you like to go, Miuri? Others notice my dull look and lack of interest in discussion and stare at me. Come with us, the roller coaster rides are fun, we are positive you'll like them. Or even better, pair up with Yuki. If she stays near Arashi, nothing good will come out. Why does everything you say end up referring to me? I'm starting to suspect that you feel something for me too. Yoshi gets so red in the face that it looks like steam will start rolling out of his ears any minute now. Iadare balled his fist in preparation to attack Arashi, who looks like exactly what he's been waiting for. But I interrupt their unplanned fight. It took a couple of seconds to throw them discontented, tired look, and they immediately calmed down. I'd rather go and sit in the shade. I'll join you later. Despite the play's unpromised, I feel no thrill at all when it comes to having fun. I'd rather sit somewhere alone and think everything over instead. The couple of hours I had cleared wasn't enough to mull everything that happened at the reception over in my mind. But that's boring. We are here to enjoy ourselves. My friends put me in a difficult position. I don't want to be a burden who dampens everyone's spirits. Let's flip a coin. Tails, Miyu goes with us. Heads, she will stay behind to rest for a bit. Everything depends on the chance. Arashi takes a coin out, ready to flip. No, I don't trust you. Let me do it. You won't catch it. The twins snicker softly, hiding behind me for a furious glare. As they keep talking back at each other and arguing, the heir of the Kia clan takes the coin out of Arashi's hand, flips it skillfully while showing no emotion and catches it on his wrist. That was neat. I'm standing nearest to him when he lifts his palm off the coin. Tails. I guess I have to go after all. Tamaki says heads. Tamaki announces it in a calm tone, as if he's giving some statistics on a farewell meeting, and gives the coin to Arashi with correct side upwards. What? But I'm sure I saw Tails. Tamaki throws a barely noticeable but pointed glance at me, telling me to keep quiet. The twins sighed in disappointment. They yearned for my company and endless fun. Unruly kids. So Tamaki lied. He said it was Tails, but he said it. Okay? Pretend that I noticed nothing, play fair. Pretend that I noticed nothing. I hope he has a reason to lie in my favor that convincingly. This station that has been building up since yesterday takes its toll, and my conscience falls into deeper slumber. I'll pretend that I saw nothing and no one will suspect anything. This decision contradicts my beliefs, but it will not harm anyone in this case. Noticing my confusion, Jin exclaims cheerfully. Alright, the chance won this time. Jin shakes his head sadly and Kin pats me on the shoulder. Have some rest, Miuri. Everyone heads to the desperate attraction at once. Yoshi follows Yuki like a shadow, just like he promised, his glaring eyes locked on Arashi. I hope the rise will survive the visit on these boisterous individuals. Without waiting for another squabble between the guys, I found the cozy spot that I noticed as soon as I entered the ground, a bench in shade of a tree. Closing my eyes, I fall back on the bench and enjoy the sound of nature that they find their way through the noise of the rides and chatter of visitors. There is also music somewhere in the distance. At some point, the shadow blocks the sun right over me. I can't definitely tell who that is even now. It was expected. He didn't want to go to the rides, but accepted my offer and joined us anyway. Now I understand. He just wanted to talk to me face to face. I open my eyes and I can see ice cream held right under my nose. Accepting the threat with a grateful look and don't say a word. Tamaki sits next to me quietly. We keep sitting in silence for a while, and then after finishing his ice cream, Tamaki speaks to me instantly. I'm sorry. It surprised me so much that I almost choke. What for? Tamaki says no for a while, and then gathering his thoughts continues. You had to look at it. had to experience it on your own skin. I'm glad that my feeling of trust didn't let me just stand and watch, and that power of creation finally burst out into reality, even though I have no idea how to repeat it. Before that moment, I hadn't seen a physical manifestation of any kind of energy. I realized how powerful and how dangerous you are, how great is your might, and that's why I'm glad I was able to see it and help you. Tamaki looks taken aback and upset, suppressing awareness in his voice. He doesn't find anything to say to answer me. Silence falls again. He must be feeling bad about the fact that I witnessed him harming the people he cares about and call his friends. I want to make a deal. Suddenly, as if with great effort, he forced the words out. My father, my clan, they always act for the sake of advantage or profit. I can't influence them. These last words are full of guilt. I accept telling me is that what I think. In the eyes of your subject, you are a fearsome idol, not a human, but a godly beast, not a personality, but a power. The power is striving to desert me. With every observation I make, the heir's eyes grow wider, and the corners of his mouth turn down further. He lowers his head guiltily. It's as if Tamaki apologized for his own existence to me and to everyone else. He begs for forgiveness because of his inadequacy and helplessness, when in fact he is terribly powerful and can make everyone kneel before him with slight motion of his hand. I feel the urge to help him, to save him, to strip him of the power that makes him feel dismal, but I know I can't do that. I sigh deeply. Smiling, I approach him and deliberately pronounce officially. The scene I witnessed at reception didn't affect my opinion of you in the least, Master Tamaki. I put my hand on his cheek, pinch it slightly, like a mother would do to a mischievous child in a joking punishment for some harmless trick, and then stroke it softly. I don't think you are a beast. I'm not scared of you. I'm the only person capable of consuming the power of destruction and thus weakening it. And I'm not going to worship you either. My son's words catch the young man off guard. He doesn't dare to move for a minute or so, sucking me to me. It's as if he turned into clay, became totally pliable, and I can do whatever I want with him. Right now I can talk to him without extra formality, almost the way I talk to the twins. Thank you. Thank you for protecting Yuki and Yoshiro. For being kind to me, in spite of what I and my father did, both then and now. I've always been watching you during our fleeting meetings at the diplomat receptions. I scoff good-heartedly. Tamaki looks almost abashed by that, thinking that I'm laughing at him, but I clear up this misunderstanding hastily and sighed softly. I've been watching you too. When I was little, I tried to make as many friends as I could, but my mother only let me talk to people when she was nearby. And as a teenager, I was wondering what kind of person you are, if my grandmother forbids me to approach you and considers you to be dangerous. Now I know why she did that. You do? I can't harm you. I spread my hands out. Deep inside, I'm positive that it's the opposite. I know you will never do anything of the sort. So he gained some sympathy with him too. He nods. I'm not planning to. Even if your father orders you to do so, I owe you. You are the only person who dared to help me and them in a long while. He answers my question in his usual manner. I would like to believe there is not just dirty prodding in our word, but something else. Something more than that. I accept his gratitude and smile. No problem, I can do that again. He smiles at me warmly, his eyes full of gratitude without a glimpse of negative thought or worry. Seeing that kind of emotion on his face is like finding a treasure without a map. Muri, what are you two doing? Jean leaps out of nowhere. Without thinking, I move away from the ear in surprise. I open my mouth to answer, but Tamaki interrupts me. We are establishing diplomatic bonds. The statement sounds a bit clumsy, but quite friendly. I almost burst out laughing. That's right. So you don't want to go to roller coaster with us? Jean looks at me sulkily and then pots his lips, hoping to make me change my mind in his favor. And where's King? In the queue. The twin points at the enormous line consisting of 100 people. The other brother is very close to his aim, the ride itself, and judging by this face, in Clone 9. Well, I guess I could join you. Appraising his efforts, I rise to go to the ride. Jean skips on the spot happily. Tamaki guides the offer and stays where he is. Leaning back against the bench, he closes his eyes and enjoys the warm sunshine. He is exhausted even though he doesn't let it show. The air still joins us after a short rest. Look at this. Jin and Kin were absolutely not lying when they say they came to have fun. Too much activity from this pair, there are too many rides they invite us to. For the future, I noted it's not worth riding a whole coaster 10 times. This is too much, even for a trainer person like me. I have to say thanks to the twins, for they kept our motley company together, not allowing us to disperse and quarrel. I forgot about my problems until the end of the day, and bad thoughts didn't pop into my head. It seems the people of the Kia clan also had fun, judging by their exhausted but happy face. I could never imagine that I would enjoy spending time with those who I recently considered enemies so much. Day full of fun comes to its end. We have stayed at the park almost until its closing time. It's been a long while since I've been in the city and done something rash. The park's almost empty except for the tired park's employees strolling here, and there's some visitors wishing to take just one more ride before leaving. I'm near to the tree at the bank of a small lake, waiting for everyone to gather and go back home. Leaning against the tree, I throw some pebbles into the water, making them plop with a splash and sink into the depths. I can't see the bottom, it must be really deep. Just look at what she's doing. She's throwing rocks at the defenseless water. Do you mind to do it too? Arashi peeks from behind my shoulders, ruffles my hair, and then tugs me towards the twins approaching the bench. We had a great time on those rides. Jeans were so enthusiastic, his brother yawns tiredly and nods in reply. We hadn't had so much fun in a long time. But we were almost kicked out of the park because of you two. Not because of us two, because of you. One of the twins replies with sneer. I can already feel squabble in the air. You even bring a pointed weapon with him into the amusement park? How did you manage to carry a kunai past security? Jin lips close to Yoshiro. Tell us, huh? Yoshiro doesn't give up his secrets. The intimidated big brother becomes flushed at once. I must be on guard just in case. Are you too weak to resolve a problem with your bare hands? I sigh heavily and step aside, want to avoid another brewing conflict that will be a bit too much after all the banter they already had. As soon as I step aside, I hear something whistling past my ear. An arrow! An arrow that flew an inch from me hits the bench with a pang. That means it's safe. Someone throw an arrow. That was close. I jump away nimbly. I sit to shout out the name, momentarily afterwards understanding how sincerely I wish for this person to help me. Tamaki. I say Tamaki. The air dodge enemy weapons. The guys are mobilizing but can't really do anything else. They won't be able to shield me from the fire weapon. There are 2 seconds for me to dodge, 3 seconds for them to surround me. I don't want anyone to get hurt. A shower of arrows start in the blink of an eye. The tree. If I get behind, the hail of arrows will go straight into it and stay its bark forever. Dodging the arrows swiftly, I almost managed to hide myself behind the trunk. 1 second. 1 step. Oof! Miuri, look out! I turn around and feel a sharp pain in my shoulder. With my eyes wide open, it takes me a while to realize that I'm falling and that the water starts surrounding me a second later. We got hit by an arrow. The shock ebbs and I feel the pain in my shoulder more clearly. With no hurry, my brain's still reeling in turmoil. I turn my head and look at it. A trickle of blood is already rising and dissolving in the water, and I realize that I'm sinking to the bottom with a steady yet brisk pace. Slowly, still unaware of details, I look in the direction where the arrow most likely flew from and see a silhouette drawing a bowstring. No! I come to my senses immediately and push myself to the side, barely avoiding a deadly arrow that almost ends up leaving a gash across my cheek. I start thrashing as I clench my teeth in pain. I finally manage to lift myself to the surface, where a few strong hands take hold of me and yank me to the ground. I choke and cough, gulping the precious air. The attacker stops shooting. I'm unbelievably lucky. Pain makes my shoulder stiff, leaving the feeling of alienation behind it. Everything shimmers and dims in front of my eyes, and I fall into nothingness. Because a lot of pain. I'm wading through the total darkness again. There is no hint of the monster I saw previously, but the feeling of being watched isn't leaving me even for a second. The similar technical sounds are surrounding me from every side, not letting me catch a breath at all. It feels like I might have a headache or my mind gets muddled any minute now, but I can't feel myself relax. I'm feeling easier now. My body isn't arching under its own weight anymore. It's moving with light steps. The wall is empty. There isn't a landmark for me to orient against an estimate distance. I'm just walking. What is that? Somewhere far ahead of me, a pillar of light is shimmering into view and then disappearing without trace. That's my only lead. I'm walking faster than running. The reality is reacting to it. With every step I see dust shifting along the flat surface in every direction. Gradually its grains are becoming bigger. Now I'm watching a small piece of rock bouncing half a meter up, as if some sort of reality that was created before my time is crashing down behind me. The surface is cracking and splitting, light shimmering out of small and narrow cavities in feeble and chaotic waves and turning into a thin haze. I can't stop now. I'm having more and more difficult leaping over the new fractures and cracks, but I can't allow myself to trip or fall. I'm aware that I won't die if I give up, but to warrior dignity isn't letting me to do so. After I concentrate and activate the inner power I was unable to detect inside of me before. Now it's awake. The power of creation is calling back to me with a surprising ease. Its tendrils are wrapping around my body swiftly, making a luminous armor that's giving me not only protection but some stamina as well. Yes, it's easy to bend power to my will in this world. I'm jubilant. Big boulders forming a likeness of stairs are floating upwards so fast that I'm barely able to run upwards without a missing step. In a few seconds, a realization is dawning on me. The rocks are forming something that looks like buildings on both sides of me. Huge rocks are making a rough foundation and filling the space vertically. Their lesser kin is joining them, adding some lines and curves. Pebbles and dust are making some finishing touch on the general texture relief. The breathtaking view is taking too much of my attention. I end up not noticing a rock under my feet and I trip over. Damn it! I'm losing my balance and prepare myself for the fall and the pain due to the impact against the hard and rough surface. I'm realizing that I lost as soon as I started running. As soon as I'm coming into contact with the ground, a horrible screech is filling my head, turning into a wail and vanishing abruptly. This world is not fond of harshness and uncontrolled activity. At the same time, I'm also becoming acutely aware of how unstable and shifting it is. I stop moving, the reality freezes with me. Knowing that I'm still here, I'm opening my eyes and standing up to resume my journey, slowly this time. The terrain has changed. The emptiness around me has been replaced with dark silhouettes. Half-destroyed skyscrapers turned to ruin, the rubble left from the small buildings and houses look lifeless and grey, making me aware of some deep-seated and jarring feeling of deja vu. All of it is so familiar. Can it be my city? So now she could control the power of creation. I barely managed to open my heavy eyelids. My eyesight is blurry at first, but I feel something close to nausea deep inside me. Low blood pressure. It means that I've lost a lot of blood, but since there are no force IVs attached to me, everything must be alright. My shoulder pulses with pain as soon as I move. After brief analysis of my state, I come to the conclusion that I can get up without any severe consequence for my body. I must talk to Mia urgently. Overcoming the pain, I get up. My head spins and bright white dots dance surrounding my eyes. I see someone decide to throw glitter at me for no reason. I wait for winds of sparks to die down and head out of the room. Who knows how long I was unconscious and what happened during that time. With bitterness gone after the dream, I also feel happy with realization that the power succumbs to me more eagerly than ever before. Soon enough I'll be able to do things that used to be out of my reach. Amplified creation will let me create things in this reality. I walk slowly down the corridor and do not see a living soul, as if all of the people in my house have died. At some point I feel sick again and I stop to lean against the wall. A sharp pain shooting through my head, making me squeeze my eyes shut. And when I open them again, I can see a small circle flashing bright with a bang in the end of the corridor and turning into dust. What is this? I blink a few times and as soon as to spot my eye try a few blade times to feel better punched spot of flash to wave my hands through the air in front of me, trying to find something palpable or hammers of energy. But there is nothing. I'm only one seeing things because of my condition. A loud voice, close to shouting, distracts me from my thoughts. What kind of influence is this? I peek inside attentively, not daring to go in. Mr. Silence! The head of Paco de class put the three young men in a line and walks back and forth in front of them nervously. Clutching the air forehead, she winces in tension caused by a terrible migraine that tortured her mind. I can count the times she was in this state by the fingers of one hand. How could you even have this idea at this time without asking for my permission? It is a disgrace. The best men of both clans got under the same roof, only to let that happen. Unthinkable. She screams in wrath, waving her hands in the air emphatically. There is another feeling behind all this anger, fear. A barely noticeable feeling briefly showing in her eyes. As the head of the class, she doesn't let herself show emotions like fear or insecurity. Right now, with the evil and uncertainty hanging over us, nobody knows what will happen if my life ends. At least that I was careless, putting too much faith into the truth. Do you have anything to tell me? Tamaki is the first to speak out. Since he's quite good diplomat, I'm not good surprised to hear him starting his speech with an apology. Please accept my most sincere apologies. He takes a low bow and does it hurry to raise his head. This gesture is full of respect and earnestness. But the young man also remains discreet when it comes to etiquette. Tamar keeps waiting for my grandma's verdict, but apologies are not enough for her. Raise your heads. The arrow obeys with no objections. You let the arrow pierce my daughter's body. The immense power within inside of you should have made your response unreasonable. So what happened? Why did you let it happen? A slap sounds across the room, notifying everyone of the swift punishment. This kind of gesture from the head of the clan means extreme disregard. How can I entrust her to you now? Whatever her status is, first and foremost she is a grandmother who is worried about her granddaughter's fate. Mrs. Miyamoto. Mia's hand touched the heir's hair and holds it softly, putting an end to the payment for the mistake. Be confident and protect Miyuri. It's the only simple rule I expect you to follow. We must be as cautious as never before now. We must keep her safe. Any rash move might end up being our last. Tamaki pressed his lips tighter together. It's clear that he's suppressing his emotions deep inside, but it's like at reception they are ready to burst out. It won't happen again, But Grandma doesn't listen to him and walks towards Arashi. Without holding back, she speaks loudly and angrily, almost shouting. And you, where were you looking? Did you decide to betray us at this difficult time? Arashi squeezes his fist and bows low as well. No, I'm responsible for this mistake. I'll be more attentive from now on. Now only Yoshiro is left, his eyes averted. Grandma takes a couple of steps and stands facing him. She can't demand anything from him since he's neither my fiancé nor a member of our clan. She is Lowly's servant, but nevertheless a part of the Kia clan. Would you like to tell me anything? Yoshi bows politely, but straightens up at once and looks at grandmother with eyes full of confidence and some fierceness. My apologies. You are part of one big clan now. Even if the wedding is yet to be held, Miyuri is the bride of your master, and you failed to provide her safety. From now on, I'll be more watchful when it comes to Mr. Safety. 3 of the best fighters in one spot, and such a failure. I couldn't even think of someone trying something like this while there was a crowd of people around Miyuri. Careless idiots. Grandmother gets wound up again. Feeling someone presses behind my back, I turn around and end up face to face with Yuki. She nods slightly as if approving the decision I've just made.
I entered the hall with a loud exclamation. I don't think that any of them is at fault. Everyone in the hall turned towards me in surprise. That walk to the park was my idea, which means that I'm responsible for the incident. You came back to your senses fast. It's surprised that you are up and walking already, after the blood loss you had. How are you? Grandmother addressed me with worry, her face softening at once. It's rare for her to allow herself something like this in front of people she's reprimanding. Thankfully, it turns out that I was out of it for only about a day. I had plenty of rest. Letting something like this happen, unthinkable. What happened, partially because of me, so it's me who should be punished. Grandma gives me a disgruntled look. I have not thought of punish for you, but we'll talk about it later. Tamaki, merging with your clan is a mortification for our clan. You lose our name and history. Technically speaking, you'll engulf Bakuto clan in its entirety. I really hope that no one of your clan is guilty for what has happened, and I hope your clan realizes the scale of our sacrifice and make one of its own just as big when it's time. Our marriage is significant for the Kia clan too, and you know it. Of course, they want to get our power to amplify theirs. Grandma pressed her lips together, clearly taking my words into account. From now on a special declaration is in force in this house. Everyone's coming and goings will be written down and tracked. In addition to this, both of the clans will undergo an inspection. I'll see if this follows through the Intakia clan. The culprit will be punished. I already talked to your father about it. He will deal with it. Yama sits down on their throne. She gestures for everyone except for me to leave the hall. People follow her order and exit icily. The talk she had with the three young men was tense, and I only heard a part of it. When she was telling me of the previous time, it felt like all the lights grew dim and all I'll ever see will be scaffold. The head of the car gestures at me to sit down. I sat opposite her as I sit in the floor casually. She watched me with expectation. You don't look pale despite everything that happened to you. How are you feeling? It's tolerable. It could have been worse. The rules are there for a reason. You broke them before, but you've never been that careless. I wasn't alone this time, but now everything has changed and become more dangerous. Another continued topic worries me most of all, the thing that I can't discuss with anyone except for her. I see some kind of dreams. I think it's the phantom reality. It tugs me into it more and more every time, and I can't figure out for what purpose. As if I expect to hear something like this, Miyamoto doesn't flinch. Suzuma told me about it too, and my visions became more frequent than before. The phantom doesn't appear without a warning. Time and time again, wandering through its own darkness, it looks for you to cling to you and end up in this reality as soon as it can. I think the fact that Suzuma managed to do something before her death, even though with no beneficial result, affect all of it somehow. We talk about the phantom a lot, but you never told me how to fight it. You have only said that using my power, I'll be able to put it to sleep for a while. Suzuma knew much more about it than I do. Saying it softly and guiltily, Miyamoto lowers her head. But she's gone, and no one can give you any more hints. An oppressive, unnecessary long pause fills the room. Both of us remember the person who wanted the unite of the clans most of all, who spent all her life in devotion to it, who believed that the phantom can be beaten only with a joint effort. An earthquake. Grandma jolts when my voice through the silence. The phantom showed me ruins of the city, but only for a short while. I guess I provoke it and... Have you seen that creature again? That last time I did, but I felt it watching me. That's bad. Miyamoto bites her lips and throws her hands up in frustration. When Tekia finally decided to accept shared responsibility for our ancestors, this by taking part in the battle against the phantom, it didn't give us any time to prepare. Judging by Mia's face, filled with anger and desperation, it's clear that the phantom is near. People of the Tekia clan are egoists. You refuse to fight the phantom. They prefer to step aside, not believing the phantom is harmful and capable of destroying the world. Ignoring our proof, they kept living more prosperous than we have, because they haven't spending their resources to prepare themselves for the phantom arrival. A wave of resentment grows inside me. Grandmother's words are the explanation of our clan's unwillingness to get in contact with the Kia and make peace. I knew about it, but every time I say it aloud, I feel upset all over again. Judging by the reception, they exalt destruction as absolute power. They don't believe that this power can be evil when it's so great. I scoff contemptuously. Yoshinori agreed only because he wanted the power to be amplified. Unlike the heads of other clans, he believed in the possibility of the two powers become one. And that is why there are so many children from the other clan destroying our mansion right now. Miyamoto says that with a chuckle, yet still warm, carrying her voice, and then pondering over something, falls silent for a few minutes. Then she continues. I know there was something else I forgot about. I talked to Suzuma about, but now I just can't remember. I look at her skeptical, showing my doubt in her words. I'm an old woman. It happens sometimes. The phantom comes into this world and tries to destroy it, only to fail again and erase the memories about itself to have the upper hand and next time it appears. That's why the majority of people can't remember the earthquake, and almost everyone lost parts of their memory. Grandmother doesn't want to admit that the phantom stole some moments of her life. I had too little contact with it to be affected, and that's the reason my mind remained untouched, which can't be said about Miyamoto. Miuri, I'm old but I still can be useful for something. I'll try to make myself see a lucid vision to remember my talks with Suzuma, but I'll need a couple of days to do that. May I help you? No, this frail body is still able to do things without external assistance. She laughs. Come to see me the day after tomorrow. I hope I'll have the answer then. I bow her goodbye and walk out the main hall. I try to go back to my room after the talk, but I stop in the corridor. Miuri. The worried twins dashed to me from both sides at once, getting all of my attention. They knew that trouble was coming, so they hid themselves and didn't even poke their nose out, even though they were nearby and heard the heads shouting. You look kinda bad. You should rest. I snort. Siblings are good, naturally straightforward as always. Even though the twins didn't get the briefing, they look sad nonetheless. They must be upset at the thought that they failed to protect me too. Coincidentally, I'm walking to my room. Where were you hiding? Under the floor and hid in the attic. Will you see me to my room? Will you see me to my room? The twins cheer up noticeable and blurt out, yes, in unison. I shook at the frankness in my mind's eye. They are quite a unique duo. Up to this day, no one has an idea who their parents are and where they came from in the ruins of a destroyed city. The brothers walk with me to my room, where I lie down in bed at once. They are not in a particular hurry to go away. They are yammering about some business of theirs. Only after an hour I manage to shoo them away, saying that I want to sleep. Instead, I start pondering on recent events. The attacker must have been watching me. Killing the victim while they are surrounded by people is not the most optimal option. So I was supposed to be frightened or wounded, but what for? I start to get the impression that the attacker wanted to warn me, to make me pay attention to something. It can't be an heavy connection with the Kia, since they will gain nothing from my death. They will rather guard me like some sort of a treasure, judging by the attitude of Tamaki's father towards the power. Thinking it over, I lie in my bed for a while until I hear the voice of twins in the corridor. Greetings, Master Yoshinori. We beg your pardon, but Mistress Miuri is still resting. What a pity. I want to make sure that the vessel of creation is safe and sound. I got there as soon as I heard about the incident to make sure that my son's beloved is out of danger. The head of the Kia clan sounded resolute, his voice loud and stern. Not letting him in means showing mistrust toward the whole Tekia clan, which will be a serious offense, and an injured person resting can't even be counted as an excuse. I get up, poke my head out of the door. I hope Tamaki's father won't be criticizing me for a barely presentable appearance, considering the circumstance. It's alright, I'm up already. The twins give an anxious look. They understand that the conversation with the head of the Kia clan will be a challenge, and right now is a bad time for it. You might as well stay in your bed. Despite these words, there is no sympathy in his eyes, more often obligation. Even though I see a glimpse of distress on his face, I can't be sure that I'm the reason for it. There's no need, I'm feeling much better. I address him in a proper and polite tone. An awkward pause follows. How could that even happen? I'm disappointed with your servants, let alone my son and that scum. I answer with forceful politeness, hiding my irritation. Unpredictable things happen sometimes. The head of the Kia car throws an angry glance at me, but it's difficult to understand what he's thinking. His empty eyes express nothing. My words rely him, even though I'm doing my best not to contradict him and not to be disrespectful. The conversation might have ended up changing into something far less polite, if not the appearance of Tamaki and Yoshiro. Father, I heard you of your arrival. He bows reverently, just like the rules of the Kia Clark command. I'm disappointed. The man replies short and clear, and it doesn't even deign to look at his son. Both Tamaki and Yoshiro say nothing, but the latter balls his hands into fists with a glint in his eyes. The attacker was quite skilled, so we should sort everything out and fight the enemy together. Do you agree with me, Master Tekia? I try to smooth everything over. Tamaki's father only gives him a quick nod, and then he looks at me with his unreadable gaze and smiles, making my guts clench. You are right. Now it's time. It's a problem for both our clans. Have some rest, Miuri, and let the elders sort everything out. He gives me a subtle hint that he doesn't want any of us get into it, and turns to go when I speak to him. But we were there. Only we know the details of the incident, so it will make no sense to make any kind of decision without us. We will take it into account. No rest. The head of the Gekkoukan smiles polite and leaves. Tamaki looks dark like a thundercloud, even though he tries not to show it. Is he so off-put by his father declaring his disappointment? My father is very insistent sometimes. Master Yoshinori doesn't take no for an answer if he sets his mind on something. Oh, so he's worried about the fact his father interrupted the time of my repose. I don't demand any special treat for myself. Everything is fine. A meeting has been announced. He walks away, hastily right after telling me this, while Yoshiro stays on. Come to the main hall if you can. You came here to call for me, didn't you? He nods and walks away in silence. I let the twins change the bands around my shoulder, and then we go to the main hall. Everyone is already there. I see Grandma talking to Tamaki's father, but they speak so soft that no one can tell what it's about. So everyone has father gathered. Let me save. Okay, save. Those who are present occupy their place. The head of the Kia clan, like an important guest, is at the honorific seat next to Grandma, and the others sit down anywhere that's free. Our people didn't find any suspicious trace or clues. The park and premise were searched through and through. It's clear that everything was played out by a skillful individual who knew how to cover it all up neatly. Tamaki's father talks aloud and clear as usual, so it's difficult not to hear him or to interrupt him. A total silence falls in the room. I agree with you. Our people haven't found anything important either. Our enemy is cunning, but the worst part of it is that we don't know who that is. Normal looks at me saying this. That is that why Miuri, Master Yoshinori, and I came to an anonymous decision. Miuri, starting now you are forbidden from going out of this house, and I will not tolerate disobedience. And here's my punishment. I hate the restriction of movement more than anything, but to be honest I won't really dare to go out of my house right after the incident. Anyway, it's just a punishment. And you must also have someone next to you all the time, with no objections. I bow my head in agreement, others following my example. Furthermore, since Mio is the victim of this attack, there's a good chance that she's the assassin's target, even though there are also other theories. Tamaki's father speaks right after Grandmother is done talking. We can't ignore this possibility, thus you must choose a person who will be your bodyguard. Everything the people around me do is care for me, even without this kind of an assignment. Grandmother Rumps and the head of the Kia clan immediately responds to my impudent remark. One person will be watching the surroundings 100 times more thoroughly, both taking care of you and keeping an eye on you. We don't want such massive vessel to be damaged through negligence. I must take it seriously and consider my choice thoroughly. After all, I'll have to interact with the bodyguard most of the time. Okay, so I think I go for Yuki because we see like her like a friend, so I think I go for her. The bodyguard will have to spend nights in the same room with me since the enemy was like to attack when I'm defenseless. I don't know Yoshiro and Tamaki well enough. And nights with Arashi might turn into nights of endless flirting. I think Yuki will be my best option. She seems harmless, so the enemy might disregard her entirely and attack, and that's where we get the preparator. I almost say the name, but Jean suddenly interrupts me. May we be the bodyguards? There are two of us, and we are always with Miuri. We won't let you down. The twins look very sincere and honest. Miyamoto silenced them. First and foremost, you must watch the situation in this house and guard it. We just want to help, and make it up to you. I smile, look at them, and then address the heads of the clans. I guess two bodyguards are better than one. The twins shuffle from foot to foot in anticipation and all shift their puppy eyes to the elders. Do you understand the importance of this responsibility? Of course, we won't let you down. The head of the clan is unhappy with all that's happening, and yet he doesn't make a scene out of it, saying only one thing in reply. In that case, so be it. We'll keep looking for clues. If anyone has ideas about the incident, let me or the head of the clan know. It's also necessary to double the security. I'll send my people here. Hereby, this meeting is over. Tamaki father adds, Miuri should rest. Her wound is quite significant. Saying this, he rises and walks out of the hall, with everyone following after him. The twins take to my room. Feeling this, I'm really going to have to get some rest. All of this aside makes my heart itch. It feels like I'm so close to the breakthrough, and yet it remains frustrated out of reach. I have no desire to stay on my own. The twins will tumble into my room with sleeping bags in their arms. It's not like we are playing to sleep, Miuri, Jean says cheerfully. He thinks that we will play all night long. Kin adds sarcastically while putting sleeping bags near the sofa. I point out good naturally. I thought you would be wide awake to watch the situation around me. Yes, we might as well do both. And you can join us if you want. I bought a new game. You'll like it. Our talk gets it. Sorry, fuck. My throat. Our talk gets it hooked with a insistent knock at the door, and then the guest reinforces his presence with his furious voice. Good evening. Yoshinori? I'm surprised by an unexpected late visit of the head of the Kira clan as soon as I walk to open the door. I must show him respect by opening the door personally and ask him to come in. I didn't wake you up, I hope. Master Yoshinori. Good evening. Your visit is so sudden. We didn't get to talk privately this morning. He smiles at me coldly, clearly expect to be invited inside. I step aside in confusion, letting him into the room. I don't really want to talk to him, but refusal will mean rudeness and disrespect, so I can only nod to him politely. Come in, please. What the hell? Why is he touching us on our head? He takes a step inside, approaches me unceremoniously, pressing his hand against my cheek. An instant flash of thrill in his eyes tells me of his admiration. Unlike his son, he allows himself to show emotions that end up reflecting in his eyes with mad glints. The talent, the might. I stand still and nod modestly. I hope he won't allow himself to do anything out of bounds, especially while there is someone else in the room aside from us two. But to tell the truth, it doesn't look like he minds at all. Your inner fire is much stronger than the fire of the late Mistress Suzuma. You knew my mother? I can't keep the surge of curiosity at bay. Oh, the memory of her makes the light inside of you glow with a renewed power. That's why the energy of creation is so strong in you. I almost think that he won't answer my question, but he keeps talking. Of course I knew her. During the last arrival of the Fountain, we planned to fight him together, but... Too bad everything went so wrong. He lifts his eyebrows dramatically. But with you and your light, we'll make it. He chuckles benevolent. Thank you, but you flatter me honestly. Don't be so modest. You have put in a lot of effort to keep your body in perfect condition and made the vessel strong. Devoting your life to training was the correct decision. Mr. Suzuma loved art. She will paint and sing. What did it lead to? Her body became weak and she failed to resist the phantom's power. A pitiful sight. Carel's words involving my mother make me angry and grit my teeth to avoid replying with something rude. Nevertheless, she saved all of us. I can't deny that. but everything could have been much more interesting. Well, let me enjoy the feel of your fire once more. He intently looked at my eyes, as if thinking about something dreamily at the same time. With his sight boring deep inside of me, his mind seems to fly somewhere far away with a joy I can't really comprehend. Creation is a power full of mystery. While we turn everything to dust, you create something marvelous out of it. He smiles and it makes my hair stand on end. It's too bad that this might can't exist without a mortal shell. It always needs a vessel to live among us. Thankfully, it won't be this way for long. What do you mean? I've been listening to him closely, but it looks like I lost the meaning of his words anyway. And the head of the Kia clan keeps looking at me in awe, as if seeing something I can't see. Yoshinori hand slips down and starts stroking my shoulder. Soon enough, everything will change, and the powers will join in restless dance, bathing everyone in their light. It means that my and Tamaki's child will unite our energies? His touch makes me feel icky, and my instincts scream about protection, but I can't move, as if shackled by fear. But it's not the only problem. I also have the feeling as though I'm succumbing to some hypnotic manipulation. Such a pity, I'm no longer the owner of destruction, otherwise I would. You. Seeing the head of Takeya clan, the brothers bow at once, but he doesn't notice. Then in short order, Gin purposely makes something crash onto the floor to attract his attention while bowing still. Oops! Yoshinori is right and steps away from me. I'm so grateful, Kin. Your bodyguards appear to be quite dutiful when it comes to their job. We are, the three reply in unison. Well, in that case I shall leave you alone with a easy heart. Get well soon, Miuri. With these words he leaves the room and I sighed with relief. Gosh, it's creepy. Hush, he might hear you. I shall and get into bed, leaving twins to settle in the room. They are surprisingly quiet, so I managed to fall asleep quickly despite the multitude of thoughts on my mind. The way that he was talking is like kind of weird, right? Like, why he says like talk like that to us? Like, Miuri, wake up. With my mind still aged from sleep, I realized that someone is shaking me by the shoulders, trying to wake me up. I open my eyes and sit up on the edge of the bed automatically. Doing my best to wake up myself, I shake my head and rub my face. Two silhouette shape in the dim light of the room, the twins. What's wrong? Mrs. Miyamoto. My eyes quicked up to the dark as I can discern the small details now. Anxious brothers exchange glances and quietly tug me to the door by the hand. Something's happened to her. You must see. Without further ado, I hurry after the brothers. I hope Miyamoto is well. What's happening to her? Whoa! She's floating. It's like she says that she tries to remember the conversation, so can be that, right? A gloomy atmosphere surrounds me as soon as I cross the threshold. Some shining mist gather in the hall with the help of minute glistening particles hanging in the air creates a dim, diffuse glow. The thick haze is almost palpable and inhibits my movement forward, as thought it's some kind of weak barrier. The woman's tense body is horizontally floating in the air in the middle of the hall, about a meter above the floor. Her kimono is hanging down, shimmering in the dark, creates a yellow glow that will catch anyone's eye. I hesitate thinking about what should I do, and then I take a few steps forward. Her eyes are wide open, a light is seeing through them, blocking her eyes and pupils from view. It seems like there is a pale, lifeless body in front of me, wretched and killed by something caught off guard, which causes a grimace of pain and fear to freeze on its face. Jean squeezes my hand. He's worried for the woman, who pretty much was his mother, shows in his eyes with glistening tears. He hasn't ever seen her like this. Will she be alright? Mia won't die. I feel her feeble life energy that used to be intertwined with my power beating inside of her. Her mouth keeps moving slowly. She says something, but it doesn't materialize in this world and thus doesn't reach my ears. Her mind is somewhere else right now. I don't tell her as much, but kid, why do you think so? Her body is rigid as she's standing straight. Her throat is tense too. Her mouth is is not just gasping the air to breathe. I can see that she's saying something, and emotionally so at that. Perceived King does his best to analyze the situation and look impassive, even though his hands shake, betraying his anxiety. Yes, it's true. I look at the woman and see everything he said confirmed. She's arguing with someone. Her expression keeps changing. Eyebrows furrow in anger, familiar wrinkles appear on her forehead and dimples on her cheeks, but her eyes stay immobile as if dead. What should I do? Keen's eyes keep wavering vacantly. As the more quiet-witted of the two brothers, he is always the first to find solutions to the problems, but now he is confused, since it's the first time he's seeing her having a vision. I wish I had an answer to his question. I've never been in this situation, so I don't know how to deal with it. Did you two find her like this? Yes, I was making the rounds as usual, and I saw her. About 2 hours have passed since then. What? It's been that long? We thought she would wake up, so we didn't dare alert anyone else. Grandma vision was short and lasts few minutes at most, not a few hours. The lucid dream she wants to trigger must somehow be different from a spontaneous one and might last longer, but nevertheless it makes me wary. I don't think that sight I see in front of me is terrifying, but as for the twins, like for them it's like first time that I've seen, so they are like kinda like creepy, right? Like what's happening? Stepping close to Grandma's body and taking a close look at it, I try to think of something I can do to help. Every time Mia has a vision, she tends to lose her grip on this reality as she transports herself into the past, the future, or even my dreams. Sometimes she immerses into them completely and transfers her essence into her displaced body, becoming a direct participant of the events without any ability to change a thing. But more often than that, she just watches events from the side as an invisible ghost. Grandma told me that she wants to remember a conversation with my mother about something important but forgotten. She must have been traveling through her memories, transporting her physics into her history again and again, losing her connection with the true reality over and over, delving deeper and deeper. So silly of Miyamoto, refusing my help. I smile sadly. She's just like me when I decide to practice control of my power in secrecy. If she's lost and can't find her real self, she'll stay in this condition until the point of her body fails, and then she will die. Jin, I'm going to help her. The brows jolt and liven up, showing their readiness for action. I give them instructions icily. You must watch me and the head of the clan. If I start looking like her at any point, call for Arashi immediately. I chuckle ironically. If you end up calling for him, do everything he says, and for now sit somewhere to the side and wait. The twins obey and sit near the wall. I hope that I will be able to help Grandma and find her just the way I helped Arashi back in the day. I can't call for anyone else. I doubt Miyamoto will be happy with somebody else seeing her in this state. So we're going to try to help her. I'm approaching the woman, kneeling at her side and taking her hand. With my eyes shut, I'm doing my best to concentrate and turn inward to summon the threads of the power and plunge into the enormous whirl of memories that belongs to the Phantom. It's much easier to control the power now than ever before. I'm forming a perfect sphere between my hands. A second. A lifting sphere above my head and trying to summon the mass of energy, churning somewhere far beyond my understanding to make a huge source of light that will help me find Miyamoto. It feels like soon enough I'll be able to have full control of every surge of energy existing here. But it's a lie. Even though this place connects with Phantom's world, it's also linked to grandmother's mind and exists in accordance with thought, following the laws which rule in my dreams. I can't summon more power. I'm hearing a crackle and whistling nearby, and my sphere is falling into piece and then into dust. Caught in the wind, the shards of the sphere fall apart, leaving no trace. I'm staying in the dark in proud solitude, and Grandmother is pushing me out into reality a second after. My body is seared with pain. I open my eyes. I find myself in the room with the twins. They are already turned towards me and have been holding me under my arms, so I won't crumple on the floor. Should we call Arashi? How was it? I shake my head in reply. I'll try once more. Other way around. Back at reception, I was led by my wish to protect unjustly oppressed people. Shielding them, I automatically imagined making a barrier in front of me, I might be able to do something like that now. So we are trying to force more the power. We try to do something different. Concentrate on my old power. I offset my arms as if I'm going to play piano. The threads of more start spreading from my fingertips, gradually becoming visible. I imagine drawing the thin lines in the hair and watching them reaching out for the head of the clan. As soon as I do it, the lines appear in this reality. Yes! I don't need to do all of this dirty work on my own when I have the powerful helper creation. I just need to make it yield to my will and order whatever I want to do. The threads wave around the woman more tightly, forming a half-transparent cocoon. They go into her mouth and ears, trying to penetrate her mind. I feel my power going to the other world and merging with it. I see through it, I feel through it. A myriad of moments rush past me, flashing by and getting replaced with others. The threads of power throwing an instant surge through every memory of my grandmother. I must find the real Miyamoto, not one of her endless copies in this stream of information. At some point, one of the threads sends out a signal to the others. It found her, and the other threads dash to help it. They envelop the real Miyamoto, squeeze her tie, pull her out into our worlds. An instant. A bright flash and an energetic wave right after it, and everything disappears. My threads of power, Miyamoto glow, and the fig case. The human body lowers itself to the floor. Within a minute she comes back to her sense, waking up from the long dream. The twins help to get up. What did you? I got you out of there. Yama looks at me in confusion, as if not understanding the meaning of the words I say, and then, putting two and two together, she walks towards the throne slowly and sits on it with the twins' help while pondering over all that happened. What happened? Where am I? Don't you remember? Wait, I don't understand. How did it? She is cautious but really disoriented in time and space. For a few minutes, Miyamoto keeps turning her head around, looking at this hall. Her face tense and wrinkles in concentration, and her hands dig into armrests. I start wondering if I could put someone else's mind in Mia's body by chance. I barely managed to ask myself if it's possible in the first place when the head of the clan muttered softly through her gritted teeth. So this is the true reality. And then she addressed me with gratitude in her eyes. Thank you, Miuri. You saved me just in time. I almost lost my perception of reality as it is. The head of our clan speaks softly with strain in her voice. My intervention must have drained her energy. I also realized that the lucid visions had exhausted her as well. You should thank the twins. They brought me here. The brothers stand next to the grandmother nod. They definitely won't leave her side after the scene we have witnessed. Thank you, boys. You should have some rests. Not now, while I still remember. I need to tell you, while the sensations are still here. Intermittent and confused speech is a result of shock. How far has she gone into her memories to make herself feel like this? It makes me suspicious that grandmother also decided to take advantage of the situation and peek into a couple of other forgotten memories as well. And that's what made her feel disoriented when she came back into her body. Your mother. She wanted to prevent it. For good. Miyamoto sighed deeply, trying to find the words for another sentence. She also struggles with it. I try not to distract her and ask nothing, so she will be able to concentrate on the thoughts. The books. Susumu wrote a lot of books, and paid illustration for them. My lovely daughter, I was writing a book. Looked like Miyamoto remembered something, her eyes buggling. Even though I forbade her from writing about the Phantom. That's why we have so few records of the Phantom, only some general statistics. Any records concerning the Phantom were forbidden because people thought such notes might become anchors for the Phantom arrival into our world and speed it up, another crazy ancient theory. But she didn't listen to me and kept it at it. She said that she knows how to beat Phantom, convincing me that the other vessel's notes were in that book as well, but I was the vessel and I've never written anything in it. It explains why my mother was so confident when it came to victory, and didn't try to work on her physical form and reactions. And she was wrong, the Phantom can't be trusted. It's only toying with us, and that useless book. I couldn't find it, no matter how hard I tried. I forgot about that diary, didn't think it was important. The Phantom arrival used to be seldom. There were little more than those of them. It hasn't even been 100 years since the last one. I hope you won't have to face him, so there will be no need to tell you about the diary. I was wrong. Say that Miyamoto falls silent, truthful, and then continues her speech in a calm and confident tone. Now she's back entirely. Suzuma did it. Maybe in this house, maybe not. I don't know. But the phantom is coming. I swear I could feel its breath in my memories. It has found you already, but I failed to grasp on reality and open the gates for the merging of the worlds. Whenever you feel unexpected flash and outbursts of energy nearby, it would be pretty much mean that the phantom has gotten into our world to destroy it. She could let me know that I can't avoid direct interaction with the phantom. A chill passed over my body and I finally decided to speak and ask a question. Is there no way for us to defend ourselves? I don't know that for sure. All of the vessels decide how exactly to resist found on their own, but it always end up with their deaths. No matter how hard the vessel tries, no matter which way it's chosen. It's inevitable, that's how the world works, there is no choice. Or the phantom wants us to think so. My mother almost pushed it through, but always there was a blunder somewhere and it fell apart. We already sailed the treaty with the Kia clan, but the contract was lost during the last incident, and thus it's nullified. Miyamoto talks about hesitate and with disdain. This isn't a revelation for me though, I already heard about it. Suzuma is signed contract from me, so I wasn't there, but that's exactly what when the phantom arrived in our world. You should ask someone who was there about it. They might know something, and if they are still alive, that's it. Most likely grandmother knows about these only from fragments of her memories stored after the events. It couldn't have been done without Yoshinori. The head of the clan scoffs in confirmation, but I don't think you'll be eager to talk to you about it. She wins, remembering something else, and then decides entirely, I know it means the end of our talk tonight. If you want to know things Suzuma knew, you should find that diary, the book I just told you about. I don't think mother lied about the purpose of that book. She wouldn't have been so confident in her actions without a valid reason, without proof. I not quite understand up. You should have some rest, Mr. Miyamoto. We can talk about everything later. I ordered Twitch to take care of the woman and decided to go back to my room, my hands shaking in anxiety and knees buckled in exhaustion. I opened the door and walked out into the hallway to my loyal bodyguards. The light suddenly dims and I'm plugged into darkness for the umpteenth time. So we need to know where is the diary now. Darkness is surrounding me from every side. The hollow shells of huge buildings are hanging over me, trying to scare me with their black windows that look like the empty eye sockets of corpses. Dim shapes of the concrete box of house with roofs and wires stretching out in eternity are shimmering right behind the house on the main street. So I'm here again. I decided not to waste my time by stopping. Scrutinize the ruins of the city, I'm walking forward bravely but carefully, stepping over the rocks and pieces of metal and armatures so as not to trip up again. Repeating identical neighborhoods are going on indefinitely. I realize that I'm somehow walking in circles, caught up in the trap of few streets around me. With every repetition, the hazy silhouettes of the house are becoming more and more recognizable. The neglected, unkept, gloomy city, not yet covered with ivy and moss, is telling me that it's frozen in time right after its destruction. I'm trying to break free from the captive by entering one of the buildings and walking up the recurring stairs at the top of it to look around. As soon as I walk to a step over the threshold, I end up back in the middle of the street. I try to enter buildings again and again, but it's always the same thing. It's toying with me. My eyes hurt. It's nothing else. I'm obstinate. I wonder how long I will last. Huh? At first time I'm looking around me in shock, trying to understand where I'm teleported to. The realization of it dawns on me a bit later. I'm thrown back to a bunch of places on the same street, right next to a half-ruined building that's looking like a skyscraper. It has no windows, and its entrances are blocked with rocks and rubble. It feels like someone is hinting to me that I need to get inside, but how can I do that? Break the windows? Right? Suddenly I find myself on my bed, staring at the ceiling. There is no one else in the room. It's light outside. It really looks like Phantom is playing with me. The line between dream and reality has disappeared discreetly, so I didn't even realize how I ended up in the Phantom world. My carried bodyguards must have brought me here when I fainted. Once again, a hicky feeling of helplessness settles deep inside me. Even though I put a lot of effort into training and growing strong, it's like victory over the Phantom is out of my reach. I put my cool hand out to perspire forehead to cool it down, and then cover my eyes with it, trying to push back the tears and swallow the lump in my throat. I saw the ruins of my seat and on my own home destroyed with a single living soul inside. I can't really understand if it's the past or my future. Neither can understand if I'm able to prevent it while having no idea how to do so. It's so awful to realize your own helplessness and inability to affect the final outcome. All I can do is go forward, clinging to any, even ephemeral chance. I can try to learn more about the Phantom, just like in my dreams, which have stopped being just dreams a while ago, turning into endless wanderings through its world. I'm somewhat comforted with the fact that, like every vessel before me, I must be able to save people around me, paying with my mind and life for it, but I don't want to die at all. What could my mothers have written in that book of hers? It must be the fire plan of action or something like that. But even if there is some precise instruction on defeating the Phantom, how are we able to establish where she made a mistake? I sighed deeply. Even everything grows more complicated by the day. Anyway, whatever the circumstance, I must find that book, that diary or whatever it is. Where can it be? It would have been far too simple if Mother hid it in the house, but I don't have any other option. I can't stand by and do nothing. I must start somewhere. I can't tell everyone that I want the rooms to be searched through for clues related to the attacker, which won't be reasonable if the culprit is in the house. Me turning everything upside down will only cause chaos and rooks. I spent some time pondering until soft careful knocking at the door instantly snaps me back into focus. Come in. The trees come in very carefully. One of them is holding a beautiful wooden tray laden with food. That's suspicious. The last time they brought me breakfast in bed was one day. What have you done? Without even thanking them for putting my unconscious body to bed, I ask them hastily as I see their innocent smiling face. What have we done? We brought you breakfast. Have you wrecked the dinner room? Both of them bite on their bottom lip. It's clear as day that there is something wrong with the dining room. No, not really. Just don't get mad. I dash out to the room trying to imagine the wreckage I'm about to see. Yup. Let's try the dining room. My god. Jesus Christ. Our god is like, what happened? It turns out that everyone except for Miyamoto is already in the wreckage that used to be the dining room. Nobody says nothing. I expect that I won't see anything good. But this? How could these rascals turn the dining room into something like this? Everything is upside down. The paper door is torn, the dishes are broken, the chairs and the tables are overturned, some of them are missing chunks of wood. If the head of Alka sees this, she will... The lights are thicker and then a small flash in the middle of the room hits my eyes with a pang, making my vision grow dim. My head spins again. The twins live close to me, supporting me from both sides to prevent me from falling. Muri, we are sorry. We didn't know you would take it so seriously. It won't happen again. Could it be one of the flash Gamal mentioned? But I didn't feel any kind of strange energy. I look around, I guess I was seeing things because of dizziness. I think it's not. I think it's where is the diary? I think it's our mother saying where is the diary? It's what it is. Everyone keeps looking at me in expectation of my belated outrage. Unknowing, they gave me a wonderful idea about how I should look for the diary and the way to put this idea into action. I sent all my gaze on each person who took part in that awful battle. It's the twins and Yoshiro, judging by their looks. What did they fight over this time? What can I say? The twins swallow hard. There is no point in sorting out who is at fault. Everything is clear enough as it is. Kin, Jin, and Yoshiro. Yes, you know you have sentenced everybody in this room. The siblings cower, waiting for my verdict. As preventive measure for further destruction of our car's property, today's task is global house cleaning. Let the ones who made the mess put everything in order. Are you saying that you have nothing to do with it? I still cling to Yoshiro's shoulder. The guy jumps in surprise. Yoshiro, I won't protest if I were you. I had a good naturally try to be as polite as possible. To tell the truth, there's something else. I want to find something, and you all have to help me, even if you are not playing for this chaos. I wink myself and clap my hands, imitating the cheerful Yuki. I hope it looks like that. So, my mom, Suzuma, has written a book that I must find, something like a personal diary. It may be in the house, but I do not know where exactly. Therefore, you will help me a lot if you agree. If you find something weird looking like that book, bring it to me. If you doubt that is that purpose of the thing you find, bring it to me. If some old rubbish books looks suspicious to you, bring it to me. And do not read it. I throw a long look over everyone in the room and hold my gaze at the only reasonable and peaceful person here, Tamaki. He doesn't have to help me, but I would like everyone to take part in the search. I expect a refusal, but the ear nods, silently agreeing with my request. Other follows his example. That's pure luck. Well then, let's break into groups and get to business. I hope you understand who's going to deal with the dining room without complaint. The twins nod quietly with their shoulders slumped. It's hard to tell that you were almost killed a few days ago. I turn toward Arash with a fearful look, and the smirk disappears from his face at once. Right. Now it's better to do something other than just lazing around. I clap my hands thrice, marking the official start of our mission. Judging by the looks of their face, they are not in the least bit thrilled with this idea, but they are still ready to back me up as needed. I'll just ask you one question. No, there is no need to put my underwear into the washing. That's too bad, but it's not what I want to ask. And what about that new rule? Mustn't one of us be with you all the time? This morning my bodyguard left me unattended to bring me breakfast, and nothing bad happened to me. I speak benevolent, without a hint of accusation in my voice. I don't think that priority of my security should become so absolute that my protect can't even step aside briefly. Even more so when I'm in my own house. I promise to be in sight of one of you all the time, so everything is alright. Let's go to the library. It would be logical to search through the library. After all, it's the most suitable place for a book. I should deal with the training hall and take some helpers from our clan. Yoshiro and Yuki, may I ask you to tidy up in the garden? There's also a broken step at the side near the entrance to the main hall. Yoshiro, can you fix it? As for Tamaki and myself, we'll go to the library. And are there any objections? If there are any, I won't accept them. The twins will give you the tools you will need. After the location of responsibilities, we spread around the house. Of course, I had breakfast first and changed my clothes. I feel wary of making the heir of the Kia clan do things that must be dealt with servants in this house, but a brief glance at him is enough to understand that he's more than fine with it. And on the other hand, as is the way my clan lives, he should get acquainted with it. And he can refuse any time, just the way he did when he was in a hurry. After the attack on me, he arranged a home office in here and thus stay in almost all the time, driving out only when his presence at meetings is really necessary to solve any urgent issues. Crossing the threshold of the room, Tamaki tries to cover his nose with his hand to prevent a sneeze. It's dusty in here. He gazes across the room, gives me a doubtful look and he sighs. What's the point of cleaning up here? His face is full of incomprehension. Clearly he thinks it's just a storeroom, not a place where the books are kept. And therefore cleaning is not needed here at all. This room shouldn't even be walked into. It will be much better for us just to board it up and forget about it. There are far too few books here. Few? In that case, the Kiyakar must have a huge library, and our modest dusty room is nothing in comparison. Almost all of the books here are about martial arts, and there's maybe just a couple of bookcases with fiction. Many items are put into boxes and kept in storage rooms, because nobody really needs them. People come here very seldom, especially in summer. So we are looking for a book written by Mr. Suzumo. What does it look like? I would have told you if I knew. The young man nods, walks to a small bookcase, takes the first book he sets his eyes on, and thumbs it over in his hands ponderously, browsing through its contents. We can't open all of them one by one and leaf through them. Indeed, but I don't see any other option. How about using your special sense? My special sense? You must be able to sense particles of power that are present in every person of the clan in some amount. Yes, just like you. So, if the die is right by Mr. Suzuma, it must have a trace of her energy. That's right, but my ability to sense people and their powers are underdeveloped. It's uncomfortable to admit my own weakness to another person, but there is no point in hiding them now. I choose to improve my physical form as the vessel of the creation rather than my ability to sense the power in other people's blood. You are meditating and learned how to concentrate. It can be enough to sense people nearby sometimes. I rarely use those skills for this purpose. It happens on its own most of the time and really drains me right afterwards. It's difficult to latch on the remnants of the power in a living creature, let alone in an inanimate object, which we have in this case, and we have no idea how much energy it might still hold. I think your special sense for the power is much stronger than mine. He gives me a barely noticeable smile. You're right. I can feel the energy of each member of Bakuto clan and yours especially, and I can feel the location of the Kia clan members even more clearly than that. But that Dai has only the trace of Suzuma energy. She's your mother, so you have the upper hand here. If the book was for my father's belongings, I'll be able to help you. I sighed and I think everything over. Well, since we have no other ideas, I might as well try. It's better than sitting around doing nothing. Sitting comfortable on the small sofa, I try to concentrate and focus deep inside to feel the trace of the power around me and find the object I need so much. Tamaki sets himself next to me. Set my mind on my sense, try to check with my inner eye if there's anything like a diary in this room or any other object with as much as modicum of Suzuma energy on it. Within a minute I managed to fall into trance, complete, start sensing the residents of the house and quickly feel the power in the blood of people around me. That's weird. I don't think I ever concentrate that hard. Is it because another vessel is next to me? I hear the surprised power of destruction racing through Tamaki's body in a swift flow, like a mountain river. Behind the wall in the dining room, a weak power of creation trickles peacefully through the twins' vein. I see. I can sense something in the library as well. The whole room is filled with the wicked ether of creation. It must be because these rooms soaked up an endless multitude of traces of my clansman's power. I do my best to push through this veil with my inner sight, as if trinket in the woods. I'm not strong enough to discern Suzuma energy from all the others. My inner sight wanders around the room as do my best to find something worth of attention. At some point I feel overtaken by a feeling of tension I can't bear anymore, so I open my eyes. I don't think I have found anything of use this way, sorry. Tamaki's eyes cheers me up icily. Don't worry about it. It's hard to do. Now let's follow your plan instead. I give him a whole bird sturdy tool, the efficiency of which has been proven by time, a dusting brush. The young man takes it but doesn't seem to be in a hurry to start working. Tamaki stares at the brush in stupor, as if the item in his hands is supposed to be used in torture by tickling or something. Tamaki always looks so serious and prepared for everything. I couldn't even imagine that he hasn't ever seen an ordinary brush for dusting. I understand the guy's perplexity and want to explain what it is, but he interrupts me. I didn't do anything like that, never, but I know how to handle it. It's a good thing I don't have to explain it to you. I got it. I will learn. Saying nothing else, he gets to work. I chuckle kindly and start sorting through the books with him, one after another. He wipes the dust off the books, I open them, quickly look through whatever is inside and put everything back into place. Thank you for your help. The guy nods at my words. After that we keep looking through the books, not forget to check the contents of the chest. I'm really glad that our library is small, so this patch won't take too long with such a hard work partner. We'll have to spend a few hours here and wait though. Getting done with the cleaning, with no diary in sight, I had to join the others so I will be able to check if they are done and if any of them found what I need. As soon as every possible thing is in the house turned upside down, exhaustion crashed down on us, so we walked to our separate rooms. The twins disappear somewhere by the time we are done cleaning. I guess they are avoiding me, so I won't be able to tell them off for this morning activity. But I must say they cleaned up the dining room very well. The floor is gleaming. How can we even walk on it now? I should explain that floor must be so clean that we could eat off it. It's a figure of speech, that They shouldn't wax it underline the effect. I failed to find Mother's diary even with the squad of assists. Maybe the diary is indeed destroyed. I have a growing feeling that this book is my only possibility to start gaining control over a situation somehow. I drained and in addition upset with my failure, but I decided to train anyway. Okay, start. I closed my eyes and turned my attention inward. And I stand in the ruins of the city again. This time I know where to go, so I find a building with no doors or windows in just a minute. I'm touching the rocks and boulders blocking my way. Cold, heavy and unwavering, they are silently guarding the path to the inside. They are not letting me see what's there behind them. I doubt I'm able to move all of them in. So any spell sense is telling me that I'm close to the target. I barely notice the outburst of energy making a shiver run through my body in a wave. I'm getting through the ruins by breaking slabs of rocks with my hands. The slabs are surprisingly fragile and playable. The dirt is getting on my nails, dust is inside my eyes, and I really want to sneeze, but I'm not stopping, still picking at the rocks. A lot of time is passing before I manage to make a narrow cut in the wall. Brief by brief, movement by movement, the surface of the building is thinning right to the point where a small crack is finally appearing, with the light weakly seeping through it. Yes, I knew it. I make a small hole in the wall and peeking inside. It's able to see everything in the hall full of light and some sort of tiny articles, but I'm still able to see one thing. It can't be the book. A fear was overwhelming me and I started breaking through the barrier intently, almost digging through the crumbling rocks and throwing chunks of it to the sides. Suddenly a crack sound behind me. I'm turning around and seeing a ragged snow-white spot in front of me. It's growing, shimmering, and let the flash of the power spread around itself. Can it be a chasm? I am getting tired from my aim, not for long. I'm doing my best to summon the threads of power and stop the fast growth of the slight spot, but to no avail. It's tugging me against my will. I have my eyes wide and probably come back from the phantom's world. The chasm had almost flung me back into my reality, even though I didn't request it. So that's how it all works. That's how he comes to our world. Through a thought started flickering in my mind, dealing with new information I've got. So that's where the diary is. How surprising. I know this place is the safest one, but how am I supposed to get the book? The answer was obvious. I need to get Phantom's Lore again and get hold of it. But constantly this time. Arashi might be able to help me with that. The sofa is occupied by the twins who try to be quiet and not bother me. They stare at me and as I leap out of my bed. I need to find Arashi. What for? Can't you tell by Miyuri's manner that whatever she needs him for is extremely serious? Ignore them, I run to find the teacher. Where can he be? Fulfilling their guard duties, the twins follow me. They barely manage to keep from falling behind. My eyes disappear at once as soon as I see the light streaming from behind the slightly open door of training dojo. I peek into the crack. As he sits on the floor with paper scattered around him, he's shuffling through them, swapping them with one another and taking notes from time to time. It's the first time I ever see Arashi reading something with such seriousness and attention. The twins stand behind me, gasping. They try to catch their breath. Miyuri, you could be a sharp runner if you wanted to. A short distance one. You realize that the twins can't help me with these important pieces at all. I decide to send them back to their room. I put my hands on their shoulders. Well, bodyguards, you fulfill your duty, so now you can have some rest. But wait for me in your room. But Arashi will look after me. I fall under his responsibility. After exchanging glance, the twins bow their heads and slowly wade into the darkness of the hallway. They realize how serious everything is, judging by my actions and requests. I knocked at the door timidly, not wanting to interrupt them. I can hear soft coughing, creaking of the floorboards, and the rustling of paper. The teacher hastily gathers the papers into a stack. The room becomes completely quiet, and after a while, Arashi finally calls me. Couldn't sleep for thinking about me, huh? Very funny, I'm sure, but I'm here on serious business, and I believe that you are the only one who can help me. Alice gives me an extremely surprised look, and then nods. My mother's book. Did you find it? I guess so, but I'm not sure. It's either the book or something like it. Turns out that my mother assured the safety of the book by putting it where only the direct ear and vessel of the power creation will be able to find it. Could it be that she hid right under the phantom nose? I nod. It's aware of the diary's location there, so it shows you the book on purpose. You know, Arashi, you are surprisingly well aware of the Phantom and its abilities. The young man coughs. Alright, I guess you haven't been studying the records or taking notes on the Phantom in the dead of night in vain. And even though it's forbidden, no one will know about it. If you do me a small favor, help me get back to the Phantom world and control it with your miracle spell so I'll be able to get the book faster. Arashi wins as if he bit into something very bitter. I don't approve of this idea. It's far too dangerous. But what if the Phantom is playing with me and isn't going to let me get a hold of the book? What if he's waving it in front of me only to hide it somewhere I won't be able to find it? The frowning teacher sighs in exasperation, his glare boring into me. It's clear that he doesn't want to do this at all, but he can't say no to me either. The Phantom is very close right now, and I really doubt that your notes and my feeble attempts to do something will affect the outcome. Did you see something? I don't know, maybe. I can't just sit down do nothing. You'll go there anyway though, even if I refuse to help you. If you leave me no other choice. Arashi inhales deeply and then lets out a long breath, as if trying to pull off having to make the decision. Well, fine, let's find the diary, but only if you are going to do everything I tell you with no objections. And not vigorously. I don't really know what I would done if he said no, to be honest. Right now, when my dreams are fully merged with Phantom's world, it's very dangerous to submerge into them. My clan has stories of people not returning from the Phantom world, ending up in eternal coma. That's why everyone is so worried about me all the time. With my consent, Arashi gives up and tells me to prepare myself for a conscious plunge into my dream. Just like during night training, we sit facing each other, I relax fully and then try to concentrate and call out all my powers. Arashi leans closer to me and starts murmuring the words, the rhythm of which I know, but the meaning of which is still unknown to me. Listening to Arashi's entrancing voice ringing the spell, I slowly sink into the dangerous worlds. I feel a dark mist envelop me from every direction. It feels as if swallowing me and then spitting me out on the other side. A couple of minutes pass and I find myself in Phantom world, but there is no way for me to orientate myself with all the blackness around me. I don't understand where am I. A stream of words is rushing me in front of me, piercing through the darkness. It's showing me the direction I must go. Doing my best to catch up with it, I'm running across the black surface as fast as I can. The world is not reacting to my actions yet. The Phantom hasn't figured out that I managed to get back into its world so fast, or maybe it just doesn't want to stop me. At some point I think that I'm losing sight of the guidance light made by Arashi, so I'm summoning every bit of power that's possible. The luminous threads are zooming towards me out of the dark. They are surrounding my body as soon as I'm imagining a gleaming costume as close as second skin on me. A second, and I'm soaring. After so much time and so many attempts to control the power, I figured out to make it work for me. I'm overwhelmed with an unusual feeling. I'm sensing my connection with creation. It's filling me, making me stronger, and at the same time pulling me down, weakening me. I'm feeling a tremendous and endless power capable of bending this world to its will on the other hand of the threads. I'm feeling drunk on it, astounded by it, yearning for it even more. Pushing these emotions away, I'm trying to keep my mind clear and steady as I'm walking this fine line. Controlling the power, risking being engulfed by it every second, such is the fate of every vessel. Let's move on. The energy inside my body is pulsing and succumbing to me. Control each other with all the lights. Faster and faster, the shards of time memory are flying past me, and navigating between them with Arashi help. I'm looking for the place I must get go to, the place created for me by the Phantom. Let me only save in here. Careful. Let's only save in here. The true evil that has proposed no one can comprehend, the destruction of the world, must be looking for me among all of these moments, these shimmering windows to open the door into the true reality and devour it. I have the advantage though, unlike the Phantom, I'm looking for a thing that belongs to the person to whom I'm connected by blood, not just by power, and Arashi is helping me. I'm not feeling any kind of resistance, so I'm flying onward as if I'm part of this world, also broken into billions of pieces that looks just like me for some unknown reason. A sign of light a light is blazing at me. I'm going out. The particles are slamming into one, and everything starts to look ordinary. I'm seeing the familiar street. I'm here. I'm jubilant. The book is near, so I'm very close. I'm landing next to the same destroyed building and peeking into the gap I made previously just to check the book is still there. The die is shining and almost calling for me to get it. I'm ordering the tenders of power to let me go, leave me undefended and clear out the ruins to make bigger entrance than I have dug through before. I must take the book before the fountain feels my presence. As soon as I hit with realization, the laws of this world will bend to it. I won't be able to lose them anymore. It requires a few moments for the power to remove the debris enough for me to get into the vast hall inside the building. I'm seeing an object hovering in the air in front of me. It's gleaming as if surrounded by 100 blinding fireflies. A breath is caught in my throat. It's hard to believe that I made the book, but it's Maldive for sure. A small, neat book in beautiful hardcover, a bit shabby with page loosened by time. I'm taking a few steps closer, and it's not gleaming anymore, but it's still bobbing slowly in front of me in the air, as if floating in water. I'm reaching out of the book, hanging in free fall, and careful with tenderness and pity, tracing my fingers along its spine. Time and space around me are feeble, and the air is searing my lungs, but I'm still managing to grasp the diary. I'm pulling it towards me and hugging it close with tender yearning as if it's my mother. Her legacy, her thoughts, her heritage. She left me something that can help me. With tremendous hope and anticipation, I'm opening the book. The letters are appearing on the page, glowing and twinkle. They are forming the words and then sentences that have important meaning for me. Ouch! I barely read through the couple of phrases and when a loud and unpleasant sound sounds in my head, almost making me drop the precious book. The earth is shaking around me, the rocks are coming to life again and rising to the air, only to fall into dust. The ground under my feet is moving. Some powerful flow bursts out of it like a torment vortex. It's pushing me away. What is it? A bright flash. My mind is fogged by the thick veil of light that's seeping through cracks made my small earthquake in this reality. I'm falling down into the endless gloomy depth of darkness that's eager to swallow me whole. I'm erased used to the cold, emptiness and darkness. I'm not afraid, but the feeling of uncertainty is bothering me. The main point is that I fulfilled my task. The diary is with me. The shards of time are rushing in front of me again. The windows are of all existing realities. Now, when the phantom found me in the world it created for me, it took away my ability to use the power. This world is lived by the phantom laws. This world is multifaceted. This world is everything. This world is nothing. I'm still falling into the unknown. This space around me is filled with vaguely familiar voices. At first they are just sounds of the verge of hearing, but they are changing fast, turning into words, into whimsical phrases, the meaning of which escaped me at first. They are echoing in my head melodically, repeating themselves again and again, so I'll finally be able to understand them. Focusing, I managed to make out one particular phrase that sounds to me louder and somewhat more tense than the rest of them. I'm dangerous, I don't want to harm you. Thank you for helping me train. How can I protect you when you are so careless? It's my duty to protect princess. Thank you for your help with the training. It's my duty to protect the beautiful princess. What is the word? It's my duty to protect the beautiful princess. I think it's this. I cling to the familiar voice. The phrase echoes in my head, filling all the space there is and causes some confusing feelings. Beauty! Muffled as out of a jar, the voice tries to reach my mind. Do I know it? It's too far from me to understand who its owner is, but my heart starts beating faster. I sink, feeling the heaviness pulling me down into death, but the unknown doesn't scare me at all. I feel so very calm for some reason. It's as if I am falling asleep in soft bed under the big fluffy blanket. Beauty! The voice sounds again, resonating in my ear louder. With persistence and yet shakily, it repeats my name again, and I finally recognize the voice. Arashi! I hear a stream of ancient words bonded with a spell. They become visible in this world, obtaining power and shape. They surround me to protect me. The voice in my head doesn't die down, growing unbearably loud and creaky. It makes me want to block my ears from it. I try to grab at half-transparent words, but my feeble attempts lead to nothing. My hands go right through, starting the letters and throwing them into dust. Arashi, you can't help me. I try to get a hold on the letters again, but they blur in space. As soon as I touch them, they disappear out of sight. I can hear a loud cracking noise, almost like sound of breaking glass. The space around me shakes and covers with a pitiful screech, making my eardrums hurt. I close my eyes and cover my ears with my hands, giving myself up to the darkness. Somewhere from the depths of my mind, I get the notion that I can die in this world, but I'll keep living in true reality, even if I hit the bottom here. It soothes me, and at the same time, a powerful black flash in my head makes me open my eyes. Arashi! Miuri, the phantom will consume you. You have fallen into a coma. The frantic voice comes from somewhere really close to me. With an effort, I force my eyes open. Where? Whoa. Like a lot of ants. In a sec, I turn and look up. Arashi reaches out to me, doing his best to take a hold of any part of my body, but he fails miserably. You are not supposed to be here. It's dangerous. Your words, not mine. A young man, extremely anxious, face freezes in grimace of horror caused by being here. Three black lines appear all around him. Hundreds of dark tendrils reach out of him, hoping to get me. The appendage of their hands look like tiny hands, copying Arashi's yearnings to save me. Arashi, do you want to consume me? I want to catch you and help. Miuri, trust me. These words are said with overwhelming vexation, and some kind of regret make me jolt. Tears appear in the corners of Arashi's eyes. Miuri, please, let me catch you. He sounds desperate. It's all my fault, so I must help you. He shouts louder and louder, his voice getting worse and more, and he won't be able to speak at all. Miuri, I beg you, give me your hands. I will never let you go again. Something in touched my heart and that was absolutely calm just a second ago, and I throw out my hand without thinking. Arashi reacts to it, and one of the tendrils weaves itself around my palm, only to keep wrapping all over my body. Black threads entangle everything, drawing us closer. I was afraid. Arashi sighed and whispered softly, as if no strength left him. A powerful energetic wave burst into my dream, filling everything. I feel the urge to devour Arashi whole with his power, desire, dreams, and aspirations, but I managed to hold myself back. So he saved us, right? My body feels leaden, I can't even move a finger. My lungs are filled with a heavy dense smog, stopping me from breathing in deeply. I take a strained breath and painful groan escapes from my lips. I return from out of the depths of my dream. I feel unusually calm as I fall. Looks like the phantom became angry and decided to alter my conscience somehow. Maybe my mind becomes more vulnerable when I lose the power in the phantom world. Troubling thoughts of what could have happened to the person who came to my aid spin in my head. Miuri! I open my eyes and see the worried face of my teacher in front of me. Miuri! He shakes me by the shoulder slightly and then starts rubbing my cheeks, as if he could help me come back to reality somehow. I murmur jokingly to make him calm down. Just don't grab me. I told you to, it's dangerous. I want to say something, but the weirdness is still pressing on me, so I just let out another barely coherent mutter. Alright. I exhale and feel my body restoring quickly. The haze of calmness vanishes, and I feel belated fear. I'm weak and almost out of time. Something icky is crawling out of the depths of my soul, growing to a frightened size to spare me. My mind is overtaken with panic and dread, with fear for those dear to me and for myself. I try to suppress it, and it gets stuck as a lump in my throat. I'm sorry. I was far too self-confident. Arashi smiles, waking her pats to my head. I felt invulnerable because of my control over the power. I became too brazen because of the change that have happened to me recently. Even though I am scared, I'm terrified by the realization of being a step away from death. Panic petrifies me when I realize that I might miss my chance and lose to the phantom just the way my mother did. And all of you will disappear with me. I admit to to the fear that's torturing me. I don't really want to confess to it, but get too lost in the moment. Tears appear in the corners of my eyes, and I bite my lip in an attempt to push back the sobbing and swallow the lump in my throat. I thought that you were a big girl and don't cry anymore. Arashi wipes the tears rolling down my cheeks gently without paying attention to my silent sobs. His tender gaze is right into my soul. It's softening me, even though the young man is clearly unshaken. He hugs me gently but firmly. His body is tense and his heart is beating in crazy rhythm. The cheese is tired too. His hands are shaky, but he doesn't let me go. I lift my arms and squeeze him in reply to thank him for his help. My tears don't stop. Don't cry. Arash's voice sounds very depressed and said it's already lost me, even though he's doing his best to hide it. He releases me and after fumbling around on the floor with his hand, gives me a small book that was the reason for its dangerous plunge. It appeared here with the help of creation. You created it. I'm strong indeed. Don't get too full of yourself. I won't anymore. I reached out to take the diary for a sec. It seems to me that some sort of black shadow, you could see the shadow appearing from behind, passed behind Arish's back. I'm real tired, thank you. As soon as the book ends up in my hands, I have a weird feeling close to deja vu and nostalgia at the same time. It's as if I'm holding painful familiar item that I've been seeing every day and know it's almost intimately. When I rolled back, I opened the book to read the precious information, but my head starts spinning at once and I wince in pain. Noticing this, Arashi slams it shut hastily right in my hands and mostly makes me diary fall to the floor. Miuri, wait until tomorrow. You are too tired, and the book will not go to anywhere. It will for the best if I go back to my room now. Wiping my tears, I stand up, not without Arashi help. Alright. He agrees with me, no hesitation. Judging by this look, he also needs a few hours of undisturbed rest. He seems perturbed by something though. Maybe I shouldn't leave him on his own, but Arashi walks me to my room without saying a word. And I don't dare to ask him. He will avoid giving a proper answer anyway. On the way to my room outside that I can't read the diary right now. My vision is very blurry and my knees buckle. I will leave the reading for tomorrow morning, even though I really want to know the contents of the diary. Harry leaves me in my room and I fall into bed at once, falling asleep almost instantly. Hopefully there will be no dreams this time. Jesus, for what she had to pass only to get a book. Like, god damn. I'm woken by the murmuring of my cunning bodyguards behind the door. Gina and Keen talk to each other, arguing about something unimportant. It seems they are trying to figure out which game to choose so that they could play it all night without stopping. I get up to finally do what I should. I quickly dress and cheer up. The wound on the shoulder has already completely healed, so there is no need for bandage and ointment. Also, ability is pity. It's a pit regeneration, not instantaneous. I could lose it. I sit down at the desk in anticipation and close the diary in front of me. Last night I was far too exhausted, both mentally and physically, to read it. Shaking my head to get rid of unwanted feelings and thoughts, I do my best to focus. I need to read the diary. I open it and feel discombobulated. It's empty. How can this be? I'm sure I saw something written in it last night. No matter how much I leaf through it or turn it over on my hands, no word symbols appear on the page, yellowed by the passage of time. I almost fling the diary on the desk, close to howling in despair. Frantically, I recollect everything I know about Mother's book, putting the information together piece by piece. To think of it, that is from the Phantom World. What if the ink that Suzumo used from writing is not real either? Otherwise, what will be the point of leaving the diary in there? Maybe it might work. With a decision that there will be no harm in trying, I sit down in the meditation pose and open the book. I carefully press my fingers against the paper and trace the lines across it, as if I'm reading the book. The diary responds with a slight quiver. The summary of the power feels as natural to me as if I was born with this skill. Focusing my mind high, I call for the half-transparent threads. They hurry towards me, succumbing with a hint of hesitation. Now I know the meaning of the words said by my grandmother when I was little. The creation has always been with you, entwined with your soul. I just needed to understand how to control it, and here it is, almost fully within my power. I touch the pages with the invisible writing again, and answering to my touch, letters appear on the page. The thread grad transforms into a symbol, and in turn becomes a word that unfolds into a sentence with sacred meaning. It seems like it's me who is drawing my story with an intricate shining pencil in my hand, not my mother, who left information that can save not only the world but me as well. Scribbled on dots from similar shapes and combinations. I tried not to dig into the meaning of the text too deeply, so I wouldn't skip anything important by accident. Despite my overwhelming curiosity, I try not to fuss or rush. I turn the completed page and deal with another blank one, repeating the administrations again and again until the point when the book is finished. I get more and more confident about the fact that every page was filled by a different person. The slants and styles of handwriting change noticeable. This task turns out to be quite exhausting, and I feel the ebbing of my strength. The consequence of last night's adventure must be affecting my physical condition negatively, even though the wound on my shoulder has closed and there is no need for me to bandage anymore. I inhale deeply, hold the air in my lungs for a few seconds and then exhale. I can't relax just yet. Judging by the thickness and size of the diary, I will read through it all in about 2 hours. There are shimmering symbols I will never learn on the page of the books, but nevertheless I find them familiar and I can understand their meaning. The velvety page look as if they could dissolve into dust and disappear any second, but this feeling is deceptive. This book is sturdier than it appears. It's woven from the powers of creation of all the previous vessels, sprinkled with particles of Phantom's world. It exists in multiple realities at the same time, connected with the canvas of the world, with the living creature and with everything else. A light, half-transparent haze starts to envelop me, filling the room. I fail to notice it immediately, and when I finally do, it's too late to run. I should have already got used to the miracles happening around me, but I feel surprised every time, become overjoyed, sometimes or get scared, but later is rare occasion. Right now, all the three feelings mingle and shove inside me at the same time. The light of the page of the book turn into threads again. They are reached out for me, getting inside through my eyes and mouth. What is it? A moment passed and blazing symbols appeared in the air in front of me with a familiar voice resounding in my head. Mother! Feels like she's so close that I could touch her if I really tried, but I keep still. Miuri, if you are reading this, it means that I saved you. The power doesn't belong to us, and we must give it back, wholly, for the Phantom to leave us be. It is possible to make a deal with him, he told me in one of our dreams. Traitor's guardian power divide, if power return, people forget and save reality. But it's impossible to give the power back to him yet. I have only half of the power, and that's why we are obligated to unite with the Kia clan to merge it back into one. The vessels were wrong when they repeated the same actions, trying to give back only half of the power, they perished, sacrificing themselves for the sake of people dear to them and of humanity. It can't be. I had thought the Phantom making rational contact up until now. How did Mona manage to do that? I turned the page in high hopes for finding something inspiring, but everything turns out to be even more confusing than before. A young friend who lives in the enemy clan told me that the Kia clan has been perfecting the ancient techniques of power manipulation for centuries, and thus they know how to control the flow of energy. They can help us to merge the energy into one, forever. My chest becomes tight and doesn't let me breathe easily, which forced me to take a small break to calm down. Miraculously, I managed to talk Master Yoshinori into agreeing a truce. For some reason, he has strong beliefs about our obligation to save this reality to the point that he offered to help us. I have no reason to trust him, but I have no other choice. The chasm have become gigantic and my strength is barely enough to close them all. The Phantoms arrive is a question of days. My mother was going through the same things. It feels like there is no choice and you can't change anything, but you keep struggling and clinging to the minuscule grains of information. Since our clan stands from the very first grind of the power, it means that it will be me who consumes the destruction. Judging by the friend's message, the vessel of the Kia clan will give the power gladly and willingly. Tamaki Yoshinori's son, forgive me if you die during the ritual. Miuri, my daughter, forgive me if I failed to save you, but I must do it tomorrow. Tomorrow we'll cut a truce with the Kia clan, and I will try to keep this world safe by putting an end to the Phantom's deadly cycle once and for all. A bright flash hits my eyes with pang, and I curse out loud, wincing. Is that all? Open my eyes, I realize that the ace has vanished and the diary disappeared, replaced with a shimmering violet blotch on top of my desk. It gradually keeps growing and blackening, resembling a mysterious portal into another endless world, more and more with every passing second. The hell, like a portal. I let out an unnaturally loud shriek in surprise. A tall voice sounds from behind the door at once. Miuri, are you alright in there? The twins grow alarmed and start banging the door in an attempt to open it. I'm fine. Almost a meter wide, the plot suddenly disappears with a crackle. I get a grip on myself and fly in humorous tone. Don't follow Yoshiro's example. Stop breaking our possessions. The twins apologize and quieten down. Was it a chasm? A portal into Phantom World? Anyway, it was rather small, which means that I still have time. I feel a weak burst of energy. Well, it looks like I have to sort out how to close the chasms. If Mal did it, I can do it too. As I catch my breath, all the voice echoing the hallway. Sounds like Mal is angry and calling for the twins. They comply. I can't just ignore it, so I go check what's going on. Did the twins misbehave again? The Empress's trees are right next to the entrance to the main hall, but don't dare to enter for some reason, fumbling at the open door. What's wrong? Nothing. No. Think. We are sorry, Miuri. Forgive us. Their heads dropped guiltily. We wouldn't have discussed it with you first, but we ran into the head of our clan and weren't able to lie to her on the fly. Well, whatever the matter, we should sort it out. I gently push through in main hall and walk in after them. Who knows what Miyamoto wants this time? Is Yuki in there? Why? Why? She has a rope. The head of the clan is standing in the middle of the hall, and right to her head bowed, is Yuki with her tied hands lying limply in front of her. I can't see any bruise or scratch, which means that she gave up without a fight. She is currently waiting for the situation to unfold. Miyamoto keeps trailing something in her hands, her face growing more and more serious. Noticing my presence, she becomes even gloomier. What happened? Grandma measures me with a heavy gaze, sits down on her throne, and addresses me strictly. The proof. Have you seen this before? No, I haven't seen it before, but it's like a face cream jar. Yuki was hiding it. Grandma squeezes the jar in her hand and speaks through gritted teeth. It looks like there is a poison inside, that's why you felt weak for the last few days. It's good that you recover quickly. I see. Miyamoto is assuming that this thing belongs to the Taka and hits at Yuki. News feels like suddenly blow to the gut. Unwilling to accept, I point out. I'm still here, which means that the dosage wasn't deadly. The girl sitting before the head of my clan is ignoring me. I do a double take, hoping to find that it's someone other than her. There must be a logical explanation to this. My brain stubbornly refused to believe that it was Yuki who attacked me. And even if she did, why did she keep this jar in the house, in a place where it could be found, especially during the cleaning? Obviously no one found any trace of the attack at the spot where I was shot because no clues were left. But isn't it too risky to keep evidence that way right next to oneself? I just can't get my head around it. Someone could frame her. Did you think of that? The twins keep silent, their heads low. They have no doubt about her guilt. The prisoner herself doesn't react to anything, only occasionally glancing at the head of my clan with impassive eyes and avoiding eye contact with me. Of course, she's made a puppet and there's someone else who pulls the strings. We'll find out everything. But judging by what Kintaro and Gitaro say, her part in the attack is almost irrefutable. The fact that she's calling the twins by the full names only confirms her serious intention to hold court against the girl. The faster, the better. Thursday, Yoshiro almost flies into the hall with Tamaki and Arashi at his heels in an attempt to stop him. Hey, what are you doing? Let her go! Furious, Yoshiro wants to get to his sister, but his foes catch him right on time to stop him from making everything worse. Tamaki tries to calm him down. Enough! Stand still, big brother. Yoshiro, obey your master at once. Grandmother leaves the furious young man with contemptuous look. He, in turn, keeps raging. No, why did you tie her up? If your sis is not guilty, nothing threatens her. And if you don't want to harm her with your improper conduct, you'll show restraint. Yoshiro circles reluctantly. He is ready to break free and destroy everything around him like a chained angry dog. Yuki keeps silent and Grandmother makes a decision according to our clan's rule. Start the full body search. Our rule and tradition allows us to skip all kinds of ceremony when it comes to captives and search them for any evidence publicly. This kind of search is disgrace punishment on its own. I'll be glad if everything ends up dead. The twins don't seem to have any doubt in Yuki's guilt. They approach the girl and start a careful but steady search. The siblings have been browsing through the drawers in guest room for something interesting many times, but this is the first time they have searched a girl in this fashion. Yoshiro tells when twins start to unbutton Yuki's vest and slightly lift her skirt to check her for evidence or weapons, which can be hidden anywhere by an experienced fighter. Kin looks serious about this procedure, as if an ordinary search in a set of drawers. As for Jin, he looks visibly flushed, look like he really likes Yuki as a girl. The captive face remains emotionally as she was touched by men so many times that it already became habitual, or she's pretending, trying not to show her true feelings. Keep watching, son, I'll do something. Wait, let me do the search. This way it will be easier for everyone. Miyamoto doesn't object and show her consent with careless nod in the captain's direction. I approach Yuki and stroke her head with sympathy. She looks at me in surprise, turns away at once and whispers with a flush. Miuri, don't. I kneel in front of her and start to inspect her, sliding my hands under the unbuttoned vest to examine her lower stomach, waist and back. Soon enough I'll have checked most difficult spots, the ones a stranger doesn't have access to. While I ponder on how to deal with it, Yuki tries to keep her emotions under control, but I'm so close to her that everything is obvious to me. She's scared. That's enough. There's no need for this. In order to cope with my intent at searching eyes and just touch blushing almost tearful, Yuki shuffles with her tight hands around the neckline of her top and pulls out a small bundle wrapped in fabric. Here, this is what you're looking for. Her eyes bore into the floor with guilty expression. I don't have anything else. Oh, it's an arrow. The twins probably grab the bundle and wrap it, present what's inside to everyone. It's like the contents almost shock Kin, but he does his best to not show it. These are neatly wrapped in pieces of the arrow that hit you. When we got back home and took out the arrow with the help of the kid doctors, we noticed that there were traces of some oil or other on it. I caught a bare noticeable scent, and then he licked the tip of the arrow. Remembering it, Jin winced as he ate something sour. It was your blood, but it could taste bitter and floury inclusions mixed in with metallic taste. There was something for sure. We want to take the arrow to the lab and have it checked, but King calls up and with a clear intent to skip details summarized. The arrow was gone. The twins could have been distracted from their task by something else. We searched among doctors, but they didn't take it. We guessed at once that the attack might have taken it, but we had no proof to back it up. Yoshiro freezes on the spot now to speak and looks with sincere horror at the remnants of the arrow covering my dried blood and oily smudge of something else. I take a broken arrow and silently look at the girl with mistrust. She doesn't look at me, staying quiet and passively keep her gaze on the floor. I can't just ignore the evidence and deny the girl's guilt while she's just standing stock still and saying nothing. I have no leads. Everything that is happening causes feelings of annoyance and irritation. I want to resolve this misunderstood as soon as possible, but the situation requires serious consideration. Do you really want me to die? I calmly, with a stony face, asked the culprit, not to hear an answer or words of assurance. It's plain and simple. She's lying. She's not telling the truth, protecting someone. I want the girl to listen to me, appeal to her conscience, and tell the truth. Yuki don't answer my question though, still looking at the floor. Have I become completely off guard around my enemies? I want to trust everyone who came to our clan and despise the thought that any of them might turn out to be a traitor. I forgot that reality is harsher than we expected. Why? She doesn't reply. There's no need for further proof, but the twins decide to continue their tale. Later, as we analyzed the day of the attack, we realized that Yuki was the last person who got you. And only after you fell into the water, we thought it was mere coincidence, but later we saw Yuki walking down the hallways and glancing around nervously. We decided to follow her. She dropped by the old dojo and stayed there for a couple of minutes after slipping into a slightly opened door. It took us a quite while to find something there. At some point we almost thought that we misunderstood the situation and that Yuki is just interested in old rubbish. But we caught a whiff of familiar scent in the room. We found a hiding spot with sweets under the floorboards, and there was a jar among them. I opened and smelled it. The scent was the same as I caught on the arrow, but he didn't try to taste the contents of the jar. Further investigation revealed that there is poison. Some poison known to us. Thankfully, the dose of it on the arrow didn't kill you. Arashi and Tamaki keep standing near the wall and listening closely to every minute detail without saying a word. Miuri, do you take the opinion of head of your class seriously now? Do you believe that I won't put groundless charge against the innocent? I was firmly doing my best not to show my perplexity. I never doubted the decision of the head of my clan, but with all of the circumstance and the girl being part of the clan taken into account, we can't jump to conclusions. Of course, that's exactly why Yuki is still alive. Master Tamaki is still with us, and there is no declaration of war between the clans. I know it's always without any clarification. Yuki squeezed her eyes shut, expecting a slap across her face when Miyamoto comes too close to her, but the woman only turns the girl's face towards her by the chin, gently and calmly. Look at me closely. Grandmother scrutinized the face of the suspect for a few minutes. The way she reacts, if she shows any surprise, if her eyes are dilated or not, and so on. It looks like Miyamoto wants to peer into the girl's soul and search it for something she can't read from her looks, behavior, or unspoken words. Yuki remains impassive though, her eyes devoid of emotion and lips pressed into a thin line. Done with her space of Captain, Miyamoto steps back in the circle and sighs heavily. Just a name will be enough to confirm our guess and determine further actions, but without this, our hands are tied. Do you think it will be difficult for us to find the person who gave you that order? It's just a matter of time. She throws a suspicious glance at Tamaki. He remains proud and confident. That person is not in this room, of course. But if Yuki is so sound, we should take some measures for her to start talking. Maybe we should do a public lashing? Miyamoto clearly says in teasing manner to provoke Yoshiro, expects so he jolts into action. Mistress! Yoshiro can't bear even thought of it, so he takes a step forward, but Tamaki stops him with his hand. He can't help in any way right now. If anything, you only make it worse. Yoshiro, maybe you are her accomplice after all? How can sister act without her brother? We'll hate you too. I'll put you in the guard cell. A pause hangs in the air. Yuki lets out a long breath, her dry and tense lips shaking, but in the end she smiles and speaks in an unexpected steady voice. He had no part in it. It was me personally who poisoned the arrow and shot it at Miuri, at the most opportune moment. Yuki, keep quiet. It was me and nobody else. Yuki makes her final statement without as much as look at her brother. Who ordered you to do it? The fate of all can depend on Yuki's confession or silence. If the key clan is involved, it will count as an offense, and what might be declared right now in the most sensitive of periods. And it's painful for me to acknowledge it, but my clan forces are not enough to defeat the Kia clan, and Yuki knows it. We need a miracle. No one. I tried to kill Mrs. Miuri, and it was my own idea. Yuki repeats the statement she learned by heart. Her lips quiver for a moment, but she managed to keep her face calm. And what was your reason if this was the case? Grandma says it with some irony. I can tell she doesn't believe the girl. After some hesitation, Yuki speaks in formal tone, but with something forceful in her voice. And Arashi, Mrs. Miuri stole him from me. Even she doesn't want it. His gaze is always directed at her. He doesn't pay me any attention. I thought that he'll finally notice me if the missus disappear. Everyone glares at my teacher as if he did something improper to Yuki and then just scarred her. Arashi takes that kind of statement seriously and can't just let it go with a reply. I serve Miuri and protect her as much as my duty requires. She will always be my priority. Yuki falls silent, beating her lip, and then continues with a sniffle. I hate Mr. Miuri. Despite the denial of what's happening, these words go deep into my heart and make me wonder. I don't think she really thinks that. I don't believe she can't stand me that much. But she continues with this dramatic performance. You could turn out to be tough nut to crack. Although no one has started a full-fledged serious interrogation yet. From this point, no matter what Miyamoto asks, Yuki doesn't utter a word. In the end, the head of my clan orders the twins to let the girl away and lock her up in one of the cells pending for interrogation. Yoshi tags along after them, after promise that he will behave, Arashi ensures that he will be so. Please forgive my servant's misconduct. Tamaki bows deeply, giving a formal apology. It clear by Mia's eyes that these words mean nothing to her. The important thing is that Yoshinori might be standing behind it, and if he is, it will lead to a tragic consequence. I think we'll find a way to smooth this misunderstanding over. Misunderstanding? Miyamoto riles up her with a cry, then clutches her at her head, clearly having a pang of headache. My doubt being attacked is a misunderstanding to you? Do you understand what you are saying, boy? They stands up tall and speaks politely, ignoring the head's aggressive tone. I do. I don't belittle the offense brought by my subject Upanbaku to clan, but I can't let our class clash at a time like this. You only recently found a compromise. Soon enough I'll become the rightful head of my clan. I won't let any offense of this nature repeat itself. Ever. He bows again, but not as low as before. And I guarantee you, the guilt will be punished. To like these words calmed the head's higher, and she shows her readiness to listen to Tamaki offer, if there is one. There must be an explanation for this uncharacteristic behavior of my trustee. Miyamoto suddenly turns away to leave her, wincing with pain unnoticed by the air. Then she waves her hand dismissively, showing that discussion is over and Tamaki can go for now. He obeys, leaving us alone. I sit down next to her mom and take her by the hand. Are you alright? She looked at me, her face stained with last day event shows how difficult previous conversation was for her. What do you think? I say nothing and long pause hangs between us. A tense atmosphere fills the room. We peer into each other's eyes, trying to understand the feelings that took hold of us. It's clear that Miyamoto doesn't want to show me her weakness. I've always been proud of her and enthralled by her, and she's somewhat scared of me changing my opinion of her and seeing her as an ordinary old crone who's supposed to perish one day. I don't point out the state she's in and cite report to her all of the things I learned, casting the thoughts about Yuki aside for now. I found the diary. Grandma Fitch and visible perks up, overcoming her dizziness. Her look is most mistrust mixed with newfound interest. And read it. Mother wrote that the fund doesn't want to destroy our world. It wants to become the power it gave to us some time ago. Miyamoto reacts to the relation with suspicion, letting out a healthy snort. The power was split in two and tightly woven with our blood, so giving it back without victory is impossible. While it's divided, only by making the power whole can we try to make a deal with the Phantom and avoid the earthquakes and other cataclysms that can destroy our world during its arrival. I feel generally surprised by the thought as just voiced with the utmost confidence. It's as if I connect the opinions of 1,000 vessels who existed before me. My conclusions are a mixture of the information I got out of dire intuition, confirming the rightness of my actions, suddenly a fragmentary sensation and steady feeling of deja vu. I decided to give it to all of these and go with the flow, trusting myself and everything I saw, everything I left. Two powers merging. It said in dire that there is a possibility of it. Garma wins in vexation, but doesn't change. Yes, of course, in theory. That's that we agreed to unite the clans, so you'll be able to give birth to a child from the heir of the Kia clan. But it's too late. We don't have even a few weeks left. She sighed. And there was nothing about this way of dealing with it in the diary. Suzumo came to me in my dreams and asked for the wedding. I followed through with it, thinking of it as my daughter's last request. The pact with the Kia clan doesn't matter anymore. Scarlet will be able to keep our clan name and honor, even though our financial state leaves much to be desired. Miyamoto, preparing herself for the worst, lets out an ambiguous sigh, and I hastily refute her thoughts. We can't break the contract with them. Grandmother, Mrs. Miyamoto, I think Mother said that power was to be the one and all, but it was split in two. That's true. The power of destruction is unnatural. That's why its outbursts are so strong and uncontrolled, and the Kia clan is so hostile and warlike. My power is connected with the flow of time and with the Phantom itself somehow. So that's why it's been looking for our world through me to get the power back. Grandmother ponders deeply, as if remembering something peeking through the thoughts she has, to convey them to me. She sighed sadly. Yes, since you are a little child, since your first visit to the diplomatic research, you have been telling me that something is about to burst out Tamaki and destroy everything. That's why he is so sad. But I wasn't paying much attention to your words. I was blinded by ignorance. Mother wrote about a ritual. It can be helped merge two powers in my body. If Tamaki willing gives destruction to me, Hanarashi helps me by controlling the release energy with the ancient techniques of the Kia clan. As I understood from our trainings and conversation with him, he is well acquainted with the skills of our enemies. The head of the class stares at me as I'm talking nonsense, but quickly understands what I mean and considers. Yoshinori won't give up the destruction. But Mother wrote that he agreed to it. Master Yoshinori has been refusing our offer for a long time, shielding his son from outer world after that failed truce, and since Suzume is dead, it looks like he wasn't too keen on us back then. I don't believe that Yuki decided to attack her own free will. That we all save. But you can see, like, it's a good game. Like, in terms of story, like in the beginning you don't understand what's happening, but more forward you go, you start to understand that so is about Phantom World. But you think, okay, there is a monster coming, it's gonna destroy that what happened to the previous people of the clan, right? Our mod that die because of the Phantom, the people that have the power of creation, right? And it's like, it's all about that monster, but then when you find the book, you discover that the Phantom, right, wants is the power back. But when they try to give the power was divided, but he don't want divided, he wants the power together. So now that Miuri discovered that, she knows that she need the only way to get the power is Tamaki needs to die, right? Because okay, he loses the power and he dies. That's the only way. And even when our mother was alive, she knew about that. But the problem was that she died too early, and like that they couldn't fuse the power, right? The destruction power with the creation power. So now we know that is the only, we know the way to stop the Phantom, to continue with the earthquakes, right? So we know how to stop. The problem is, will the father of Tamaki let pass or not? That's always the issue, because it's his son. We know about that, but it's like, it's a good visual novel. The story is, again, the story takes a while to start to build up, right? It's like slowly, because it's to know the characters of the game. You need to know the characters, right? So they do that, and they do it very well. Like Arashi, that's our master. The twins that are kids that we don't know who they are, who are their parents, because it was when happened the earthquake. Yuki and Yoshiro are from the Tekiya clan, and Tamaki is from is the ear, right, or like hair of the Tekiya clan that we have a marriage with him, because to fuse the clans. So it's like it's easy to understand where these characters come from, how they are, because Arashi is that guy that's always flirting with the girls. Our character Miuri is that girl that train a lot, that always want to go forward to try to stop everything. The twins are those guys that like they like to play with people of our Bakuto clan, right? They are not like to fight, nothing like that. They are always happy like that. We have Yuki that falls in love with Arashi. I think it's like that. It's called. Yoshiro is that guy that always protecting his sister. So, and Tamaki is that guy that is shy, doesn't talk a lot, right? His father is always giving orders to him, and he doesn't want to fight back. But so these are guys so are easy to understand what each other is. But like the story is very good, artwork amazing, and those shibis is one of the things that I like in the game that called my attention too. It was the artwork, the story, and at the same time shibis. Like it's amazing how they done it. Very good. Again, the game has sympathy to know how they are for each character, right? To see how they are for each character, that's a good thing too, because you can have a romance with one of these 4 characters. You can have a romance with them. You can beat the game without any romance. But the only issue, like I said yesterday on the other visual novel that I played, the only issue is the longevity. It's too long, and it's like you have multiple endings, and you want the players to see the other endings. And with the longevity being long, the players, okay, they can beat the game, right? But they won't do another run. So I will say, like I always say, visual novels need to have between 2 to 4 hours longevity, like that the players can beat the game and do another and try another run to see different endings. That's what I will say to do. But it's the only issue. It's the only issue that I see in the game. I don't see like nothing like, oh, it's kind of boring that part. Nothing like that. Like everything is well done, but the longevity, like I always say, visual novels need to have good artwork. It has good story. It has a good story too. It takes some time to build up, but it has a good story, and it's easy to understand. It's nothing like confused that you get lost. The only then I always say it's longevity 2 to 4 hours to give players the time to see different endings. And these 2 visual novels that I played from yesterday one and today this is like, it's too long to see other endings, and that's one reason that I always say 2 to 4 hours, like that play can see other endings. So it's the only thing that I have to criticize, nothing more. The rest is good. Even shibis, I always see when they put those shibis, right? It's always good to see it because they are fun. It's fun to see it. But overall, a good game. It's a shame that on Valve they put on adult only. They are trying to fix that, right? To Valve to take out on Steam from adult only, like that everyone can see it. The problem is because of adult only, you can, if you don't have marked on to see every game, if you have say that you don't want to see adult games, you're gonna miss the game because Valve still didn't take care of that. It's a shame because if I knew that the game had come out on Monday, I'll play it on Monday, on the day of the release. That was the issue, because it was marked as adult only and you don't see it. But overall, it's a good game. I understand why Valve make it, because they put like there is partial nudity, there is violence, right? Those things. But it's like Valve needs to be like, okay, they describe what the game has inside, right? But let the developers select what they want to be, and not being Valve putting on Steam saying it's only adult only. It's like there is no reason to put that immediately, because you are covering certain games to not appear for the players. But well, that's the only opinion, side opinion about what happened. Like, do not discover the game immediately on Monday. But now talking about the game, very good. It's like I said yesterday, if you are a big fan of visual novels, you can go on Steam and buy Guardian of the Future, and you're gonna enjoy the game, because in terms of story, it takes some time to build up, but you understand what's happening. You have a good artwork, you have shibis, so very good, and you have multiple endings to see. You can have a romance with certain characters if you want. You can beat the game without no romance, without no character. So it depends on you. In terms of endings, they don't say if there is bad ending or good ending. They don't say nothing about that. But like I think maybe there is some bad endings. I think if you are not a big fan of visual novels, but I will say give it a try, because like I say, visual novels have been improving. They have always been improving in terms of artwork, in terms of story, always to make better stories, right? to call the attention, the characters, the design of characters, to call attention to the play to, oh, this game has cool characters, let me play to see at the same time those characters, what they do, like that. So they have been doing that. The problem is sometimes is the longevity, because like they sometimes is that the problem of certain people that criticize the price and in terms of longevity for certain games. Some developers don't want to be criticized about that, so they put more longevity. And for games, not only for visual novels, but for games that have different endings, multiple endings, you can't have more than 4 hours, because like that players won't be able to see the other ends, because they will get a little bit tired, right? But I'll say for those that are not big fans of visual novels, I'll say give it a try, because you're gonna see that's worth. You have characters, good design of characters, good artwork, and a good story. So hope you guys enjoy the gameplay of Guardian of the Future. Hope you guys enjoy it. Again, if you want to give it a try or you have big fan of visual novels, you can go on Steam and buy it already available. So see you guys next time.